Hi all, anyone who subscribes to the channel, likes it, and writes a comment of 5 emoticons on how his day went, will get into the next video.
Am I the asshole for not wanting to take care of my brother? My 21 non-binary brother M, 15, has multiple disabilities. He is on an intellectual level of a 9-10-year-old and will never be able to live on his own. My mother, 50, is dead set that I will take care of him when she isn't alive anymore. She has a shit ton of chronic illnesses that put her life expectancy down, or when she isn't able to anymore and tells me what I have to do. But I myself have diagnosed borderline depression and just got diagnosed with autism and ADHD, which and my brother as well as my other brother have it too. But because the doctor said that the firstborn cannot have any disabilities, only every child after that, when my parents have the same blood type, the chances of having children with disabilities is way higher. So they never checked me for anything, only the boys. Because of that, I don't feel adequate to take care of him for the rest of my life. I also don't have a good relationship with him. He is very aggressive and we fight a lot. I told this to my mom and she started to cuss me out and tell me I'm very ungrateful to her for all she's done for me. We also don't have a good relationship, but I don't want to go into detail with that. And now I feel really shitty and I don't know what to do. So please tell me, am I the asshole? It's not like I will abandon him forever. I just don't want to live with him for the rest of my life. I will look for a community home for disabled people and visit him. I just don't want to be his caretaker. Am I the asshole for wanting my ex kicked out of the army? I was with a guy named Anthony for 3 years. During that time, he had gotten physically violent and R-worded me. I had also struggled a lot with some mental health issues, like depression and anxiety at that time, as well as the relationship being overall toxic. I had a temporary restraining order on him for domestic violence, but was threatened into dropping it by his aunt, Summer. When I left him and started speaking up, he had enlisted into the army as a medic and tried telling people that I was insane and delusional. His wife and him have also falsely accused me, the victim, of R-wording him when I have medical papers from my doctor, surgeon, and Planned Parenthood saying that he did it to me. He SA'd a 15-year-old when he was 18. My fiance and I believe he bullied her into silence as well. He had poked a hole in the condom and I ended up pregnant and miscarrying when he hit me in the stomach. I was about 2 months and didn't know. I started speaking up even more about what he did to me, and I've recently gotten some backlash from his wife, his mom, and his friends saying that he never did anything to me, and I'm scared of retaliation since his family lives in the same town as me. I reported what he did, but there's nothing more I can do, and I want to ruin him like he ruined my body. Anthony has multiple victims, and I also heard he attacked a girl at a frat party. I need her to come forward so we can get justice. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for wanting my best friend to break up with her boyfriend? My best friend and I used to be extremely close. We did everything together, spent almost every day together, and talked about everything together. She has had a boyfriend, which I would get a little jealous initially, but I'd never say anything because she would always make time for me. And I knew if it came to it, she would always choose me, even if I didn't ask her to. My best friend is the most beautiful person ever to exist, but she always seems to date down. We had a bonding moment during her last breakup, which made our relationship even stronger. But a few months ago, she got into a new relationship. All of a sudden, I became irrelevant. We used to hang out every day, but now we only hang out once a month. We used to always text each other, but now I'm lucky if I get a text back. She started distancing herself from me, and my other friends noticed it too. There's nothing wrong with the guy. He's sweet, caring, and he's madly in love with her, and treats my best friend amazingly. And he's all I ever hoped she would have. But now she ignores her friends and has gotten meaner. And when we do hang out, all we talk about is him, or I'll spend an eternity in the car while she's talking to him. I've told her how insecure I've felt in the past whenever she's not talking to me. Not to attack her, but to tell her how I feel, and to possibly get some reassurance. But when I told her about how I felt this time, she flipped on me. I have extremely severe clinical anxiety, which was why I was asking in the first place. I work with her boyfriend's best friend, and she's noticed the same behavior of codependency those two have. It's come to the point where I know she would drop me, no question asked, if he wanted her to. The 3 of us graduate high school this year, and we'll all be going to colleges all across the country. My best friend has confided in me that she's probably going to break up with him after graduation because she knows how long-distance relationships work out. I knew it was shitty of me, but I was almost excited when I heard those words. But for some stupid reason, I still comforted her about it. So, am I the asshole? Would I be the ass if I, 12 female, confronted my dad, 57 male, about what he said to me a few days ago? Here's some important knowledge about my dad. He's an alcoholic who only cares about image and not how we're really doing. Here's some important knowledge about me. I'm a perfectionist, like it's so bad that everything has to be perfect from my room to the way I physically look, which made me develop bulimia at 11. But let's go on with the story. So I was hanging out with my dad and he had 4 beers, not a lot for him, but he was drunk, and I brought up jokingly about the eating disorder gene. He said, "Do you really think you have it?" "I don't think you have it. Out of sight, out of mind." I had gotten silent and went to my room. This isn't the only time he's hurt me this badly. When I was 8 to now, he always asked if I worked out and was on a diet. So, would I be the ass if I confronted my dad about what he said a couple of days ago? I will never forget the day when my 2-year-old sister got beat for coloring on the wall. Story time. I was 10 at the time. We were living with our dad and our stepmom, and our stepmom didn't like us. Staying at that house was miserable, and it never felt like home to me and my sister. It always felt that we were never welcomed. Well, one day my 2-year-old sister colored on the wall, and our stepmom came out of the room and was outraged that my younger sister did that. Instead of telling her it was wrong and that she should never do that again, she took her by the neck and choked her. My younger sister's feet weren't even touching the ground. I tried stopping her, but she kept pushing me. After that, my stepmom hit my sister so hard in the face to the point where she had a red mark on her face. My stepmother didn't want to get in trouble by her dad, so she took the marker that my younger sister was using on the wall and tried to cover up the mark on her face. As soon as my dad came back, I washed the marker on my sister's face and showed my dad. My dad was very angry and took matters into his own hands, but he never left her. I'll never forget the day when my baby sister got punched in the face for crying. Story time. I was only a young child at the time, and my sister was only a baby. At the time, my dad was newly wedded with a woman who didn't like us very much. She wanted my sister and I to go away, and she did everything she could and say to make that happen. She wanted our dad to have a new life with her and make a new family. Well, at the time, our stepmom was pregnant, and she was in her last term of her pregnancy, and my sister had colic, which made it hard for her to sleep, so she would be up crying all hours of the night. One day my sister was in her crib crying her eyes out, and my stepmom couldn't get her to stop crying, which irritated her so much to the point she punched my sister in the face and made her nose bleed. Bro, what is up with these stepmoms? She was only a baby, and all my dad said was that she was pregnant and that it was his fault for not being there for my stepmom, and that he couldn't do much anyways because she was pregnant. That is sad and awful. I will never forget the time where my face was black and blue for telling on my stepmom. Story time. I was in the 5th grade, and one day while I was at school, I told the teachers and the counselors that my stepmom was abusing me and my sibling. Well, towards the end of the day, when everyone's going home and getting picked up, my stepmom comes and picks me up. My dad at the time was on a business trip, so she had to come pick me up. But when she got there, the counselor and the teachers were there. They go on telling my stepmom that I said that she's abusing me and my sibling. Then my stepmom blatantly says she's lying. All she wants to do is go see her real mom. She just wants to go live with her real mom. She's lying to you guys. They look at me and they're like, is this true? And of course I'm defending myself because I'm like, no, this is not true. I'm telling you guys the truth. She is beating on me and my sibling. My stepmom continues to lie and then eventually convinces them that I am a liar. Part 2 is up. So they make me go home with her. And of course the car ride was hell. She's like bitching and complaining. But when we get to the house, she starts beating on me. And particularly just my face. She's like punching me, hitting me, slapping me. She was hitting me so hard that half my face was black and blue. I couldn't go to school for a week. When my dad got back, he was pissed. Not at the fact that she was hitting me, but the fact that I told on her and she left evidence on my face. He ends up taking me and my sibling and taking us to our aunt's house because we needed to be separated. Mind you, I'm in the 5th grade. While we're walking to the car, he's calling her crazy, saying she's psycho. When we got to our aunt's house, all she could do was shake her head. Stayed there for a weekend, but then I ended up going back to school Monday. There were still marks on my face. And the same counselor that made me go home stopped me and asked me what happened to my face, and all I could tell her was, I hit a wall, sarcastically. I will never forget the time where I went to the mental hospital and almost got killed. Story time. I was having a really hard time, and my parents were no help. I was trying my best to be happy, but it seemed like anything that I did didn't help. My parents were always consistently mad at me no matter what I did, so it kind of put me down in a hole. Well, one day, my mom came into my room, and for whatever reason she was mad at me. I really didn't know why. She was telling me I was disappointing, that she wished she never had me. Then she started saying I should unalive myself. And this was a daily thing. She would come and barge into my room and tell me I need to unalive myself. I told my friend about the whole situation. I told her the plan that I was going to start taking pills and try to OD. But then my friend told somebody, which got my parents involved, the cops involved, and the counselors involved. They recommended me to go to a mental institution. They signed me up and I had to go. My parents took me, and the ride there was awful. Part 2 is up. While we were driving there, my dad was telling me that I was being crazy and that I was making everything up and that emotions don't exist. Everything that I was doing was fake and I was only doing it to seek attention. I was trying to explain to him my situation, but he wouldn't listen. He was telling me that emotions are man-made and that they don't exist. And I knew that by that point, he was not going to listen to me, and he wasn't going to believe me. My mom was worried about me, but she was always siding with my dad, no matter what he did, no matter what he said. So it was kind of pointless. I was at the mental institute for 3 days, and while I was there, it was hectic. I was meeting people that had the same issues as me. I was meeting people that had different stories. But there was this one particular kid that did not like me. Well, one day, this girl was trying to show me what she made. She takes it out of her bra and shows me a knife that she made. She told me, "You can make stuff like this. I can teach you." I said, "No, thank you. I'm good." This kid runs towards me, takes the knife out of the girl's hand, and tries to stab me with it. He screams, "The devil's making me do it. The devil's making me do it." Of course, I'm trying to get the kid off of me. Then, of course, the nurses came, took him off of me, and put him in a room. That same night, I went to bed. This one girl stayed up the whole night because she knew something was sketchy. And while I was sleeping, the kid somehow got out of his room and came into my room. He took a pillow and tried to suffocate me. I didn't realize anything until I couldn't breathe. The girl that stayed up went to go get somebody, and they had to get a whole group of people to come get this kid off of me. And while they're dragging him out, he says, "The devil's making me do it. The devil's making me do it. If I don't do it, then something bad is going to happen." Just to find out later that he killed his mom and his little sister. And he said, "The devil made me do it." Am I the asshole for telling my dad he should have wore a condom anyway? I, 14 female, and my dad were fighting one night after he was drinking. He called me a selfish bitch, and a bunch of other names which just progressed the argument at around 2 a.m. I was so done, I went to my room and didn't talk to him anymore. The next morning, my mom wanted to go out for breakfast, so we did, and my dad continued the argument. After an hour of the continued argument, he said, "I'm not taking back what I said to you last night. You were being a selfish bitch. I'm the only reason you're here." To which I replied, "Since you act like you didn't want me so much, you should have worn a condom." Most of the restaurant went quiet, and my mom was pissed at me. My family uses it against me all the time, but dismisses what my dad said. So, am I the asshole? So my boyfriend 20 and I 20 had a baby back in March. He was a preemie, so he was born at 6 months and 2 weeks. He was so small and discolored and so many issues when he was born. He wasn't able to breathe on his own or even do anything. We lost him just a little over 2 weeks after he was born. My boyfriend has 6 brothers. His older brother, 21, and his girlfriend, 19, had a baby roughly 4 months ago. When their daughter was born, they constantly boasted about her being healthy and having no issues from birth. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for them, but it hurt and it felt like they were rubbing it in our faces. But it was never anything directly, so we couldn't necessarily call them on it. Flash forward to a few days ago, we were seeing his family for Christmas. I was talking with his brother's girlfriend about their baby. I asked about how she was doing and the things that she was doing with her baby and all that good stuff. She looked over at me and said, "Yeah, my baby is perfectly happy and healthy. I got so lucky. Maybe I was just doing everything right, unlike some people. Isn't that right?" Looking directly at me. I asked her, what was that supposed to mean? She goes, "Oh, you know, eating right, not doing drugs or drinking, not doing anything that could harm my baby." She put a lot of emphasis on harm. I blew up on her and told her that my baby was born a preemie and there was nothing much I could do for him. That it wasn't my fault. The doctors told me it wasn't my fault. And that if this is how she was going to treat me and my child, dead or alive, that she will never see any of the other children my boyfriend and I will have in the future. She flipped out on me saying how could I be that insensitive to her, and my in-laws jumped in saying that I couldn't keep her from seeing her future nieces and nephews after hearing what she had said. I told them that if they were going to support her with the insensitive things she said to me, that I wouldn't let them see any children my boyfriend and I will have in the future. Now everyone is calling me an asshole and telling my boyfriend that I can't keep them from family, and that if this is how I'm going to react to little family comments, then he should leave so I'm not a part of the family anymore. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for letting my friend get his ass beat? Me, 25 at the time, and him, 23. Friend Jim has an attitude and small man complex, which gets him into situations where there could be a fight. Eventually, this led to a real altercation with a guy at a local bar we go to regularly. We went to the parking lot, and he insisted that I get into my car and play his fighting song. I complied and watched him get his ass beat to Indestructible by Disturbed. We didn't talk for a couple of days, but I still felt bad for it. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for not wanting to welcome my uncle back into my life? I, 21 female, never really had a good impression of my uncle. When I was a kid, I was really close with my cousin, his daughter, and I consistently watched him promise her the world and never deliver. He messed her up emotionally by consistently skipping visitations, dance recitals, and school events that he promised to be at. Also used to consistently come over to my grandma's to visit and would end up stealing her prescriptions, money, and property while failing to call to show up on Mother's Day or any other holiday. When I was 6, he would even pay me to pee in a cup for his drug tests. Now, years later, he's supposedly gotten his act together and is making amends with my mother and grandma, but I want nothing to do with the situation, and I honestly don't want them to be a part of it either. Since this reunion, he already involved my recovering addict mom in a drug scheme with the prescriptions, and failed to show up for Mother's Day with my grandma after promising he would be there so she could have the first Mother's Day with both her kids in 10 years. On her birthday, he showed up for 5 minutes to take some amazing cake that my mom raved about and raid the fridge. He didn't even bring a card. He also failed to show up for Thanksgiving and Christmas, even though he was invited to both. I wish he would just stay away from our family, but my grandma says God would want us to forgive. I'm not religious though, and so far he has shown no action worthy of forgiveness in my eyes. Am I the asshole? Would I be the asshole if I decided to cut contact with my dad? For a little backstory, my dad, 46 male, and I, 20 female, have not had the best relationship in life. He has been in and out of my life for the longest time I can remember. There have been a lot of instances where he will completely stop talking to me for about 5 months and then out of nowhere send me a message saying that he was sorry and he was going to send me money so I can use. There have also been a lot of instances where he will tell family and friends that I'm the one who doesn't want to talk to him when he is actually the one who will not answer a call or a message from me. On to the main reason why I want to cut off contact. During my teenage years, I really didn't trust traveling much with him or going out of town with him. In this particular instance, I had just decided to trust him and we were traveling to town. He lives 4 hours away. On the road, he all of a sudden says, "I'm sorry, but I need to take care of this," and tells me to look away or close my eyes. Well, that thing was he needed to relieve himself in the car. At that time, I didn't put much thought into what had happened, but now looking back at it, I can't believe he couldn't wait until we arrived. Like, how could he do that in front of his teenage daughter in the car? So, would I be the asshole if I cut off contact with him? Am I the asshole for not accepting my brother's apology or accepting him back in my life? So, background information, I'm 19 and use all pronouns. My brother is 21 male. Back in April of last year, 2021, I had found out that I was pregnant with my daughter. I was getting appointments and had it confirmed, so I told everyone in my family by about May or June. So my brother was the first ones I told. He seemed genuinely happy for me because we had talked about it before. He always said he hoped that I had a baby because I would get depressed talking about kids when I knew I was ready. Well, fast forward to mid-June and my brother was planning his wedding. He invited me and my fiance, but also my ex. I said I was uncomfortable and it led to an argument. He escalated it to my partner and said he hoped my daughter died, especially since his partner was jealous that I got pregnant before her. Well, I had my daughter in November, 2 days after Thanksgiving. My brother waited till Christmas Day to apologize. I told him I couldn't accept it, and he couldn't hold my daughter. Am I the asshole for not accepting? Me, 21 female, and my wife, 22 female, moved after our disaster of a wedding. I come from a very religious Mexican family, and my parents were somewhat supportive of me being LGBTQ+, and marrying the love of my life. Well, my wife, but fiance at that time, was being walked down the aisle when my cousin got up and said, "This is outrageous." She went over and started cussing my family out for letting me do this, and that I worked for the devil and that I should have no happiness. She then went and took a handful of my wedding cake and threw it at me. I was offended, but I didn't make a big deal. I said, "Cousin, calm down." Then my aunt got up and did the same. They ruined our big day, so we don't come to family celebrations, and we're not speaking to them, period. They broke my wife's heart. She had been waiting for that day her whole life. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole if I want nothing to do with my father? I, 20 female, lived with my father till I was 13. He manipulated and abused my family, and me as well. My sister, 22 female, recently started talking to him again and wants me to forgive and forget what happened. I don't know if I can since there's so much trauma that was caused by him. My sister is also homeless, so I figured she's going to try to talk him into letting her stay with him. But that makes me scared for her since the last time we lived together, he almost unalived me and her both. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for wearing something inappropriate in front of my family? Today, me and my family got together to hang out, so since I knew from what they told me my cousins won't be there, they'll be with their grandparents, on my uncle's side of the family, so I can swear and stuff. My outfit contains of a black shirt barely showing skin, black leggings, earrings, a choker with a heart on it, and earrings. I also put some black eyeshadow and red lipstick on. Everyone said my outfit was fine. Then my aunt and uncle show up with my cousins, 10 and 8 years old. I didn't even get a hello before she started flipping out on me. "You're wearing something inappropriate in front of my kids?" and other things. But the two comments that pissed me off was, "You look fat and you look like a girl in that, and this is why boys SA you at school." I have body and gender dysmorphia. Second, the boys at my school essay all the girls there and don't get in trouble for it. We have a uniform. Some of my family members were quick to back me up. I responded with, I was told your kids weren't going to be here, and if I did, I wouldn't wear something inappropriate in front of them. After a while, I walked away from her and went to my room. She pissed me off so bad that I didn't even leave my room for the rest of the time they were there. A little over an hour ago, everyone left and I got a message from my grandma and both my aunts. Grandma's message said, "Are you okay? You didn't come down from your room the whole time." My other aunt's message said, "Your cousins were really upset you didn't spend time with them." The aunt that I got into a fight with said, "I hope you're proud of yourself for wearing something inappropriate in front of my kids and then upsetting them. Don't ever message me again." I feel bad because my cousins are upset, but I was told first they weren't going to be there, and I love them, but I would never wear something inappropriate in front of them. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my best friend that we won't be friends anymore after we move out from our apartment? I, 25 female, currently live with my best friend, 24 female. We have been best friends for about 4 years, and prior to moving in with each other, we saw each other almost every single day. We had a rocky start when we first moved in with each other, but we were able to talk through our issues. Our lease is almost up, and we're talking about whether or not we should renew our lease. For the most part, we had been pretty good roommates, until recently we had a huge fight. See, my roommate has a sneaky link, and they're not very quiet. I always try to leave the apartment for about 4 to 5 hours to give them privacy. But the last time he was over, I came home around 11 p.m., and I hear them laughing and talking really loud. It was a Thursday night, and I had work the next day at 5 a.m. I could still hear them around 12:30, and I had to blast music just to drown out their laughing and talking. I told her the next day I was kind of annoyed on how loud they were, and the fact that she was inconsiderate about me having to work the next day so early. She told me it was only the second time they had been loud and late, and I would understand if I had someone too. That statement alone made me upset, because it's not about having someone, it's just about having respect for the person you live with. About 2 weeks after that argument, we brought up the fact if we wanted to renew our lease or part ways. She said that she would rather have me as a friend than a roommate. I told her I agreed, but we probably wouldn't be friends anymore. I feel like ever since we moved in with each other, we communicate a lot less. We don't text or hang out with each other like we used to before we moved in together. We usually only talk to each other in passing. That's only because we live together. So, am I the asshole for telling my best friend we probably won't be friends anymore after we move out of our apartment? Am I the asshole for refusing to help my only sibling after they went to jail again? I, 26 female, am the mother figure in my brother's life. He's been struggling with drug addiction for the past 2 years. November of 2021, he was arrested for stealing a car and robbing a store. He stayed in jail until December 23rd. We felt bad because my grandparents are old and wanted to spend maybe their last holiday with him. Well, he was out for 6 hours before he disappeared and relapsed. He's been on the street and under the influence of fentanyl and meth up until today, January 2nd. He was rearrested for stealing a vehicle and possession of drugs. He keeps calling me, and I just ignore the calls because he's either going to ask me for money or beg, plead, or cry for me to somehow bail him out. Would I be the asshole for not giving him money? He's facing up to 10 years in prison. Would I be the asshole if I cut my mother, 41, off from my kids and I? Her and I have not always had the best relationship. A while ago, I let her put a bill in my name. She said she would pay it, but 2 months later, she decided not to pay it. So my sister Michelle, 22, paid it because I'm a mother of 2 kids, and I can't pay someone else's bill for them. My mother said she would pay her back. A month later, she never did. She hasn't paid a bill again, and I'm stuck with a $400 bill that wasn't from me. My mother is a very toxic person. So I don't think she'll pay it at all. Should I figure out how to pay the bill and turn it off? Would I really be the asshole since she already fucked my sister over? I, 23, adopted female, grew up in middle class in a bad town. I spent my whole life after age 2 living in the same house. My biological family kept in touch, and I did not find out I was adopted till I was 8. Fast forward, I turned 15 after being sent to a high school away from home. Not too far, but first time commuting by bus. About 2 months before high school, I met my biological dad. At first, I was really sad because the family I grew up with was not the best, and finding out that he was so close after all these years was heartbreaking. We ended up getting really close, and I would go to his house after school all the time. He lived right up the hill from my school. About 2 years later, he meets a woman and falls in love. I met her one time while we were going to the grocery store, and I had a really bad feeling about her. I have always been really sensitive to energy, and her energy was really off. Did I mention my dad had a lot of money? My dad asked me what do I think of her. At first I didn't really say much because it was all so new, but down the line I did admit I don't really like her. He didn't take the news well, and we started talking less. Every time I wanted to hang out, he thought I was calling for money, so he would literally ignore my phone calls. Remind you, I was in the 10th grade at this time, and I never asked him for anything and only known him for 2 years. Then, mid to late 10th grade, my number was blocked on his phone, and due to his disability, I suspect his wife did it because I didn't think he was capable of, working his phone. A year later, I found out on Instagram that they got married and it went downhill from there. He throws a wedding and invites none of his family members, and 2 years later on my senior year, he unblocked me. He confessed that he believes his wife is more important than anyone else, especially his children. Now I'm 23 and it took him blocking me for years and trying to use me after the fact as a big red flag. I ghosted him. He would call on my birthday or occasionally try to text me, but I feel no need to have a relationship with him. I have friends and associates that I've known longer than him, and because we were really cool for like 3 years, I really don't think I need him in my life. Am I the asshole for ghosting my father? Am I the asshole for telling my boyfriend he can't visit me? My boyfriend, 20 male, and I, 20 female, have been together since junior year of high school, so 4 years. We have been long distance for the past 2 years, and it has been decent. Long story short, I fell behind in school because I got lazy and distracted, and I got in trouble. I buckled down and got my grades back up. Minor point, we're both on the military GI Bill, where the government pays for your tuition, and if you flunk out of school, you have to pay the government back all that money. Here's where the problem is. My boyfriend has visited me 3 times since I moved, once in Hawaii and twice in Florida. Since my grades slipped, I wanted no distractions. He has asked me since the last time he visited, which was August, when he can come visit, and I keep telling him that we have school and we should wait until we're both off. Not to mention that my parents had their friends come visit, and we had my entire family here for Thanksgiving. Also, we were going to try spring break, but his is a week before mine. When I tell him this, he says that he can miss a few days of class, but I don't want either of us to miss class or fail. I tell him that it won't work. His response is, I feel like you never want to see me, and I feel like you're losing feelings. Then he gives me the silent treatment. I know he misses me and I miss him too, but the last thing I want for either of us is to fall behind. Am I the asshole?
When I was young, I chose to do a bunch of psychedelics. It gave me unearned wisdom and destroyed my perception of life. Me at the time, I was such a closed-minded person. Those kinds of people shouldn't touch those things. My mind is much more open since the years have passed. Just like I'm so lonely to the point where I feel like I'm the only conscious person on this planet. But even then, I don't feel like I'm real either. It has been over 2 years since I've done psychedelics. Will I ever be the same again? I don't feel any better or different. Most of my day I think about how it may just only be me on this planet. My question is, am I alone? Are you all there? I'm sorry, this is about reality. Am I the only one who feels this way?
Am I the asshole for snapping at my biological dad and saying if you really love me, you'll pay child support? I, 16, non-binary, wasn't raised by my biological father. He left after I was born and my sister was 4. He never cared to visit or take his time on visitation, especially no child support. My sister is now 19, 20 in a month, and I'm 16, 17 in 2 months. He stopped contact when I just turned 14, and since then, nothing. Not even my half-brother. Now, on New Year's, he texted me saying, I know I'm not a part of your life, but I love you, and Happy New Year. I didn't respond till later that night, snapping that he can't love me if he doesn't know me or what I went through, and he's never supported me or my sister, and that if he really cared, he would pay child support and let me have a possible future. He didn't respond, so I sent another message saying, this just proves that you don't care, and you just want to feel better for abandoning me. Still nothing. I haven't told my mom yet, but am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for cutting off my husband's dad and stepmom and grandma? We have been together for almost 5 years, and we had a baby in January of 2021, and I'm really big on don't kiss my baby, and I won't leave her alone with anyone. We moved away from our hometown, then moved back, and we lived with his grandmother for about 2 weeks, and she had me do everything for everyone, and I was at my wit's end with her. She cussed me out and told me I was a bad mother because my baby was crying when my husband was trying to sleep. Fast forward, I let her back into our lives 5 months later because she did raise my husband, and he really loves her. She came over one day and hit me in the face with my child's teddy bear, so I got up and walked away and didn't say anything till she left. And my husband called her and asked her why she did that. She was denying that she did it and saying that I was crazy and I needed to be set off, and that my child was unsafe with me because I beat her and starved her. She also said the reason why I won't leave my child with anyone is because I was touched, which never happened. His stepmother is really good friends with his grandmother. She works at a convenience store and has been telling everyone that knows me and my husband everything she had to say about us. The only thing I ever said to his grandmother was that she was mad that we don't need help with our baby, and to his stepmom that she was mad that she can't have children, and I can. And I apologized and said that if she would just get off drugs, God will bless her with a baby. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for making my daughter do all the post-Christmas celebration cleaning because of the gift she gave to my wife? I've been with my wife for 4.5 years. She suffered from breast cancer and we got married after she completed her treatment. This is also our first Christmas together as a married couple. I have a 16-year-old daughter who can tolerate, but not accept her stepmother, and can be passive-aggressive towards her sometimes. She's done some things in the past that warranted a number of punishments, but my wife has been graceful and forgiving, saying my daughter's a typical teenager and trying to adapt. But in my opinion, she has gotten out of control, especially with the lack of consequences. There's been tension around the holiday, and surprisingly, my daughter decided to spend Christmas with us, saying her mom went to visit her future stepdad's family a few towns over. My wife was thrilled with my daughter staying with us. She prepared everything and I helped her here and there while my daughter was on her phone the entire time. I welcomed my in-laws and we had a great time throughout the day. Christmas dinner went fine, though my wife seemed a bit upset. She refused to say what's wrong till I pressured her. She then opened the box that my daughter gave to her for Christmas, and there was a bra inside of it. My wife broke down crying in the kitchen. I was fuming. I called for my daughter and confronted her about the gift. She tried to explain it wasn't malicious, but I disagreed and said it was, and it was purposely done to offend her stepmom and mock her illness. I decided to punish her by having her do all the cleaning after the guests left, and she tried to evade it by saying okay, then turning around and calling her stepbrother to come pick her up and take her to her mother's house. I caught her by the door and kicked her stepbrother out and told her to start cleaning up immediately. She went hysteric, yelling about how cruel I was to punish her on Christmas and how unsensitive and unladylike my wife was to be offended by the bra. I refused to engage in her yelling matches and made sure she did all the cleaning, which my wife said was a lot, and asked me to let my daughter go to her mom's house. But I insisted not until the punishment was complete. My daughter called her stepbrother again and left later. She immediately called her mom, who came after me on stepmom, and berated me for doing what I did and ruining Christmas for her. I had an argument with her about what our daughter did, and she sided with her and called me abusive and a robot controlled by my wife, though my wife asked me to let it go. She got my former in-laws involved, and they have been criticizing me about what I did. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my husband that he should have married someone who wasn't Muslim if he wanted family Christmas? So I, 33 female, am Muslim born and raised, and I am living with my husband, a Christian, 37 male. This argument happened around the start of December when we found out I was pregnant. My husband knows I don't celebrate Christmas due to my religion, and I accept that he does. So on the 25th, he goes to his family to celebrate, and I go to see my family, or some of my Muslim friends, for a chat and catch up. So when my husband came home around 10 p.m. on the 26th, I asked how his family is, and how the day was, basic things. My husband then says, "It was great. I can't wait until next year we'll be celebrating with the little one, a new member of the family." I then asked that if he really thinks our child will be celebrating Christmas, and he says yes, they will be celebrating whether or not I like it. I said maybe we could do Christmas with your family one year and then go visit mine the next, but he was adamant about our child celebrating Christmas every year. And I just said that will go against my culture and religion, but I was being accommodating. But he wasn't, with the 1 year and 1 year off, but he just said he feels like I'm disrespecting his culture and religion. I said if you think you get to make all the cultural and religious shots around here, he's wrong and shouldn't have married a Muslim. He got really silent and is not talking to me, saying I escalated, blowing things way out of proportion, and it's getting to him a bit. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole I flipped out on my fiance for selling the gaming chair my brother gifted me to pay for her gym membership? I, male 33, lost my 27-year-old brother to cancer a couple months ago. We were so close and had a lot in common. He was a gamer and had all types of gaming gear, including a gaming chair that he wanted me to have before he died. It's really devastating because we were really hoping and had plans to spend Christmas 2021 together. This chair I consider special because it was my brother's favorite of all gear, and it reminds me of him whenever I sit in it. I don't play anymore, it just brings me closer to him to a degree I cannot explain, and it brings me so much comfort. I keep the chair in my office, and days ago I found out my fiance, who has been out of a job and complaining about no longer being able to attend the gym, took the chair and sold it online to be able to pay for her next month's gym membership. When I found out, I flipped out hugely and had a very negative reaction. She told me that she was desperate for money, and after selling all she had no choice but to sell the chair. I reminded her of who the chair belongs to, but she said I already have tons of keepsakes from my brother, and so I shouldn't act like it was the end of the world. She also vented about her past eating disorders and her anxiety when it comes to keeping fit, and claimed I was dismissing that she was struggling. I yelled at her and called her inconsiderate and selfish and told her she should have never ever took and sold any of my stuff for a gym membership when she literally could have kept working out from home. She started crying as we argued, then she went to go stay with her mom, who tried to give me a stern talk about my attitude, but I didn't answer that, and I haven't been talking to my fiance since then. Things haven't gotten better, and I got called overdramatic for reacting and treating my fiance like that over a gaming chair. I feel guilty because I've never yelled at her in my life before. Am I the asshole? Was I too hard on her? I don't care how desperate you are for money, you don't get to sell people's stuff without their permission. I get it that you're his fiance, but your things and his things are not ours yet. And even if it was, that has sentimental value. You had no right to sell his stuff. That is just my opinion. What do you guys think? The asshole for exposing my sister for faking a terminal illness? I, 24 male, have been noticing that my sister, 17 female, has been posting TikToks of her coughing, holding random tubes, and other shit that threw up red flags for me, but I thought it was harmless. Just a kid being dumb like kids are known to do until I met her boyfriend, 19 male, during our family Christmas. Her boyfriend was an incredibly polite guy that introduced himself, brought a gift from my mother, and was affectionate toward my sister, and an awesome guy all around. Later in the night, the three of us were sitting and talking in the living room when my sister had stepped away. The silence was broken by him asking me how I took the news. I asked, what was he talking about, and was informed that apparently my sister was dying. On top of that, my sister was hospitalized from the 17th to the 19th and had to cancel her plans with him. I didn't really think anything of it as I corrected him that my sister spent the entire weekend at home playing games and barely leaving her room, and that she wasn't sick that any of us knew of. He didn't really react. He did the Midwest tradition of putting your hands on your lap and standing up and making literally any excuse to leave. My sister informed me that they broke up and that she no longer wants to talk to me. I found out later from a friend of mine that she is pretending to have an unspecified terminal illness for sympathy and apparently sometimes money. She would routinely cancel plans because she was too weak. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for giving my mother-in-law a fake copy of the house key and exposing her on Christmas dinner? I want to preface this by saying that I, 34 female, married my husband, 37 male, a year ago. His mom is snoopy and annoying as fuck. She can't help it. This is how she is, my dear in-laws say. My husband and I purchased a new house recently. My mother-in-law kept pushing to get an emergency key. She promised that she would only use it for emergencies. But given the fact that she had an emergency key to our old apartment and walked in on us being intimate twice, my husband didn't see it as a big deal. I just couldn't trust her. So I just sent her a fake key after she kept pushing, and she had a smug look on her face after I hand-delivered it to her. Days gone by, and on Christmas dinner, mother-in-law angrily called me out on the fact that I gave her a fake copy of the house key. She shamed me for doing this in front of everyone, but in my defense, I asked her how she found out, and she said days ago when she came over at 4 while my husband and I were out. I reminded her, didn't you promise you wouldn't use it unless there was an emergency? So you tried to use it when there was no emergency, and you broke a promise you made to us. She looked red in the face, and other family members started staring, and some even laughed at her for the face she made. She suddenly got up from her seat and rushed into the kitchen where she had a huge meltdown so loud the next door's neighbor must have heard it. Literally, I've never heard a 60-plus-year-old woman throw a tantrum like that. Needless to say, dinner went awkward and my husband and his sister were giving me looks. My husband went off on me in the car and said that I lied, manipulated, humiliated, and exposed his mom, and he said he wouldn't let me get away with it if he had known. We had an argument and he's demanding that I apologize to his mom for my childish behavior and for ruining Christmas dinner for the whole family. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for refusing to be tested to see if my kidney is a match for my biological father? I am a 23-year-old woman who was raised by my mother and her husband who raised me since I was 4 years old after my biological father walked out on my mother and me when I was a baby. He is my father in every way that matters and I wouldn't change him for anything. A few months ago, my biological father got in contact and wanted to meet. I allowed it and slowly started to get to know him. Mostly because it turns out I have younger half-siblings, and I didn't want to cut them off. Plus, despite it all, I wanted to try and understand the why behind him walking out and try to move beyond it. A couple days ago, though, I realized the truth behind his reaching out. He revealed that he needs a kidney transplant, and none of my half-siblings are a match. He wants me to be tested. I was honestly hurt by this, as he clearly only reached out to me as a last resort and saw me as nothing more than a backup to try and get an organ from. I've told him I won't get tested, but he is trying to guilt me over his health, and my younger half-siblings are begging me to get tested. Am I the asshole for saying no?
My boyfriend crossed the boundary and I want to break up. My boyfriend, 22 male, and I, 20 female, were doing the deed today. I was laying on my bed and he was teabagging me. Next thing you know, he squats all the way down and my tongue went up his cake. I felt like he violated me, said he wanted me to eat his cake. I got up to clean my mouth and got dressed to leave. I am now considering breaking up with him over it. I told him that's something I would never be comfortable doing when we first got together 4 years ago. He's been texting me telling me he's sorry, but in a way I feel violated. Would breaking up be the immature route? I'm questioning if breaking up with him is too extreme. Am I the asshole for setting a glitter trap to catch my mother-in-law trying to snoop? For some weird reason, my mother-in-law really wants to go into our bedroom whenever she comes over. On one occasion, I followed her as she went upstairs. I was going to go get something for my child, as the bedrooms are upstairs, and she walked past the bathroom on the main floor and up the stairs behind it. She didn't hear me, and I caught her walking straight into my room, riffling through bills on my dresser. She denied snooping, even though I just watched her do it, and said that she was going to use our bathroom because she couldn't find the other ones. She walked right past the one on the main floor and another one in the upstairs hallway to go into our bedroom. Since that happened, I installed an exterior doorknob that requires a key on our bedroom door and on our office. However, she's always forgetting where the bathroom is and trying the bedroom and office door. This really ticks me off. My husband says I just get annoyed at this because everything she does drives me crazy. And since we put locks on the rooms, we don't want her in. There really isn't a problem anymore. Well, over the holidays, we had my in-laws over for dinner, and before they came, I was searching for the bedroom keys. We hadn't used them in a while since we only lock the doors when my mother-in-law comes over. My husband told me that we don't need to lock the doors because she wouldn't try to get into the rooms, and I insisted that she would because she loves to snoop. We went back and forth and decided to cover the doorknobs in superfine glitter to see if she tried them. I did this once before when my husband didn't believe me about the snooping to prove she'd be in the rooms. Last time she ignored the glitter and we didn't say anything about it, but then my husband couldn't deny that she tried to snoop. So this time I covered the knobs in glitter, and for the office went a touch further and ridged a little folder of glitter over the door to the office before the in-laws came over. I left it on one side unlocked, French doors, and it was set so if you walked into the room, you would get covered in glitter. My husband goes out of his way to show his mom the main floor bathroom when they got here and specifically asked his parents and sister not to go upstairs. There's a baby gate so kids can't get upstairs either. Well, guess who had to go to the bathroom and got covered in glitter and had it all over their hands and hair? She completely lost it and started screaming at me, and I yelled back, and now my husband is saying that I went too far and that I'm the asshole. Mother-in-law also says I'm the asshole, but my sister-in-law says I didn't do anything wrong, and mother-in-law deserved it for snooping. Father-in-law is in Switzerland. Apparently her car is ruined now too because it's covered in glitter, and she can't get it cleaned up. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for yelling at my husband for discussing his dad's death on my dad's birthday? Yesterday was my dad's birthday, so me and my family took him out to dinner at a nice restaurant. My husband Joel seemed a bit distant, but I didn't talk to him about it so we wouldn't ruin the mood for my parents. On the way home from the restaurant, I asked him what was wrong. He said he missed his dad who passed away about 2 years ago. He explained that he couldn't stop thinking about his dad. I let him talk to the kids about his dad for quite a bit. I was getting sick of it. Our children, 12 female and 9 male, shouldn't need to hear his sob story. I told him that's enough talking about his dad, and he apologized. But when we were back at the house, I heard Joel talking to the kids about his dad again. I told him to stop, that the kids did not want to hear it. Joel argued that his dad is the kid's grandfather, so of course they want to hear about him. I told him it's fun to tell stories about his dad, but he's taking it too far and that he'll just make them depressed. We argued for a bit, the details are not important, and in the end, he accused me of being an asshole. I thought he'd get over it by the next morning, but he hasn't been talking much, and I can't help but to feel it's related to last night. I think he's just being stubborn and overreacting, but I'm not sure. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for not buying things from my neighbor with the baby after waking up her baby? I live in an apartment building with very thin walls and floors. We know our downstairs neighbors and that they have an infant. Because of this, we are very meticulous when it comes to how hard we walk, and it's extremely easy for one hard footstep to shake the entire apartment. I started taking new medication lately, and one of the side effects is dizziness, which has been a lot for me. I'm also very anemic as of lately, as I ordered vitamin supplements that I've been out of for a week. Yesterday I was sitting at my table and I spilled water on the floor. When I got up to clean up the water, I got dizzy, lost my balance, and slipped on the water. I fell really fucking hard, and I knew I probably made a huge sound. About 15 minutes later, as I'm putting band-aids on my elbow and knee, I get a call from my downstairs neighbor. She began yelling at me, asking me what that huge thud was, and how I woke up her baby from his nap. I apologized profusely and explained the fact that I fell and how I fell, and that the next time I'll be way more careful than I was when it comes to doing something that could cause me to fall or slip. She kept rambling on about how furious she was and how her baby's health is important and how she wanted a break, etc., etc. She then tells me she wants me to walk to the store and buy her formula, diapers, and a toy. She specified that she wanted me to use my own money as a part of my punishment for waking up her baby. I would like to point out that I'm a minor. It's also 20 degrees and snowing right now. I was so taken aback that I just said that I wasn't going to do that and said sorry one more time and hung up in her face. I ended up telling my mom and stepfather. They said that ultimately she was out of line for talking to me the way she did, but that I needed to be more careful and that I shouldn't have fallen so hard, as well as I should be more careful around my water. I tried to explain to them that I have no control how hard I fall, and they just shrugged. They're handling it with her now, but regardless, am I the asshole? My boyfriend gifted me his ex-girlfriend's ex toy. My 35 boyfriend, 36, have been dating for almost 2 years now. When we first began dating, within just a few weeks, he expressed interest in getting me a ex toy. I am very sensual and open to a lot, so I was totally down for it. The following week, he whipped out the toy. I was super excited, but couldn't help to find one thing odd. It was already out of its packaging. In fact, when I casually asked where's the packaging, he suggested that he took the toy out to charge and threw the packaging away, instruction book and all. I had a bit of a pit in my stomach about it, but decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, up to this point, he never gave me the reason not to trust him. Now, fast forward to a year and a half later, things were going great and we decided to move in. As a typical guy he is, I did most of the unpacking, and doing so, I stumbled across a warranty card for the toy. It sparked up that same pit in my stomach feeling I had first when he first gave me the toy. It was the first time I thought about the situation since he gifted me the toy, but this time I couldn't stop thinking about it. So I began doing a little digging. Fast forward to today, I officially found evidence that this toy was purchased years before me, during a time in which he was in another relationship, and I am at a loss for words. I feel so incredibly violated and disrespected. I haven't approached him on the situation yet. I can't quite figure out what to do, so in the meantime, I'm suffering in silence. I'm just so disappointed. My boyfriend can't enjoy the deed unless it feels non-consensual. I, 22 female, have been exploring heavier CNC scenes with my 23 male boyfriend. Not really my thing, but I was game to try it out for him. Now I regret this deeply. He enjoys non-consensual roleplay so much that that's all he ever wants to do. It seems he can't enjoy the deed unless I'm actively fighting him off. And I fear I've put myself in the worst possible position. Even when I say no now, it's always got to be a yes. Every now and then I truly won't be in the mood or am otherwise occupied and tell him to wait, and he just does it. He'll shove my face in a pillow or put a hand over my mouth and just do the deed to me until I make it very clear I want him to stop. Then he plays dumb, pretends that he doesn't know, and tries to console me after the fact. I've never felt more confused. Should I put a pause on the deed altogether? Hope this non-consensual kink is just a phase of his? I already tried suggesting therapy, couples, and individually for him, and he accused me of kink shaming. But that really wasn't my intention at all. I just want the deed that I can feel less scared doing. Am I the asshole for letting my child cuss at an old woman? My husband is staying with his mother. Both are in isolation. Thank goodness my kids and I are. I had to do an emergency grocery run because the delivery in my area was backed up. I took my kiddos, 5, 8, 12, with me. 8 is on a spectrum and has trouble in places like grocery stores. I gave him an iPad with cellular and over-the-ear headphones. He should be good to go. He doesn't like loud noises or strangers touching him. While in line, 12 is a lot of help with his brother, so he's trying to help me with 5 throwing junk food inside the cart. I decided to go to the cashier's checkout, and the line was long. 8 is good, just chilling watching his cartoons with his headphones, until this old lady behind us is upset over something. I'm ignoring her, but 12 grabs me and says, I think we have an issue. The lady starts going on about kids today and technology. She's trying to get 8's attention. I don't want to startle him, so 12 moves in between them, but 5 is looking at more cookies. The old lady told me my kids were rude for ignoring her. She then tapped on my 8-year-old and I pull him aside. He looks up from his iPad, takes his headphones off to see if something was wrong. I'm trying to get his headphones back on and the old lady says these types of things are for at home only and I need to teach my kids to interact in public. She tells my 8-year-old he's old enough to know better than to act like this, scolding him loudly, publicly, and in the middle of the store. My 8-year-old starts to cry, the first sign of a meltdown with him. 8 turns to the old woman and says, "You stupid bitch, he's autistic." While I usually would tell 12 off, I have more issues to deal with. The old lady wants to talk to security and starts making a scene about my kids screaming that they called her a bitch. I finally leave a full cart of food there and leave. Security tries to stop me, saying I had to get 8 to the car. He has autism, and he's going to have a major meltdown. 12 talks to security and tells him about the old lady in line. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for allowing my 13-year-old daughter to give her opinion on my mother-in-law's weird Christmas rule? Mother-in-law is kind of an odd woman and has some quirky beliefs. One thing she believes very strongly about is when her sons are married, he becomes extended family versus real family. As a result, she doesn't make much effort and hardly knows her grandkids. According to her, her only real family is her husband. Mother-in-law made up this rule when my husband was 17 and dating me that he could never bring a partner to Christmas. Christmas was only for real family, and mother-in-law was totally aware that meant she would never spend another Christmas with her son again. She loves December, and we don't even usually see her during the month. It's been going on since then and for the 13 years of marriage, and I find it bizarre, but she is who she is. Recently, we had dinner with mother-in-law and my kids. We do this twice a year, and it is the only time she sees them. One question why we've never spent a holiday with my husband's side, and I explained mother-in-law's rule. My 13-year-old daughter loves Reddit and probably reads it a bit too much and called mother-in-law a narcissist and a just no mother-in-law. Mother-in-law got a note and said my daughter's entitled and mother-in-law doesn't owe us a Christmas and wants to spend it with her only real family. That was that, but after dinner, mother-in-law told my husband that we were rude for reprimanding our daughter and she needs to learn to shut up when it isn't her business. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for enforcing my house rules on my wife's brother? My 30 male brother-in-law, 20 male, Sean, moved in with me and his sister after my father-in-law passed away a few months ago. He's the private type and keeps to himself. He goes out and never says where he's going or how long he'll be out. He eats at random times during the day, wears earbuds while me and the kids are sitting with him. See, all of this is uncool behavior and a bad influence on my children. I've already talked to Sean about certain house rules I have and how he's violating them maybe because he didn't know, but now he knows and still nothing has changed. Last night he came home late around 10 p.m. I wasn't thrilled about this because he knew the rules. But he said that he's an adult and I shouldn't be policing him. But it's not about that. It's about the fact that he repeatedly disrespects the homeowner and the rules. So I told him this. If he won't respect the rules, which are being home at 8, not eating at random times, and not using electronics just like my kids aren't allowed when family is gathered to spend time together. He ranted about how he wasn't a child, my child, and called me unreasonable to treat him this way because he lives under my roof. I told him it's not hard to show some respect really, but my wife went off asking me what was wrong with me to be giving Sean, who's still grieving, ultimatums and treating him like a child. I explained to her that I'm just making sure that the kids won't be influenced by her brother's reckless behavior, and she laughed asking if I think Sean being on his phone was reckless, but that is besides the point. She called me a control freak and told me to get off her brother's back and leave him alone. I replied she's just saying this because he's her brother, but she said I overstepped and should back off and stop trying to control her adult brother. I asked her if she was happy with him coming home late, and she said that she was sick of arguing and then went upstairs. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for not wanting to bathe the child? After I graduated from college, my parents bought me a fairly sized apartment as a gift. Since I had some extra space and didn't mind any extra cash, I decided to find a roommate. My roommate is a friend from high school, 28 female, and she has a son, 6. They have been renting for the past 4 years. She goes out 2 to 3 times a month and asks me to babysit since the regular babysitter that comes 6 days a week doesn't work on Sunday. It isn't a big deal for me since I just order some food and we watch TV or just let him play video games. So far, there weren't any issues until last Sunday. After the dinner, we watched TV and then I turned on the Xbox for him so I could answer some emails. While I was typing, he comes to me and before he could say it, the stench hit me. He had an accident. I had to get up and move from him because I was getting sick. I told him to sit and I tried to call his mom, who didn't answer. I messaged her saying that her son had an accident and to get back ASAP. She wrote to me, just run him a bath and change his clothes. I answered, no, I can't do that. Please hurry. She didn't respond so I thought she was on her way. So I told the kid to wait for his mom in their room. An hour and a half later, she finally returned and asked me if I figured it out. I told her that I wrote to her that I can't do it. She just stormed off to her room. A bit later, she walked up to me upset and said, are you fucking kidding me? You really let him sit here like this the whole time? Come on, fucking asshole. What was the problem? I just apologized and once again told her that I just couldn't get myself to do it, after which she went back to her room. I've never in my life changed or bathed a child, and I couldn't stand the smell. I think that I would probably be able to do it if he had just wet himself, but don't know honestly. My buddy laughed at me and called me a little bitch after I told him this. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for believing the housekeeper over my son? We hired a housekeeper that comes over several times a week to get the house clean, since my husband and I are busy with work. We have 2 kids, Jeremy 16 and Raya 14. Now Jeremy is a jokester. He likes pulling pranks on everyone in the house, and that included the housekeeper. He did stuff like throw her purse, hide her wallet, and got punished for it and then told not to do it again, because our housekeeper almost quit, and we didn't want that. Now, on to the current issue. Some days ago, I got a call from Jeremy while he was having friends over, telling me that he saw the housekeeper sneak one of my jewelry into her purse and asked me to come home immediately. I freaked out and tried to call my husband, but he didn't pick up. I went home and was mad. I talked to the housekeeper and she denied putting anything in her purse. I demanded to see her purse and my jewelry was in there. The housekeeper started swearing on her children that she didn't put it in there and had no idea how it got in there. I believed her and figured Jeremy had something to do with it, given history. I switched my attention towards him and had him explain to me exactly how he saw the housekeeper do it. He told me what he saw, and a friend of his came forward and said that he saw Jeremy put the jewelry inside the lady's purse and was trying to get her in trouble. Jeremy yelled at his friend and told me that it was just one of his pranks, but I was furious. I kicked the rest of his friends out who covered for him, and I punished him hard and apologized to the housekeeper. My husband reacted unexpectedly after he heard and said that I was wrong for choosing to believe the housekeeper over our son, though there was witnesses, but he said that the friend must have said this to get him in trouble or because the housekeeper paid him to side with her, which was shockingly absurd for him to say. He said I was not being a good mother and my first instinct is always to believe my son whatever he says and never ever question him in front of his friends like that. I'm confused. Did I mess up? Am I the asshole for a joke I made during my best man speech? I, 34 male, was recently the best man of my friend's 36 male second wedding. I was also the best man at his first. I saw this joke online and it made me laugh, so I stole it. And for my opening speech I said, right, well, welcome back everyone, which got more than a few laughs, especially from the bride, 31 female, who seemed to find it hilarious. Everything went well, speech over and done with, though later on after a few drinks, my friend began to rip me a new asshole, telling me I was out of line with that kind of joke, and how I embarrassed him, and it wasn't funny, and that I shouldn't have brought his last marriage into this. I mean, a best man speech will always be more jokey than anything, and beyond that, it was fairly tame, and that was the only reference to his last marriage. Was I really that out of line? Is there such thing as internet cheating? I, 29 female, had been married for only 5 months to my 33 male husband. I found his Reddit account and read his comments. He had commented multiple sensual and disrespectful things. I am heartbroken and feel betrayed. He says he's never cheated on me in real life and just made comments to be funny. I feel like I can't trust him. Here are some examples of his comments. Since he loves Reddit so much, I figured I can come on here for some advice. His first comment was on a picture of a woman fully clothed and he says, I miss your chest pics. His second comment was on a woman that was wearing no undergarments, the OP asking if you would do the deed with her, and he says, indeed I would. His third comment was on a corn video saying, next video make sure you pull out to show us the damage. What happily married man would feel the need to make these comments? I don't care if they are anonymous. It's incredibly disrespectful to me. When I sent him the screenshots, his first reply was, how did I find his account? This is the second time I found his account and have been hurt by his comments. It feels like cheating even though he says it's not. What should I do? Am I the asshole for eating cake in my car so I didn't have to share with my wife and kids? I acknowledge as a father and husband that a lot of things that were singularly mine before just aren't now. Wife steals my clothes, wife and kids steal my food, kids steal my phone. I'm fine with it most of the time. But I just needed one thing to myself without hurting feelings and making someone cry because everybody is sensitive in this house, including me. I bought a single-serve piece of cake and ate it in my car without any wife sneaking bites or kids licking the chocolate from the top. Unfortunately, I got caught. Wife is upset with me for going as far to eating cake while hiding in my car and called me dramatic when I told her my reasoning. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for speaking out about my ex-boyfriend touching me inappropriately? I was a freshman at the time and I was 14 years old and got a boyfriend. He and I were texting and he was talking about relationships and told me that I should let him touch me on parts of my body that I didn't want him to touch me on. I said no because it just felt weird and also because I wasn't comfortable with him doing that. In the end, even though I gave in because he said he would only do it once to see if I'd like it, so I said fine, and the next day he did it, and obviously I didn't like this, and I told him I didn't want to do it, but he continued after that day. When we broke up, I was really upset over all this, and I couldn't keep it in any longer, so I ended up writing his brother a note explaining everything, because I couldn't speak at that point. In the end, his brother handed off the note to our teacher, who then handed it off to the principal. Today, my ex and I are 17 and both seniors in high school, and his family hates me, and they blame me for all of this, and say that I should have kept my mouth shut. The kids in our class also say that I'm at fault because of what I was wearing, and they called me a flute. They have even told me to stop taking this so personal and forgive him and move on. But I can't. So am I at fault?
Storytime about how I'm in love with my sister's boyfriend and I think he likes me too. Actually, no. I know so because he kissed me 3 days ago. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. The story I'm about to tell you guys is pretty bad, so please don't come at me in the comments. I swear I'm a good girl. A little backstory. My sister and I have never really gotten along. She's 3 years older than me and thinks she's the queen of the house. And she's always seen me as competition, which I hate. My mom would always try to make us get along, but it was totally impossible. My sister was always upset at something I did. Eventually, I stopped trying with my sister and I wouldn't make any effort to make her like me. Finally, last year she moved out and I was so happy. We celebrated my 20th birthday at home last year, and of course my sister came over. But she brought this really cute boy with her. Let me tell you guys, it was instant love at first sight. I can't even explain what I felt, I just knew that I liked him. Even my mom made a comment about how good looking he was. And can I just say that I caught him staring at me a few times throughout the dinner. After that, I never really saw him because my sister and I never hung out. Until my sister lost her job because of COVID and had to move back in with us. And this meant that I was seeing her boyfriend a lot more around our house. He was so nice to me. Anytime they wanted to watch a movie, he would always invite me. If they were going to go out to eat or go to the beach, he would always invite me. Eventually, I started saying yes, well, because I liked him. And something told me that he liked me too. And yes, I know it's totally wrong, but I just couldn't help myself. Whenever I knew he was gonna come over, I would dress up and look really cute. I also had a pool in the backyard, so I would make sure I was in a bikini whenever he came over. I know this sounds bad, but it's gonna get worse. Well, guess what? Around this time, my sister actually got COVID. Thankfully, she didn't get really sick, but she was a little bit under the weather. And of course, she had to quarantine, so she basically stayed in her room and we all were on the other side of the house. Of course, her boyfriend, let's call him Mark. Mark would come over and bring her food sometimes. On one of these occasions, he asked me if I wanted to go to the beach with him and his friends the following day. He knew that I was totally bored because of quarantine, so I said yes. And guess what? He didn't tell my sister that he asked me and I didn't tell her that I said yes. So it was our little secret. The following day, I wore my sexiest bikini and we had a great time at the beach with his friends. While we were at the beach with his friends, I could tell that he kept staring at me. And he caught me staring at him too a couple of times. When we drove back to our house, he made a comment about how good I looked in the bikini. That's when I told him that he looked really good too. From then on, we started flirting all the time, making little comments, staring at each other, and he also started following me on Instagram. So I got to work posting sexy stories all the time, and it totally worked because he would reply to them. That's when I sent him a naughty picture. Part 2 is up. Story time about how my obsessive ex tried to kidnap me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. My obsessive ex and I met 3 years ago. We both live in LA and met on set on a modeling job. The first day that we met, he was totally cool, really friendly. Obviously, he was very good looking, so I liked him. But I had just gotten out of a serious relationship, so I had no intention on dating anyone. When he asked me for my phone number after the photo shoot finished, I politely said no. But guess what? The following day, I got a text message from him. He told me he asked the makeup artist for my phone number and she gave it to him. I told him that he shouldn't have done that because I had told him I didn't want to give him my phone number, but he explained that he really liked me and that all he wanted to do was just hang out like friends. At the time, I had no friends in LA. I mean, even now, I only have like one good friend, so I accepted to go have breakfast with him the following day. And of course, he was the most charming guy I had ever met. And weirdly enough, we had the exact same interests. I loved horseback riding, painting, and cooking. And that's when he told me that he also loved horseback riding, painting, and cooking. He even showed me some of his paintings that he had hung up at his apartment. After that, we hung out occasionally. He would come over to my place and I would cook and we would watch a movie. After a few weeks, he invited me to hang out with his guy friends. We had a really great time and all of his guy friends really enjoyed my company. But toward the end of the night, I could tell that he was getting really jealous. When he took me home, he asked me if I liked his friends. And of course, I said no. Then he said that it looked like I was having a little too much fun with them. But here's the thing, the way he said it was really cute, like almost endearing, like I actually felt bad for him. So at that time, it didn't really freak me out. We didn't speak for a few days and I realized that I was actually missing him. So I reached out and asked him if he wanted to go on an official date. And he said of course. After that first date, he asked me to be his girlfriend and I said yes. Things moved really quickly after that. He moved into my apartment, we got a dog, and we met each other's families. For 2 months, everything was going really, really well. I was pretty happy with the relationship, I loved our new dog, and we were both getting a lot of modeling work individually. Especially me. I got a campaign with a pretty big designer and it was my dream come true. I had to travel to Italy for the campaign and he got very jealous. He started asking me questions like who's gonna be there, do you already know the other models? And of course I didn't. I had no idea who was gonna be there or who the other models were gonna be. This was pretty much the beginning of the end. I was in Italy for 2 weeks, and while I was there, he would constantly call me, text me, check up on me. It even started affecting the work I was doing. I would run to my phone in between shots just to answer it so that he wouldn't think I was doing something bad. The photographer even asked me to put my phone away, and I did. Of course, this made him freak out. The following day, he shows up at my hotel. He told me that I needed to start behaving like his girlfriend. Then he started going to all the photo shoots with me. He would watch me like a hawk while I was working. Things get scary. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how my obsessive ex tried to kidnap me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. After he acted really controlling and jealous in Italy, I decided to break up with him. When we got back to LA, I told him he needed to move out. He totally freaked out, grabbed my phone and threw it up against the wall. I kicked him out and told him never to come back. The following day, I had to go buy a new phone, and I told him that if he wanted to come pick up his stuff, he could. Luckily, he took all his stuff when I wasn't there, and he even left his apartment key. I thought it was all over. 3 days later, he started blowing up my phone asking if we could talk. I told him I didn't want him coming into my apartment anymore. We agreed to meet in the parking garage so that I could give him a few things he forgot, which of course he left in my apartment so that he had a reason to come back. He finally arrived and asked me to get in the car, but I told him I would not get in the car. Then he started crying and begging for me to get in the car. I had never seen him like this, so I got into the car. He instantly locked all the doors and wouldn't let me out. Then he started driving really fast. I told him to let me out of the car and he said no. I asked him where we were going, but he wouldn't tell me. We finally got into a red light and I managed to unlock the door and get out. I ran straight into a restaurant and I asked them to call the cops, but he came running in after me. Luckily, a few of the servers stopped him before he could reach me. I asked them to take him out and lock the door. I called 911 and told them everything. Within 2 minutes, a police officer was there. And when he searched my ex's car, he found rope, duct tape, and sleeping pills. The officer told me it would be easy to get a restraining order. I called my parents and they flew in straight away. They luckily arrested him that night. When my parents and I went to the police the following day, they told us that they let him out on bail and that they couldn't keep him in there because technically he hadn't done anything illegal. That's when it hit me. I was never going to be safe again as long as he was out there. Later on that day, I found out that one of his cousins is an attorney and that he would do anything to keep him out of jail. So I took it upon myself to do something. I called his modeling agency and told them about everything, and they dropped him from the agency. I moved out of my apartment and got a new phone number, but unfortunately, this hasn't stopped him from finding me. Sometimes I see his car around my neighborhood, and I know that he's made several fake accounts to follow me on Instagram. My parents want me to move back home, but I don't want to. I don't think I should live in fear of him. 2 days ago, he sent me an email and asked me if we could get together and talk. Of course, I said no, but maybe I can reason with him? I don't know. What do you guys think I should do? Story time about how my date turned out to be a serial killer. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I recently got promoted at my job and had to move to a new city. I didn't know anyone in this new city, so I decided to sign up for some dating apps. Within a few days, I was already talking to some guys. One of them in particular was really nice, and I could tell he was really trying to get to know me. So I gave him my phone number. From there, we texted for about a full week. He would say good morning and good night. He would always ask me questions and act like he was just really interested in me. I decided that I really liked him and I told him. That's when he asked me if I wanted to go on a date, and of course, I said yes. We decided to meet up for dinner during the weekend. On the morning of the date, I sent him a text message saying good morning. I didn't hear anything back from him. At first, I thought maybe he's just stuck at work. An hour before the date, I still hadn't heard from him, so I decided to send him a text, and he did not reply. So of course, I ended up going to dinner by myself anyway. But when I got home, I had a message from him apologizing for standing me up. When I asked him what happened, he told me that he got stuck at work. And I decided to believe him. I had no reason not to trust him. I decided to give him a second chance when he asked me out again. The following weekend, we decided to have a picnic. But same thing, a few hours before the date, I still hadn't heard from him. That's when I sent him a message asking him if he was going to show up or not. And I didn't hear anything from him for a few hours. Finally, he messaged me once again saying that he got stuck at work. He begged me for another chance, and I said yes. A few days later on the news, I saw that 2 women had disappeared after going on a date with some guy. And both of the women had disappeared in the area that I lived in. When I told my parents about it, they urged me not to go on any dates. So I decided not to tell them that I actually had a date that week. The following day, we meet at the restaurant. As soon as I see him, he's really sweaty and nervous. And when he hugged me, he smelled really bad. As in B.O. I didn't want to judge him, but I asked him if he was okay. That's when he told me that he'd been working every single day nonstop. Then I look at his fingernails and they're full of dirt and what seemed like some red stuff. I asked him what he did for work again, and you'll never guess what he said. He said he was in murders and acquisitions. Then he laughed. This is where it gets scary. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how my date turned out to be a serial unaliver. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. On the date, I noticed that his fingernails were dirty, he was really sweaty, and he smelled really bad. When I asked him what he did again for a living, he told me he was in murders and acquisitions. Then he started laughing maniacally. He told me it was a joke and it was a line from one of his favorite movies, American Psycho. I tried to laugh it off with him, but I just couldn't get past his whole demeanor. Then he started just doing bizarre things. He ordered tons of food, steak, chicken, pasta, nachos, salad, and he ate all of it. But the way he was eating was so aggressive, it was like he hadn't eaten in days. By the way, at this point, we hadn't followed each other on social media. So I told him I wanted to go to the bathroom. When I got to the bathroom, I started looking up his Instagram. He had a profile, but not many pictures on it. Then I started looking through his tagged pictures, but again, nothing. It was like he didn't exist outside of the dating app. I decided I'd stay for the date, but then I wouldn't speak to him again. When I got back to the table, he started asking me a lot of questions. Like, did I live by myself? Have I ever shot any weapons? I mean, what kind of question is that on a first date? Then out of nowhere, he asked me if I wanted to go to his lake house. He quickly pulled up his phone and showed me a few pictures. I finally asked him again what he did for a living. He told me that his parents are very wealthy and they own several ranches, and that he basically did all the marketing for them. Then he abruptly ended the date. I mean, trust me, I wanted to go home anyway, but it's the way he did it. I told him I probably wouldn't have time to go to the lake house. Then he called a server over.
Slime everyone, this is Storytime. Whoever writes a comment that does not get a single like will get into the next video. The number of likes is not limited. Only those who subscribe to the channel and like this video get into it.
Gave them his black card, which is a pretty good indication if someone has money. Then he went to the bathroom. At this point, I just wanted to make a run for it. He comes back out, grabs his card from the server, and tells me goodnight. As we're walking out of the restaurant, he stops me and tries to kiss me. Of course, I turned my face away. Then he said, "Ah, you're a fighter, aren't ya?" He then got in his car and simply drove away without saying a word. The following day on the news, I hear about another missing woman. Part 3 is up. Part 2 of how my date turned out to be a serial unaliver. Disclaimers is not my story time. It was sending me on Instagram. If you haven't seen part 2, go watch it. The following day, I hear that another woman is missing. This is when they showed a description of the man they think kidnapped the women, and it looked exactly like my date. They even mentioned the dating app that he used, which is the same one we met on. So I decided that after work, I would go to the police myself. I spoke to the detective and gave him all the information. His name, his social media, his dating profile, and I even told him about how he behaved on the first date. Later on that night, I got home and blocked him from everything. 2 days later, the police show up to my job and told me that they caught him. And when they went to search his lake house, they found the missing women. Apparently, he would lure women to his lake house and keep them there for days, eventually unaliving them. The police told me that if I hadn't followed my instincts, I might have ended up like they did. He's now in maximum prison, and somehow he managed to send me a letter. I burnt it as soon as I got it. Apparently, he still wants to talk to me. Never trust someone you meet online. Story time about how my best friend's dad tried to assault me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I'm now 24, but 10 years ago, a new girl moved into our town. Her and I quickly became best friends in school. She would always come over to my house and have dinner with me and my parents. My parents really grew to love her because she was so polite and really cared about me. The only thing was that she never wanted me to go over to her house. At first I thought it might be because she was embarrassed of her house or something, and eventually I asked her and she told me that her dad was abusive towards her mom, and that was the reason why she didn't want me to come over. I felt terrible that she had to live like that, so I expressed to my mom that I was really concerned about her. So my mom actually asked my best friend if she wanted to come live with us for a little bit. Let's call my best friend Sarah. Sarah said no because she wanted to be with her mom. But my mom really wanted to help Sarah and her mom. My mom was in an abusive relationship herself when she was younger, so she understood what Sarah and her mom were going through. My mom decided to invite Sarah's mom over for dinner. That's when my mom asked her about their living situation, and Sarah's mom confessed that it was pretty bad. My mom suggested that she should try to get a divorce, and a few weeks later, she filed for divorce. We were all so happy because this meant things would get better for Sarah and her mom. And things did get better. Her dad moved out to his own apartment, and a few weeks later, he had a new girlfriend. I was able to stay over at Sarah's house, and it was really fun. One of the times that I was with Sarah at her house, her dad showed up. But he started making me feel really uncomfortable. He told Sarah that I was the prettiest friend she'd ever had. I could see him staring at me. After he left, Sarah apologized. I went home and tried not to think about it. A few days later, I was walking home when Sarah's dad pulled up next to me. Part 2 is up. Part 3 of how my best friend's dad tried to assault me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I called the police to tell him that his girlfriend was following me. That's when the cops said that I could probably get a restraining order against him and his girlfriend. Sarah and her mom came over to our house after they heard what happened. Of course, they felt really bad, but they weren't surprised. Sarah told me that that's why she never wanted me to come over because her dad had commented things about her friends before. Worst of all is that they couldn't keep him in jail for what he did to me, but a few months later he was finally put into prison because of something else he did. Apparently he had tried to steal a car or something. Remember the crazy girlfriend I told you Sarah's dad had? She kept following me for a long time. She would even show up to my school asking me if I wanted a ride home. Eventually I was able to get a restraining order against her, but she was really scary. A few years ago she tried to follow me on Instagram. I had to block and report her. I mean, what kind of woman would fight for a man like that? The good news is Sarah and I are still good friends to this day. We even went to college together and now have steady boyfriends. Even Sarah's mom remarried and she's really happy with her husband. I look back at what happened as a learning experience, but to be honest, if he ever gets out of prison, I'm scared. Shout out to my follower Remy for always supporting me and watching my lives. If you want a shout out, watch my lives to get picked. Bye. Story time about how I did the you-know-what with my celebrity crushes. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I'm from a really small town in the Midwest. Growing up, I knew I wanted to go to LA and be famous. As soon as I turned 20, I decided to move to LA. Showed up to LA with $400 and a dream. My dream was to meet all of my celebrity crushes. I happened to be tall and pretty good looking, so I got myself a modeling agency. A few weeks after I got to LA, I booked my first job. I got to model for a runway show. From there, I met a stylist who introduced me to a bunch of people. And from that, I was able to start going to a bunch of industry parties. I met tons of celebrities, influencers, and basically socialites. I even met Kim Kardashian at a party 4 years ago. When I would go to these parties, I would tell people that I was a model. model. But in order to prove that, I had to have a pretty big following on Instagram. So I took all of my savings that I had and I bought myself 100,000 followers on Instagram. With those 100,000 followers, I was able to get verified. And after that, I started DMing as many celebrities as I could, especially my celebrity crushes. And no, I won't say who they are. After a few weeks, I still didn't have the responses that I wanted, aka from my celebrity crushes, but I started getting some responses from other celebrities. Not as famous or good looking, but still people that could definitely help me get to them. Basically, my life consisted of going to castings, go-sees, and going to photo shoots. I also started doing music videos, and this is when it really got interesting. I started meeting tons of rappers and started getting invited to bigger and bigger parties. Like, really exclusive parties. The kind where you couldn't take your phone in, and the kind where you had to sign an NDA to make sure that you couldn't say anything about what you saw at the party. My Instagram was also growing really quickly. I went from 100,000 followers to 150,000 within a few months. I even became really good friends with some celebrities that worked on TV shows, like the kind of TV shows that you guys see on Netflix. I felt like I was getting closer and closer to my dream, but still, I never met my celebrity crushes at any of those parties. One morning, I wake up to a few DMs on my Instagram, and it was one of my celebrity crushes. I basically sent him a message just saying, "Hey, I'm in town, I'd love to take you out for a drink." And he replied with a yes. Nothing else, just a yes. I quickly replied and asked him if he wanted to go for a drink that night. He agreed to meeting up at a bar on Sunset Boulevard. I want you guys to understand something though. I was looking for a boyfriend, not just a one night, you know. So I wore my cutest outfit, nothing sexy. I basically looked like a Chanel model from the 1950s. As soon as he saw me, he told me that I was beautiful and we got to talking. Everything was going really, really great. After that, you know what happened. But here's the thing. I messaged him on Instagram the next day and he didn't reply. He didn't even ask me for my phone number. I got really sad, but the next day I opened up my DMs to another celebrity crush. Part 2 is up. 2 of how I did it with my celebrity crushes. So after I had my date with my biggest celebrity crush ever, he never called me back. But the very next day, I wake up to a DM from another celebrity crush. Now, I didn't think this one would respond because he was in a relationship at the time. No, I'm not gonna say who it is. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. He was super nice over DM and asked me if I wanted to go have lunch. I said yes, of course. We decided to have lunch on the weekend. Throughout the week, he would message me and ask me how I was, but 2 days before the meeting, he totally ghosted me. I didn't hear back from him at all. So the day before the date, I texted him. He finally replied and told me that he had been working. We decided to have dinner and he started asking me tons of questions, like if I had a boyfriend, and I told him I was totally single. When I asked him if he had a girlfriend, he stayed quiet. He said he didn't want to answer that question. Of course I knew he had a girlfriend because it was all over the tabloids. Like there were tons of paparazzi pictures of them together. But here's the thing. We had a fancy dinner. Then he asked me if I want to go back to his place. Of course I said yes. And when I get there, I see pictures of him with his girlfriend, the one he didn't want to talk about before. I then go to the bathroom, open the cabinets, and it's full of girl stuff. I quickly realized that he took me to his girlfriend's place to, you know what? I mean, maybe they had an open relationship, but at the same time, like, why would he take me to his girlfriend's place? But I kept my goal in mind. We finally, you know what? And then afterward, he asked me if I wanted to sleep over. That's when I told him no because I knew that we were in his girlfriend's place. He starts laughing and tells me that she's out of town and that she'll never find out that he took me there. I asked him how many girls he's taken there before, and once again, he said he didn't want to answer the question. He then hit me up every single day for like a month. I didn't know if I should see him again because of the whole girlfriend thing, but then I got another DM. Part 3 is up. Part 3 about how I did it with my celebrity crushes. This is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. So finally, my third celebrity crush DMs me back. No, I'm not going to say who it was, but he's pretty famous. He actually invited me over to his place for dinner. He ordered some takeout and we watched a movie. We finally got down to it, you know what, and it was really bad. And the worst part is, afterward, he asked me if it was good. Of course, I lied and said, yes, it was great. The look of relief on his face was apparent. How could he be so insecure being so famous and so attractive? I didn't get it. I actually did go out with him 2 more times, but I kind of got bored of him. Remember the second celebrity I told you about in part 2? He started getting really crazy. He would call me and text me all the time, and when I wouldn't answer, he would send me messages asking where I was. He became super jealous and controlling. I decided—
Hi everyone, this is Storytime. Whoever writes the funniest made up word in the comments will get into the next video. Only those who are subscribed to the channel
to block him, but I'm now considering if I should maybe unblock him because the other celebrities I DM'd haven't DM'd me back. But I have a whole new list of celebrities I'm going to be DMing. Should I text number 2 back? What do you guys think? Story time about how my brother caught me making out with his girlfriend. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Growing up, I didn't have a really good relationship with my parents or with my brother. The only person that I did get along with was my sister. You see, we're kind of a religious family. When I was 15, I knew that I liked girls, but there was no way that I would tell my parents that I did. They would never accept that their daughter liked other girls. I basically suppressed all of those feelings for about 5 years. When I turned 20, I decided to come out to my sister. My sister was super open, accepting, and she was really loving about it. She never once made me feel bad. I asked her what she thought about me telling the rest of the family, and she said definitely not. She knew that our parents would freak. I finally got my first girlfriend a year after that. I actually met her on my 21st birthday. At this point, I still live with my parents, so I basically said that she was a best friend of mine. My parents, of course, believed me because they had no other reason not to. She would come over to my house, and we would just spend time together there. She eventually got really upset that I would never tell my parents about us, and she decided to break up with me because of it. Of course, I was brokenhearted about it, but 3 weeks later, I met my brother's now girlfriend. Right off the bat, we got along really well. Like I said before, I never had a really good relationship with my brother. He suspected that I liked girls, but he never came out and told me. But because of this, there was always tension between us. Also, I never understood why his girlfriend liked him because he has no personality and zero sense of humor, which is honestly why I think her and I got along so well. Anytime she came over to our house, I would just find her so funny. My brother had to go out of town for work, so she invited me to go out with her friends for lunch. Of course, I quickly accepted. I honestly didn't realize it at the time, but I was definitely developing a crush on her. She was my kind of girl. I mean, I guess my brother and I have the same type. She was funny and incredibly smart. After that lunch, she asked me if I wanted to hang out another 2 times when my brother was away. Everything was going pretty well, but after the 3rd time that we hung out, I couldn't stop thinking about her. I knew this was going to be a really big problem for me. I'm the kind of person that's always honest with people as much as I can. When my brother finally came back, she started coming over to the house more. I was both excited but worried at the same time because I knew that I had feelings for her. One day she came over, but there was nobody home. That's when I decided to be honest with her and tell her the truth. I opened up to her and told her my history and that I had a crush on her. She smiled and told me that it was okay. That's when she grabbed my hand and we started kissing. Trust me, I know that it's totally wrong because she's my brother's girlfriend, but I was falling in love with her. That's when my brother comes in and sees us making out. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how my brother caught me making out with his girlfriend. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. That's when my brother comes in and catches me making out with his girlfriend. He instantly went berserk and started punching a hole through a wall. His girlfriend tried to calm him down, but he told her that if she touched him, he would probably end up hitting her. Luckily, no one else in the house was home, but my brother threatened to tell my parents. Like I said in part 1, my parents are very religious, and I knew that they would never accept me as I am. That's when my brother said that he had already been suspecting of me and his girlfriend because her and I had been hanging out so much. He then started calling me a bunch of names like freak and other really inappropriate things. Then the fight became about him and his girlfriend. His girlfriend started telling him that she had been miserable the whole time that she was with him and that he had been manipulating her the whole time. She told him he was even toxic, which I can believe because my brother's kind of like that. She then left the house and told him that she never wanted to see him again. My brother started asking me a bunch of questions like how long I had been seeing her. I told him that this was the first time her and I had ever kissed. Then he told me that I needed a man to teach me how to be a woman. So instead of staying and arguing with him, I decided to leave. I decided to go ahead and tell my parents the truth before my brother did. I was absolutely petrified. I told my parents that I like girls, and I told them what had happened with my brother's girlfriend. That's when my dad told me that they weren't upset that I like girls, and that they would have accepted me either way. But they were really upset that I had hurt my brother's feelings, and that I caused them to break up. They were surprisingly okay with what I had told them. I mean, after years of being petrified of them knowing the truth, I felt so free. But I also told them that my brother had been toxic towards her and that's why she didn't want to be with him anymore. My parents actually ended up being more angry with my brother than with me. But you'll never guess, a few months later my brother told my parents that he's bi. I haven't contacted my brother's ex, but I really feel like I should. I mean, I was falling in love with her. What do you guys think I should do? P.S. My brother's much happier. Story time about how I faked being pregnant for 6 months. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I'm in my late 20s and I have a really successful career. I make plenty of money, I own my own house, and I have 2 cars. But I've always failed in relationships. I had a long-term relationship in my early 20s, but I broke up with him because he just wasn't pulling his weight. I paid for our extravagant lifestyle. He would basically help me with my work and then expect me to pay him. Also, I paid the rent, I paid for the cars, and I paid for every single dinner date we ever had. We also had a joint bank account, which was a huge mistake on my part, because ultimately I was the one earning all the money. After 4 years of dating, I decided to break up with him and I told him to move out of my house. I felt free and I started dating right away. I met this guy one night and he was amazing. He complimented me all the time and made me feel really good about myself. But here's the problem, I tend to fall in love really easily. After that night, that guy and I would talk every single day. He would come over to my place and we would have dinner, but the good thing about this guy was that he had his own money and he was pretty wealthy. His family was also really well off. I totally saw myself marrying this guy, but then eventually we broke up. I found out that he was cheating on me, but also he was doing some illegal stuff in the background. I decided to forgive him for the cheating and everything, but he still wanted to break up. I mean, I was totally shocked because I was forgiving him, but he had no intention of being in a committed relationship with me. So once again, I was single. I decided not to focus on guys at all. Instead, I started going out with my friends and focusing on my career. But you know how it goes. When you're not looking for love, it just knocks on your door. Which it kind of literally happened like that. I had some friends come over and they decided to bring some other people that I didn't know. There was one guy that showed up and I knew of him because he was friends with my other friends. He was really cute and we hit it off right away. He asked me out on a date, but I kept saying no because I just didn't want to get into anything. But he really won me over with his personality and I ended up saying yes. And after our first date, I literally thought I was falling in love with him. Like, here I go again. This time I knew that if I got into a relationship with this guy, he had to marry me. So early on in the relationship, I told him that my intention was to marry him, and if his intention wasn't to marry me, then we needed to stop dating. He promised me up and down that he did want to marry me, so I stayed in the relationship. I knew that I wanted him to move in right away, which I know sounds crazy, but I was kind of desperate at this point. My goal in life was to have kids, and I just wasn't getting there. It took me about a week to convince him to move in, and he finally said yes. But he basically told me that he wanted to continue living his life the way he had been before. In other words, he wanted to continue hanging out with his friends whenever he wanted, and I said fine. I was just happy he was committing to something. Then I realized I had to get pregnant in order to tie him down. Part two of how I faked a pregnancy for 6 months in order to keep my boyfriend. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. After I finally convinced him to move in, I knew that I needed to get pregnant as soon as possible. My goal in life is to be a mom, and because I had so many failed relationships, I knew that I needed to make this one work. The first 2 months of living with my boyfriend were really good, but of course I quickly wanted to get pregnant. I also knew that the only way he would marry me was if I got pregnant, so I got to work. I stopped taking the pill and I didn't tell him, which I know sounds terrible, but here's the problem: I was not getting pregnant. I was off the pill for 3 weeks and nothing happened. I got so desperate, I went to the mall and got a pregnant woman to pee on a stick, which of course came out with a positive result. I went home that night and showed my boyfriend the stick, and he was so surprised. He asked me if I was taking the pill, which I said yes, but he got really upset and told me that I probably got pregnant on purpose, which I denied. But then he said the magical words. He said, "I guess we have to get married now." I was so beyond happy, but the problem was that I really wasn't pregnant. So I started gaining weight like crazy. Anytime he left the house, I would eat tons of junk food. I would go late at night to the supermarket and buy tons of junk food. I get Doritos, chips, cookies, and cake and ice cream. I basically ate anything that was sugary. 2 months later, I had gained about 30 pounds, and it looked like I was really pregnant. But my relationship started to fall apart. My boyfriend was upset all the time, blaming me for having gotten pregnant. 6 months into my fake pregnancy, he decided to break up with me. I begged him, but he said he didn't want to be with me and that he needed to be free. That's when I dropped the whole charade and told him I wasn't pregnant. He literally blew up in my face. He actually grabbed a chair and threw it into the TV. He grabbed his stuff and ran away. Of course, he blocked me from everything, so I couldn't contact him. 3 days later, 2 of my cars had been stolen from my driveway, and part of me knew that it was him. But a week after that, he actually reached out and asked me if I wanted to try at the relationship again. But here's the thing, he doesn't have much money, so he can't live the lifestyle I was giving him. I'm pretty sure he only wants to come back because of the money, but I kind of still love him. What should I do? Story time about how I'm still in love with my toxic ex. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. This is really complicated, but please hear me out before you start judging me in the comments. Ex and I dated for exactly 1 year. When we first met, he was super charming, cute. I mean, he was like the perfect boyfriend. My family loved him, but gradually he started changing. The more serious we got about the relationship, the worse he became. For example, at the beginning of our relationship, we always used to hang out with our friends, and sometimes I would hang out with my own friends on my own. But 2 months into the relationship, he began guilting me. He would tell me that I would rather hang out with my friends, which wasn't even true, and then I would end up staying home, and then he would go out with his friends. He would also tell my parents sometimes that I needed to be taught lessons, like how to respect men and stuff. My parents detested him. One time he came over for Thanksgiving and basically told me that I needed to go change my clothes. He even said that I looked like a whore in front of my cousin. After that, my cousin really hated him and began doing her own research. She found that he was liking girls' pictures on Instagram and that he was leaving dirty comments on their pictures. Once she found all this information, she told me and I confronted him. He told me that he had every right to comment on anyone's pictures because it was just the internet and it wasn't real life. I kind of had to accept what he said because I didn't want any more problems. I asked my cousin to stop searching stuff, but she just didn't let up. Almost every single week, she would send me screenshots of things that he'd comment on girls' pictures. Finally, I told my boyfriend that my cousin had found all this out, and he basically forced me to cut her out of my life. Now, I know what you're thinking, why would I stay with him? But when things were good, they were really good. He was super loving, affectionate. He always wanted to be with me, and he always prioritized going on dates and having fun. He would always surprise me with fun things. One time he planned this beautiful picnic, and we even stayed in the park and spent the night there. But then he would manage to ruin everything by becoming really jealous and controlling. My dream job was to work in marketing, and I just happened to land this internship at a really popular fashion magazine.
Slime everyone, this is Storytime. The one who leaves the most comments under this video will get into the next video. Only those who are subscribed to the channel get in, and likes
magazine. When I told him I got the job, he acted really strange. He didn't even congratulate me. A few hours later, he told me that I was trying too hard and that he didn't want a girlfriend that was going to be at work all the time. He also asked me how much I was going to be getting paid because he wanted to make sure it was less than what he earned. So in other words, he was jealous and envious at the same time. Then he insisted that I work around his schedule, so I could only work the days that he was working. Then he told me that if I wasn't spending enough time with him because of my new job, he would break up with me. I took that as the last straw. It was my dream job, but he was making everything terrible. While my entire family was so happy for me, I was crying in bed at night. The next morning, I woke up and texted him and told him that I didn't want to see him. He ran straight to my house. We got in his car to talk, and I proceeded to tell him everything I thought. Then he turned it all around and told me that I wasn't the girl that he fell in love with, and that if I didn't change, he would break up with me. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I'm still in love with my extremely toxic ex. After I told him that I needed him to change, he basically turned everything around and told me that I wasn't the girl that he fell in love with anymore, and that I was the one that needed to change if I wanted to continue in the relationship. And to top it all off, he kicked me out of his car. We didn't speak for about 2 weeks. During that time, I started at my dream job and everything was actually going pretty well. I didn't have the pressure on top of me about him not wanting me to work, and my life was actually getting better. My skin started clearing up and I even started losing weight. In other words, I was really happy. My parents and family were so happy too. But then I see that he starts posting other girls on his Instagram. I knew that he was doing it on purpose, so I tried not to get upset, but I just couldn't help it. Then I made a huge mistake. I messaged him and asked him if he still loved me. Then he called me and we talked on the phone for about 4 hours. By the end of the phone call, we were back together. And guess what? We even agreed to moving in together. I made him promise that he wouldn't be jealous anymore and that he would stop trying to control everything I did. He promised up and down that he would never be that way again. But literally 3 days later, he comes over super drunk, demanding you know what. I said no because my parents were home and I wasn't going to do that in the house with them. Then of course he starts threatening me again, saying that if I don't do it, I don't love him and blah blah blah. So I took advantage and I kicked him out of the house. Then he sent me an essay of a text message breaking up with me and telling me how he doesn't love me anymore. It's been 2 months since that happened. Once again, I'm doing great at work. My family and I are super happy, but I actually miss him. Not only do I miss him, I'm so jealous all the time because I see he's posting girls on his Instagram. I miss being with him and I miss having fun with him, but I don't miss always feeling scared and nervous. I even tried dating a few guys, but nobody compares to him. A few weeks ago, I went on a date with this really nice guy. We connected and went on a few more dates. I posted on my story that I was on a date and my ex went crazy. He actually showed up at the restaurant and told me to come out and talk to him. And I did. I literally left the guy that I was on a date with to go speak to my ex. He told me to leave with him and I said no. He grabbed my purse and threw it on the ground and told me that he would never speak to me again. 3 days later, he was back in my messages begging to see me. But the guy that I was on a date with actually really likes me and asked me to be his girlfriend. I don't know what to do. I love my ex and I want to get back with him, but I know he's crazy. But this new guy's really nice and really caring. What do I do?
Am I the asshole for not wanting my twin brother at my friend's gathering for my 18th? We are planning on going to Roller World and getting dinner. It will be me and some friends from college, with a few friends from secondary school that I have stayed close with. He was originally a part of the friendship group from secondary after forcing his way in due to dating an ex-friend now. However, they broke up and she isn't a part of the group now. Yet he still tries to force his way into the group, still after being told multiple times by other people that they don't like him. When I spoke to my parents about the plans, as my birthday is less than a month, they asked if he would be involved as well. I said no. Because he isn't a part of the group and hasn't been for a couple months, and he started hanging out with druggies, and my parents had the nerve to tell me that it's my fault. He has caused several arguments between the group. Am I the asshole for not wanting to invite him even though he's my twin? Am I the asshole for a joke I made during my best man speech? I, 34 male, was recently the best man of my friend's 36 male second wedding. I was also the best man at his first. I saw this joke online and it made me laugh, so I stole it. And for my opening speech I said, right, well, welcome back everyone, which got more than a few laughs, especially from the bride, 31 female, who seemed to find it hilarious. Everything went well, speech over and done with. Though later on, after a few drinks, my friend began to rip me a new asshole, telling me I was out of line with that kind of joke, and how I embarrassed him, and it wasn't funny, and that I shouldn't have brought his last marriage into this. I mean, a best man speech will always be more jokey than anything, and beyond that, it was fairly tame, and that was the only reference to his last marriage. Was I really that out of line?
The asshole for my response to my sister's boyfriend's brutal honesty. My female 35 sister, female 27, started dating one of those brutally honest guys a few months ago. He can be quite rude and make backhanded comments about me and the family sometimes, which is bothersome, but my sister says he's not malicious. I visited my parents' house to celebrate my sister's birthday, and my husband couldn't come with me because he was busy. We all sat down for dinner, and my sister's boyfriend said it was weird that my husband and I don't have kids despite being married for 6 years now. I was shocked he brought this up, but I said it was because of infertility issues, and he asked on which side. I didn't want to answer, but my sister said it was me. He said maybe it's a good thing because women over 30 might produce defective babies. Am I the asshole for my response to my sister's boyfriend's brutal honesty? He said now it's probably a good thing because he thought women over 30 might produce defective babies due to their age. I said that was none of his business, but he said he was just giving his honest opinion and that's all. I, in return, told him while maintaining eye contact, trust me, if I wanted an asshole's opinion, I would have farted. Literally everyone at the table bursted into laughter and my sister and her boyfriend were stunned. A few seconds later, her boyfriend excused himself out and my sister followed. She sent me a text saying I was mean and disrespectful to her boyfriend. And I insulted him maliciously just because he said his honest opinion. She also said I ruined her birthday by being petty and making her boyfriend the joke of the night. Would I be the asshole for not letting my wife take our daughter's door? I am 47, my wife is 44, and our daughter is 19. I caught our daughter doing the nasty with her boyfriend a few days ago and she begged me not to tell my wife, but I felt she deserved to know. We pay for our daughter's college because I worked 70 hours a week for many years to have enough money for her to go to college. Anyway, I told my wife and she was livid. She yelled at our daughter for almost an hour and took her phone away and banned her boyfriend from the house. I told her she was being a little too harsh, but she thinks that these punishments aren't harsh enough. She said that if our daughter does anything else that she doesn't allow, then she's gonna take her door off of her room. I told her that I really think she's overreacting. Should I be the asshole for not letting my wife take our daughter's door? I said my wife was being a bit harsh and she thinks that the punishments aren't harsh enough. She said that if our daughter does anything else she doesn't allow, then she's gonna take her door off of her room. I told her that she's overreacting and she yelled at me too. I had given our daughter her phone back when my wife went to the grocery store and she found out and she's angry about that too. She told my in-laws about this and now they're blowing up my phone and telling me that I'm encouraging underage pregnancy and premarital sex. I've also talked to my daughter and apologized for telling her mother what happened. I also told her that if she would like to look into moving out, I would help her pay for an apartment for a few months until she can pay on her own. Am I the asshole?
I'm literally trying not to cry right now. Like, I'm on the verge of tears. So if you can't tell, my hair is pretty short. But for the past year, my hair has been, like, really long. Like, all the way down to my belly button. And that's because I was wearing tape-in hair extensions. If you don't know what that is, it's basically fake hair that glues onto your real hair. Well, I've been wearing those for a year straight. And I wouldn't get them done professionally because it was $1,500 to have professionally done hair extensions. So I've just been going to a beauty supply store, picking up a pack of hair extensions, and then doing them myself. And I didn't see an issue with this until 2 weeks ago. I had my hair extensions in and it was time to take them out. And as I'm taking the hair extensions out of my hair, the fake hair isn't the only thing coming out. Big chunks of my real hair are coming out of my head. Like, I'm talking like baseball-sized clumps of hair. And when I finally get like all of my fake hair extensions out, I brush through my real hair and my hair was just falling out. Non-stop, just falling out. To the point where I have multiple bald spots on my head. I have bald spots. And now my hair looks like this. Thin, braille. It's so dead. And it's ugly. And it's ugly. But I was like, oh, I'll just like go get more tape and hair extensions. Like, I'll just keep getting fake hair. Like, I don't care. I hate short hair. I go into the hair place and I'm like, yeah, I'll get 2 packs of tape and hair extensions. And the lady looks at me and she just goes, I'm sorry, I like can't sell these to you. And I'm like, what? Like, why can't you sell them to me? What? She then tells me that she's literally scared for my hair and that just by looking at it, she can tell that if I do another hair extension, my hair is going to completely fall out and I'll be bald. So I have short hair now. And I literally can't get hair extensions even more because the hair lady won't even sell them to me. So now even if I wanted to go bald and just do more hair extensions, I can't because she won't sell them to me anymore. And now whenever I see somebody with like really long hair, I literally cry because I'm so upset about it. Like, this is me now. I don't like this. I don't like me. I feel ugly. For the past few days, I have been my sister's Uber driver, her designated driver. I have been driving this girl everywhere. With no gas money, nothing. I've just been driving her everywhere. And even waking up at 6 in the morning to take her to school and get her Starbucks. All because her car broke down. And I thought I was gonna have to do this until she racked up enough money to get her own car. And even then I would still have to drive her around for like 4 months because cars are really expensive. But by the grace of God, by the good karma that I deserve, my mother got my sister a car. So now, I don't have to drive around my sister anymore. They got her like a brand new car. Like, better than my car. Like, very nice. I'm a little jealous, but whatever. But I'm gonna show you guys her new car, because I'm kind of jealous of her, but whatever. Okay, y'all, this is her car. Look at this. Look at this. Look at it, bro. It even has like a little wing. Okay, I want to show you guys the inside, but I don't know if her car's unlocked and I don't know where her keys are. Okay, she locked the door, so I'll just show you through the window. This is what the inside looks like. Here's the back seat, and the windows are really tinted, so. But now since her other car broke down, look, we have 2 beetles in our driveway. I wanted to show y'all the inside, but for some reason she took her keys with her, even though she didn't take her car. My dad's taking her to the gym. I don't know why she brought her car key, but that's her car. That's a little car toy. So I am no longer an Uber. This girl literally tried to get with my boyfriend. I've literally never been so mad. As we all know, me and my boyfriend went on vacation to Las Vegas, and one of the things I really wanted to do while we were down there was to go ice skating. Now, the issue is that I'm really good at ice skating. My boyfriend is not good at ice skating at all. Like, he barely knows how to skate. So a lot of the times when we go ice skating, I'll skate by myself for like 10 minutes, and my boyfriend will just be like going around the ice rink really slow, like trying not to fall down, just so that I can skate for a little bit and then I can help him, because I love ice skating. Anyways, so we get to the ice rink, and me, my boyfriend, and 2 of my boyfriend's friends went with. So before we get on the ice, I tell my boyfriend that as soon as we get on, I'm gonna skate around for like 10 minutes and then I'll help him skate. He said, okay, that's fine, have fun. Cool, dope. So I get on the ice and I'm skating around for like 10 minutes. And after a while, I'm like, why haven't I seen my boyfriend? Where's my boyfriend at? So I look around trying to find him, and then I see him skating with another girl. He was ice skating with some random girl. When I say my blood was boiling, I've never been this mad. So I go over to them and I like look at my boyfriend like, what are you doing? And he just gives me like this look. So I'm like, okay, come over here. We go to the side of the ice rink, and he's like, yo, this random girl just came up to me and told me that she wants to help me skate. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, I've been looking for you this whole time. Like, she literally just randomly came up to me and said that she wanted to help me skate. He didn't want to seem rude, so we said, okay. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Whatever, like, whatever. But I will now help you skate. I will help you. Not her. Not her. So after that, me and my boyfriend are like skating around the rink a couple times. I'm helping him skate. We're having a cute little couple time. And all of a sudden, I see that little girl again. And I literally cannot believe she did this. Like, the nerve, the audacity. She skates on over to us, and she's like, hey, do you want me to help your boyfriend skate? That's my job. As his girlfriend, that's my job. Like, honey, I want to know where you got the audacity from. So I tell her, no, it's fine. Like, I'm helping him. And she skates away. I'm thinking, this is the last of her. She won't do anything else. No, I was wrong. We skate around for like 20 more minutes, and I was on my lady day, so I had to, do some situating in the bathroom. So I tell my boyfriend, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. He's like, okay, fine. I go to the bathroom. I come back out. My boyfriend is in the corner of the ice rink, like against the wall on the ice, and the girl's just standing there talking to him, and my boyfriend's just sitting there on his phone like, God help me. So I go over there and I'm like, hey, what are y'all talking about? This girl just looks at me and then gets off the ice rink and leaves. Who are you and what's your problem? That is my boyfriend. And then my boyfriend basically told me that he was really weirded out and felt really uncomfortable. And nobody send him hate. We've been dating for 2 years. He's not a cheat. This was not him. This was just some weird girl who didn't understand respect. Not my boyfriend's fault. I literally got robbed. I got robbed! So last week, I went down to Las Vegas, and the main thing I wanted to do down in Vegas was to eat at Gordon Ramsay. So last Friday, we went to Gordon Ramsay. Me, my boyfriend, and our 2 friends. And listen, I knew it was gonna be expensive. I knew I was gonna be paying a pretty penny. So we sit down, we order our food. We wait an hour and a half for our food. That's fine, whatever. I ordered steak and lobster. I'm gonna be honest, it tasted like Texas crab. Texas Roadhouse. Mid steak. Like, it wasn't that good. So we all finish up eating, and we get the check. Do you wanna guess how much it was for 4 people to eat there? $455 for some mid steak. Mid. So basically, our plan to pay was that my 2 friends were gonna pay $250 cash, and me and my boyfriend were gonna pay $250 on my card. So it was $250. So the waiter comes over, he grabs the $250 cash and my credit card, and he goes to the back of the restaurant to process the payment. He's back there for a good 20 minutes. He comes back out, he gives me my receipt for my payment, and walks off so fast. So I knew he was doing some weird stuff, like he was trying to play me. I knew it. I check my receipt. This man charged my card, guess how much? $367. How is that even possible when we gave him $250 cash? That's not possible. The bill was $455. Why am I getting charged $367? No. No. So this man thought he was gonna get away with it. No, we call the waiter over and we're like, this doesn't make sense. We gave you $250 cash. Why am I getting charged $360? This stupid waiter literally says, you guys only gave me $150. $150. Where'd the other 100 go? Where'd the other 100 go, honey? So we're like, no, we gave you $250 cash. This man is, no, you didn't. You don't know what you're talking about. No, we do. So we're like, bring your manager over, honey. Bring him over. And I guess some magic happened because as soon as we said that, he's like, oh, wait, I forgot. I put the 100 in my pocket. He magically just found the $100 bill that we didn't give him. So he gave us the $100 bill back. He told me that he couldn't refund my card. So that night, I lost $400 to steak. I paid $400. I'm mad. Think about $400 spent on mid-steak. Spending $400 at Texas Crab. Like, sick. This man literally tried to pocket $100. He tried to take $100 and thought we wouldn't notice. And he probably does this all the time because rich people eat there and won't notice if their card's charged like an extra $100. Like, no, he literally tried to pocket our money. Not gonna happen, honey. You were caught lacking in 4K. And he robbed us. He robbed me. I'm literally so upset. Like, I cannot believe this happened. So as most of y'all know, my sister just got a brand new car. Literally just got it 2 days ago. 2 days ago. And I was happy that she got a new car because that meant that I didn't have to take her everywhere. I didn't have to take her to school, to work, to therapy. Well, yesterday I was in the car with my friend, having a great old time, no stress, nothing, just jamming to music, enjoying life. When all of a sudden, I get a call from my sister. I pick up the phone, all I hear is screaming and crying. I immediately think she got into a car crash. So I'm like, where are you? I will pick you up right now. She then informs me that she didn't get into a car crash, but her car broke down in the middle of the road. Her brand new car broke down in the middle of the road. Thank God I was only like 3 minutes away. So I got there and she was right. Her car was just sitting in the middle of the road. I'm surprised nobody hit her car. So I get out of my car and I go to her car. She's crying. I don't blame her because that's her brand new car. So I'm just thinking, we'll get the car towed. Like, it's no big deal. And that's when we were like, oh crap. Since she just got that car, there's no plates or insurance on it. So if we call a tow truck, the cops are gonna take that car because there's no plates or insurance. And they most likely won't give it back. So that's when we all start freaking out. Like, how do we get this car off the middle of the road and back to our house? And that's when I look at my sister and I'm like, yo, did you try starting the car again? And she's like, no. So your car just broke down in the middle of the road and you didn't try to turn it back on? Okay. So sure enough, she tries to turn it back on. It turns on. She drives it back home perfectly fine. So I'm like, okay, cool. She still has a car. She could still get to school and work. My parents won't let her drive the car anymore because it's a safety hazard. And I agree with them, don't get me wrong. So that means I'm her designated driver again. I have to take her to school at 7 in the morning every day, drive 30 minutes to take her to work every day. And that means I have no time to do any of the things I need to do. And I love helping my sister. Like, I don't mind helping her. It's just that this sucks. And she has work this weekend, meaning I have to take her to and from work. And I was gonna go hang out with my boyfriend. I can't do that anymore because I have to take her to work and stuff. So this morning I had to wake up at 6:45. I don't personally have school until 8, but I had to get up at 6:45 to take her to school. So yeah, my happiness was short-lived. Her car broke down and now I'm back to being an Uber. This girl literally tried to fight me in the principal's office. Tried to run her ones in the principal's office. So a few months ago when I was still in public school, there was this one girl who I did not know. Didn't know her name, didn't know anything about her. But people would tell me all the time how she wanted to fight me because she didn't like what I posted on TikTok and that my story times were too crazy to be real. So she wanted to knock the sense into me. Literally all for making story time. But I never thought she was going to do anything because I don't even know her. I don't know her name. And in high school, people literally just say, so I was never worried, never scared, nothing. Well, I'm like 2 weeks into the school year and I go down to the principal's office because I was caught skipping class. Even though I was literally just going to the library, they took me down to the office for skipping class. I was up at the counter talking to the office lady and all of a sudden this girl walks into the principal's office. I turn around to like see who walked in because that's what you do. That's like a normal, when somebody walks into a room, whether it be a classroom, your room, like anyone, you turn your head to see who it is. It's a natural instinct. So I turn around and I look at this girl. Immediately I recognize it's the girl who had been saying she wanted to fight me. So I'm like, oh no. Oh, no. And this girl goes, who are you looking at? And I was like, oh, I just thought you were my friend. And I kid you not, we are in the principal's office and this girl literally said, she goes, well, I'm not your friend. And right away, my face turns like really red because we're in the principal's office. I don't want to get suspended. I don't want to get into a fist fight at the principal's office. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? So I ignore her. I go sit down in the office because there was like this little like circle of chairs that you could sit in when you're waiting. I'm sitting there on my phone and I just feel her staring at me. I feel the stares. So I look off my phone and I look at her and she just started to walk towards me. In that moment, I did poop my pants a little. I did pee a little. I almost threw up. I was a little nervous, okay? I shit my pants. Like, baby, I can't fight. Look at my arm. Especially, like, in the principal's office! So I'm thinking, yeah, she's about to sock me in the face. She walks up to me. She doesn't say anything to me, but she sits in the chair next to me. It was a power move. It was a power move. I don't like her, but it was a power move. So she ends up just sitting next to me for like 30 minutes because while I was in the principal's office, they had me just sit there till the end of the school day. So it was like 30 minutes. I had to sit in that chair and just wait for the bell to ring. And she sat next to me the entire time. Didn't say anything. She did look at me a few times and I felt it. It scared me. She never said anything. She never did anything. But this is... When I get home from school that day, this girl texts me. Turned out to be the girl in the principal's office. And she goes, the only reason I didn't fight you was because I could tell how scared you were. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. You want to fight me because you don't like my story time? And yeah, you look like you have a mean pun. I'm gonna be a little scared. Especially in the principal's office. I was gonna tell this story like last year, but I literally forgot this happened until I was scrolling through my Snapchat memories. I hate public school. I'm about to do something real bad right now. Something real rebellious. So basically, my sister still is in public school. I do online school, so like I'm home all the time. And her car broke down, so I drove her to school. And now she just texted me and she said that she wants to leave school early. But my parents will not call her out of school. No. So I told her, sneak out of school. Walk out the doors. She said, okay, will you be my getaway driver? I said, yeah, yes I will. Now my sister is about to sneak out of school and I'm her getaway driver. I'm praying this works and I don't get caught because I'm pretty sure I could get in trouble for this. Okay, let's go. So I'm walking out of my house right now and I literally have to be there in 5 minutes and it's like 10 minutes away, so I'm kind of rushed. I'm literally gonna have to like speed. I'm gonna have to go so fast. I also had to take my dog with me because if I don't, he's gonna catch the house on fire. Like, yeah. Okay, I have to be there in 4 minutes. It's officially 12:45 and I'm still on my way there. I'm late. The school, I'm only 3 minutes late. Oh my god. There she is. She's standing outside in the cold! Hurry, get in, hurry! Hurry, get in, get in! Get in, oh shoot! Get in, hurry! So basically, I just walked out the front doors because the doors are never locked and no one is ever there in the office, so you could just walk out. So now the only struggle we have is when she walks back in the house, the security cameras are gonna see that she got home from school at 1 p.m. Yeah, I'm not ready for that discussion. I'm literally about to pee my pants right now. I'm so screwed. So basically, I do online school, so I'm home, like, all day. And usually, I'm home alone because my dad's at work and then my sister's at public school. Well, yesterday, my dad told me that he was going out of town. He was going on a fun little vacation. And he told me that he was leaving in the morning, like today, this morning. But he never told me what time. Never told me what time he was leaving. So this morning, when I woke up, I figured he had already left to go to the airport. I didn't check his room to see if he was there or check to see if his car was in the driveway. I just assumed he was gone. So then I go into the kitchen, which is right next to my dad's room, and I call my friend, and we start talking about how we're gonna throw a party at my house while my dad's gone, and we're gonna have a lot of people over, and it's gonna get crazy. And then all of a sudden, my dad's bedroom door opens. My dad was home the whole time, and he heard everything I said. So now I'm grounded. I'm literally freaking out right now. Like, I don't know how much trouble I'm gonna get in for this. So basically, my dad went out of town, and the one thing he told me was to stay home. Not to spend the night anywhere. Stay home, like, you can't leave. You know, he made it very clear that I was not allowed to go anywhere or spend the night anywhere. Well, I thought I'd be a little rebellious, and last night I went over to my boyfriend's house, and when I got there, it started to blizzard. Like snowstorm, like blizzard, like bad. And my boyfriend lives 45 minutes away, so I'm like, no, I'm not gonna drive that far in this weather. Also, I kind of want to stay with my boyfriend, so I spent the night at my boyfriend's. And you're probably like, well, why is this a big deal? It's currently 1:54 in the afternoon. I just got home. I have 5 missed calls from my dad that I obviously didn't answer because I wasn't even home. But now that I'm home, I don't know
how I'm gonna sneak into the house because we have a Ring camera. He's gonna see that I'm just now getting home at 1:54 in the afternoon. He's gonna know I didn't spend the night at the house last night. So I'm about to sneak in the house. I'm about to sneak in my own house. Okay, y'all, I'm walking up to the front door. I'm literally so scared. There's a way I can get past the Ring camera, but it's risky. I kid you not, I just snuck past the Ring camera, but there's one right there. There's another camera right there. Okay, so I've been home for like 10 minutes and my dad hasn't called me. So I think I did it! My dad always says, I always know what you're doing. You can never sneak stuff past me. Bozo, I just did. Okay, y'all probably aren't gonna believe me right now, but it is 10 o'clock at night, 10 p.m. at night, and I just snuck into the YMCA. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like a giant gym, and like you need a membership to come in here, or you need to pay money, and they also close. They close at 6. It's 10 p.m. and I just walked in. I just walked in, and now I'm just sitting here in the bathroom because I'm kind of in shock that I just like walked in here. If you don't believe me, this is a screenshot I just took. It's 9:42 at night. I literally just walked in here. What do I do now? I'm scared if I walk back out, there's gonna be like cops waiting for me. Oh, and I might have forgot to mention this. There's also no workers. It's empty. I don't know. Anyways, you're gonna come with me as we walk around. It's completely empty. Y'all. Literally, what the fuck? Look, there's literally, am I supposed to be here? Am I gonna get in trouble for this? I just walked in, this isn't my fault. It was open to my liking, so I walked in. Let's see what's behind here. Let's see if I can pick this weight up. Pick this weight up. Why did I say it like that? Somebody left their little water bottle in here. Don't mind if I do. Just kidding. That's literally gross. Yo, there's literally nobody here. It is dark outside. Okay, now I'm a little nervous. As I was doing that freaking cartwheel, I pick up my phone and I look. There's some random man just sitting in the other workout room. He's literally just sitting there, and now I'm scared. I feel is he a cop? Is he after me? Okay, I'm about to walk out. I'm scared. Y'all, I messed up. Messed up so bad that the police are building a case on me as we speak. So basically, a couple nights ago, I thought it would be so fun to sneak into the YMCA. I thought that was such a funny idea. And I would just sneak in there and work out and play basketball, whatever. And I made a TikTok while I was sneaking into the YMCA. Anyway, so I posted the TikTok of me sneaking into the YMCA, and I thought nothing of it, because it's a harmless, funny little TikTok. It's harmless. Well, this morning, I woke up to my boyfriend spam calling my phone. Calling and calling and calling. So I pick up the phone. He then tells me that, basically that someone had watched my TikTok and decided to snitch on me to the YMCA. So this morning, they went to the YMCA, showed the YMCA my video, and then told them my full name. Listen, I know I did this to myself. I know I did this to myself. Why you gotta be a snitch? What did you get out of that? What did you get out of telling on me? Come on. So yeah, they snitched on me to the YMCA, and then they checked the camera, got me on camera sneaking into the YMCA, and then they notified the police. And now they're building a case on me sneaking into the YMCA. Before y'all start sending me hate comments, I know I did this to myself. I'm not asking for sympathy. I genuinely have never been to the YMCA before. I didn't know that if you walked in, you would get charges pressed on. I've never been to the YMCA before, and now I can never go to the YMCA again. So I'm a little upset because I kind of liked it and I was gonna buy a membership, but now I'm gonna be banned from the YMCA, and I'm gonna have charges pressed against me. Does it look like I need this right now? So yeah, whoever snitched on me, joke's on you. I didn't even like it there. I didn't even want to go back. So at this point, I'm just waiting for the cops to start knocking on my door. I feel like these TikToks are gonna be used against me in court. I don't care.
I don't care. YOLO! I literally cannot believe I did this. Like, I'm literally gonna get in so much trouble, it's not even funny. So basically, this was the first day this year it has ever snowed in my state. And also, I got my driver's license this year, meaning I've never driven in the snow before because I just got my license earlier this year, and this is the first time it's snowing. So I don't know how to drive in the snow. And also, there was no salt on the road. If you don't know what that is, basically when it's snowy out, they put salt on the road so that, like, the road isn't, like, slick and slippery. Well, my dad told me specifically to not go out and drive my car because the roads are slick and it's dangerous. Now, did I listen? No, because I didn't get my Starbucks yet. And I was like, no, like, I need my Starbucks. Like, I don't care that I don't know how to drive in the snow and the roads are slippery and I'm probably gonna crash my car. Spoiler alert, I did. I want Starbucks because that's more important than my life. I'm just so quirky. So I text my friend right after my dad told me not to go out. And I'm like, do you want to go get Starbucks? She's like, yes. I'm like, okay, bet. So I'm pulling out of my neighborhood to go pick her up. My car is already, like, sliding over the road. Like, my car is, like, swerving everywhere because I don't have traction. I don't have traction to the road. And if you don't know what that means, traction is basically, like, your wheels do not stick to the road. They are just drifting around. So I'm like, okay, cool. I come up to a stop sign. I go to stop. My car doesn't stop. My car just keeps going through the stop sign. I'm so lucky there were no other cars there. So I pull up to my friend's house, I pick her up, we pull up to Starbucks, we only drifted off the road maybe once, drinks, whatever, we're fine. So I'm leaving Starbucks on my way to drop my friend off back at home. And where my Starbucks is you have to cross a very busy, like, highway. It's technically a highway. You have to technically cross a highway to get back to where I live. It's very confusing, but whatever. Just know I had to cross a very busy road, meaning that I had to go very fast. And like I said, I don't know how to drive in snow. I don't know that you're supposed to go slow in the snow. That rhymes. So I'm going to turn left on this very fast road, so I'm, like, waiting for traffic to clear up. Finally, there's only one car on the road, and I'm like, I have enough time to make it in front of them. I slam on my gas, and all of a sudden, my car starts blinking light, and it shows that I lost traction on the road, and my car slides. I can't step on the gas. My gas is not working. My car is just gliding across the road. I'm freaking out because I drive an SUV. That means that this car can flip over at any moment. SUVs have a very high rollover risk, especially mine. So me and my friend are screaming at the top of our lungs, and all of a sudden my car slides into, like, a grass patch all the way across the road. So I'm literally in the grass, like, in the woods. My car had slid into the woods. I'm praying to God that my car is fine, I'm fine. And because my car is a Nissan Rogue, meaning that it's meant for off-roading, I did not get stuck in the grass. My car made it through the grass. I was fine. But I'm never driving again in the snow. I'm literally, like, I'm not joking. Like, I'm not driving ever again in the snow. I literally almost crashed, and that was scary. I'm so frustrated, it's not even funny. Like, I've never been this mad at my dad in my life. So for my birthday, my boyfriend got me tickets to go to Las Vegas for a week, and I'm so excited. We leave in 2 days, this Friday. And my dad knew about this trip. He knew what day it was. He knew everything about this trip. He's known about this trip for months. Well, he just did something really selfish, and I'm like so mad. 3 days before I'm about to go on vacation, my dad went over to his friend's house, who he knows is sick. But he didn't care. He still went over to his friend's house, didn't tell me he was going to his friend's house, who's sick, and then came back home, gave me a hug, we ate dinner together, and then today he came home early from work. I was like, why are you home early? And he was like, oh, I'm not feeling good. I've been throwing up all day. And I'm like, so why are you feeling sick? He then tells me it's because he went over to his friend's house yesterday who was sick and didn't tell me that he was sick. So now I'm praying that I don't get whatever he has, because if I get sick, I can't go on vacation. And I've been looking forward to this for a week. And my boyfriend put a lot of money into these plane tickets. And if I get sick and I can't go, bye-bye goes the money and bye-bye goes my vacation. And I'm really irritated also because my dad goes on vacations all the time. This man is always on vacation. He probably goes like 20 times a year. And every time before he goes on vacation, he always makes sure that I do not hang out with anybody sick. He makes sure I'm healthy, yada yada, because he doesn't want me to get him sick for his trip, because that would just be selfish if I got him sick. But the one time I'm going on vacation, he doesn't even think about, and he might get me sick now. Do you see the selfishness? I'm so irritated that he couldn't wait 2 days to go see his friend so that I was already in Vegas. But now I might get sick and I might not be able to go on my vacation. But oh God, if I did that to him, if I got him sick before his vacation, end of the world. End of the world. I would be grounded. I mean, there's been multiple times where it would be like a week before he was going on vacation, and like one of my friends would have a cold, and I wouldn't be allowed to see them because he didn't want to get sick. But when roles are reversed, it doesn't matter. So I'm like so irritated. Like, I'm smiling. I'm just like so irritated. Like, where's the common sense to not go to your friend's house who you know is sick before your daughter leaves for Vegas? Because if I can't go because I get sick, he's paying my boyfriend back for the plane ticket, and he's buying us new ones. I don't care. It was selfish, and you're gonna have to pay for it. When I say this woman literally tried to steal my suitcase at the airport, like we had to get airport security on her. So yesterday at 4:30 in the morning, I had to go to the airport because we were flying to Vegas, me and my boyfriend. And this is me and my boyfriend's first time ever traveling like alone together. Like no parents, no help. It was a little nerve-wracking. So we got to the airport way earlier than we had to. We got to the airport at 5 a.m. and our flight wasn't till 10. But our plan was to just like get there super early, sit down, have food, get Starbucks, and just like not be stressed. Well, we walk into the airport and we go to like drop our bags. If you've never been to an airport, that's basically where you give like the people your suitcase so that they can put it on the plane. So I go to do that and they're like, oh, we're so sorry, but it's too early for you to put your suitcase in the drop bag area. And I was like, what? I didn't even know that was a thing because I've gone to the airport a lot. I've gotten there really early before and they've never told me that I couldn't put my suitcase in the area. I'm like, okay, fine. So we had to sit in like this couch area in the front of the airport and we had our suitcases, backpacks, like all of our luggage. So we're sitting there on this couch thing. And once again, it's really early. We had gotten no sleep. So we start to fall asleep. I regret this so much. So I start to close my eyes. They were like squinted so I could still see a little bit. In the back of my mind, I'm like, stay awake. Somebody's gonna steal your suitcase, which did happen. So I'm sitting there with my eyes squinted when all of a sudden I see a lady come up and grab my suitcase. I open my eyes and I like tap my boyfriend on the shoulder because I didn't know what to do. Like I'm not good at confronting people. And my boyfriend kind of just looks at me and looks at her and the lady just starts walking off with my suitcase. So I'm like, what? So I tell my boyfriend, I'm like, go up there and stop her. He's like, okay, okay. So he goes up to her, he stops her, and he's like, that's my suitcase. And she's like, no, it's not. We didn't really understand what she was saying because I don't think she spoke English. So all she was saying was, no, no, no. And I'm like, what is going on? Because she didn't speak English. We don't speak any other language. All she could say was no, and she'd say something in a different language. It was so confused. So I go up there and I'm like, lady, like, this is my suitcase. And she's like, no, 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 screaming at this point. So then security comes over and they're like, what's going on? And the lady just looks at the security guard and goes, no, no, no. And I'm like, oh my God. My boyfriend starts talking to the security guard. He's like, this lady just came up and took my girlfriend's suitcase. Like, it's hers. He's like, okay, okay. Then he talks to the other lady, and once again, all she's yelling is no. So he obviously is like, okay, this is not her suitcase. He gives us back my suitcase, and then they take her to, like, some random place in the airport. I don't know. I didn't see her after the security guard, like, grabbed her. I've never had an experience like that. And I'm just so happy that my eyes were open because I wouldn't have seen her grab my suitcase and then I wouldn't have my suitcase and all of my stuff was in all of my clothes, my entire wardrobe. So yeah, don't fall asleep at the airport. Don't get to the airport too early, otherwise you're gonna be stuck there and somebody will try to steal your suitcase. But I made it to Vegas. Here's my suitcase right here. I literally almost got beat up by a full-grown man yesterday. Like, he literally tried to fight me. A 40-year-old man tried to fight a teenager. So yesterday, I flew into Las Vegas. I wanted to spend New Year's Eve down here. And our plan was to go down to the Las Vegas Strip to, like, watch the fireworks and spend the countdown down there. So we get to the Las Vegas Strip at, like, 9 p.m. And we're walking around, just having a good time. And then we do the countdown. It was super fun, whatever. Nothing too crazy happened until we started to walk back to get an Uber. So we're walking to, like, the Uber pickup spot. And all of a sudden, I feel somebody grab my shoulder. And I thought it was my boyfriend at first, but it wasn't. Some random guy grabbed my shoulder. I turn around and this dude gets all up in my, like, I could see every pore on this man's face. And he starts screaming at me. He's like, you'll never get a Lamborghini. You can't afford a Lamborghini. When were Lamborghinis brought up? So I'm like really confused and I'm like, okay. And this dude is just in my face screaming at me. My boyfriend comes up and he's like, dude, chill, like, dude, chill. And this dude's literally like screaming at a literal little child, screaming at a literal child for not being able to afford a Lamborghini. I don't know, because I didn't see him having a Lamborghini, but I was literally so scared. It's not even fun. He was so close to my face. I thought he was gonna like swing at me. Spoiler alert, he did. He's sitting there screaming at me for a couple minutes. And all of a sudden I see this dude's arm like cock back. Like he's literally about to punch me in the face. I back up and my boyfriend like runs in between us and shoves him off. And then the dude's friend came. He's like, I'm so sorry. He's so drunk. Okay, well, don't get that drunk where you're gonna fight a literal child. So yeah, after that, I went into the Uber and I was crying because I was so scared. So that was a great way to start off 2022. Happy New Year's. I'm literally so mad right now. My father is trying to kick me out. But here's the funny part. I'm not even home. I'm across the country in Las Vegas with my boyfriend, and he's trying to kick me out. So basically, for my birthday, my boyfriend got me and him tickets to go down to Las Vegas, stay at his friend's house. And we were gonna be down here for New Year's Eve, having a fun little time in Las Vegas on New Year's Eve. We were gonna stay down here for 9 days. And I'm literally here right now, like I'm still here. Well, basically, we got here on New Year's Eve. We were out till like 2 in the morning. We didn't get back here till like 3 in the morning. So I was too tired to take off my makeup or brush my hair. So I just went to bed with my makeup on. I wake up the next morning, my hair a mess, my makeup all over my face. And I thought it was gonna be, haha, so fun to make a little TikTok while I look like a hot mess. So I make a TikTok while I look like crazy and I posted it.
And I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, just a little funny TikTok. Well, like 2 days later, I ended up on one of my family's For You pages, and they can't mind their own business, so they decided to send it to my dad. They sent him the TikTok where, like, my hair and makeup's all messed up, and they're like, do you even know what your daughter's doing down there? Look at this video. So this man watches the video, loses his mind. This man lost his mind. He calls me and screams at me for 10 to 15 minutes. I can't even get a word in. He's sitting there screaming at me, saying how I'm doing stuff I'm not supposed to be doing, yada yada. What? You are jumping to conclusions. It was a lighthearted TikTok. My hair and makeup was messed up because I was too tired to take it off. Seriously? But then he basically told me that things are gonna change when I get back home, basically meaning that I'm not allowed there anymore. So yeah, all of that because I made a TikTok where my hair and makeup was messed up. But I'm not gonna let that ruin the rest of my time in Vegas. And trust me, I tried to tell this man no, I was just too tired to take off my makeup. And then he was like, there's only one way you'd be too tired to do any of that. So yeah, I love my life. I can't even have fun on vacation without being yelled at. Across the country. I don't think I've ever been this mad in my life. Like, I'm literally flabbergasted. I'm about to start crying. I'm so mad. So I just went on vacation with my boyfriend to Las Vegas. And since I'm going across the country to Las Vegas, I can't take my car with me. My $20,000 car that I pay for. So I had to leave it at home in the garage. And before I left to go to Las Vegas, the one thing I told everybody in my family, the one thing I said was that nobody is allowed to drive my car. Nobody can touch my car, go inside my car, even look at my car. Do not go near my car. Don't drive it. It was the one thing I said. That was the only thing I said. And I also don't know why anybody would need to drive it. My dad has 2 cars, and my sister also has a brand new car. So why would you need to take mine, right? Well, I'm a week into my vacation. It's 2 days before I have to go back home. I'm living my life in Vegas, having so much fun, no stress, no anxiety, nothing. Until I scroll through Snapchat, and one of my friends posted a video of my sister driving my car. My sister was driving my car. So I'm sitting there, like, is this real? Like, is that my sister in my car that I paid for that I told her not to drive? And she didn't even text me asking if she could? Like, that's what really got me. You're gonna drive my car and not even tell me? Huh. So I call her and I'm like, what the F is going on? She told me that she's been driving my car for the past week. She's been driving my car for the past week and nobody told me. Nobody told me. So I'm like, great, that's like so cool. The one thing I told y'all not to do, you did. You outdid yourself. And then to make things better, a snowstorm hit where I live. Really bad snowstorm. My sister was out driving my car, just driving around, going to friends' houses, picking them up in my nice, very beautiful car during a blizzard. And my car literally slides off the road when there's like the littlest bit of snow. So I'm sitting here scared that she's gonna crash my car into a ditch. Didn't happen, thank God. But then this is where things, progress. Before I left for vacation, I took a picture of how many miles were on my car to make sure that nobody drove it. So I had my sister send me a picture of how many miles were on my car since she had been driving it for a week. Take a guess how many miles were on my car. 500 miles. They put 500 miles on my car. Y'all, that is halfway to Florida in a week. Turns out, even though my dad has 2 perfectly good cars, he took my car to Wisconsin. He drove my car to Wisconsin. And I just got back home, and my car's a mess. There's garbage everywhere in my car. I'm low on gas. My tire's about to pop. So I feel like they just respect me so much. I feel so respected. Like I'm just at a loss for words. Like I just...
Be careful on who you decide to meet up with on a dating app because you might just end up on a date with a narcissist. When I was in Denver, I ended up matching with a really hot 39-year-old who also happened to be a lawyer. I recently called off an engagement, so casually dating other people was kinda in the books for me. Before meeting him, I made sure I took all the usual precautions. We made it very, very clear what our boundaries were and said that there was no expectations. So like either of us could leave after a drink and it would be totally fine. Also, we made sure to FaceTime and he seemed super sweet, totally normal. However, the second we sat down, it seemed like he was on drugs. He would literally talk a million miles an hour about himself and wouldn't let me get a breath in. And the stuff he was bringing up was just odd. Like he even included that he broke off an engagement too. Hold on to that thought. 2 drinks in, this man leans over and says, I've been diagnosed with bipolar and schizophrenic disorder, but I didn't want to talk about it over text. Because I don't know a whole lot about those mental disorders, I felt a little uncomfy. I also didn't feel like that was a first date topic. Then he literally starts joking about murdering me and states that he would use my dead body for Face ID to text my friend that I'm safe so the timing is off for the investigation. Like for part 2. Part 2 of going on a date with a narcissist. So I start getting uncomfy and getting ready to leave. He offers to call a car and I say, oh no, it's fine, you got my drink, I'm just gonna go. And he gets confused and he's like, wait, what's going on here? Are we not going home together? I expressed that I was just tired and I wanted to get back to my hotel so that I could sleep and get on the road in the morning. He could not have been more offended by this and kept trying to make sexual comments to get me to come back to his place. Like, no, that's creeping me out more. So I get into my Uber and I make it home alone. And he texts me, tell Elise I said happy birthday tomorrow. That is my mom's name and it was her birthday tomorrow, but I didn't tell him any of this information over drinks. That's when I realized he had found my Facebook and then he called me. He proceeded to go off and lecture me because he couldn't comprehend why I wouldn't sleep with someone as great as he is. He expressed how much better he is than my ex-fiance, who I never brought up over dinner. This is when he let me know that he did his research on me before even meeting me. And I realized that a lot of the conversations that we had over drinks was him just verifying that I was the same person he found on Facebook. He still contacts me and I don't know what to do or say. Follow for more. Part 2, a prank call might lead you to a shitty relationship. I literally stormed out of the club crying my eyes out. Straight up thought my boyfriend had severe brain damage. He told me this was a condition that he was going to have to spend the rest of his life with, and I cried until the morning. Once it got to the next day though, I kind of noticed that he was talking normally, he wasn't in the hospital, so I got really sus about it. So I decided to go ahead and text his mom through my mom's phone, just to check in and see how he was doing from her perspective. And she was like, oh, he's fine, it was just a little scare. A little scare? Brain damage is a little scare? He was like, in fact, he's out biking right now. So I just stormed out to go dig some more information. I found out he messaged my best friend telling her not to tell any of his friends about his seizure. So I decided to confront him and called him fuming. And at first he denied everything. He was like, no, it's all true. So I told him I needed a break and that's when he was like, wait. I Googled some of the symptoms that I was having and that's what showed up. So you used Dr. Google. I just broke it off with him. If you guys have a story you'd like to share, follow me and DM me on Insta. This is why you should never hook up with a man. Just kidding, this is also karma on my end too. So I was starting my freshman year of college and I was going into it with a girlfriend of 3 years. I was no longer emotionally invested in the relationship, but I wanted to keep up appearances back home. However, I knew that when I went to college, I wanted to hook up with someone. And not just anyone, I wanted to hook up with a man. Because I had literally never done that before. So I went to freshman orientation and went to a meet and mingle and ended up meeting a guy named Logan. At least that's what we'll call him. He was so cute and so charming and we were able to bond over the nerdiest things, which is stuff that my girlfriend always made me feel extremely childish about. Logan made me feel validated and understood. This is when he told me he had a girlfriend too. Not long after, he ended up telling me he had a crush on me and wanted to talk about it in person. So I went up to his room and he sang to me, held me, and made me feel loved. Then I spent the night and, you know. The next day he took me out to lunch with his parents and then I decided to have a conversation with him about what we should do. We both agreed we should just keep acting like us and doing our thing. But I felt super bad and super uncomfy that he had a girlfriend. But one day my girlfriend found out and contacted his girlfriend. Storytime part 2 on why you should never sleep with a man. Again, just kidding, I am also to blame. Once my girlfriend found out I was cheating, she told Logan's girlfriend too. That night she blew up Logan's phone telling him everything she had been told, and he literally told his girlfriend that I did sleep with someone on campus, but it wasn't him. He said that I just told my girlfriend it was him just to spite her. I obviously should have seen this as a massive red flag, as if there weren't a million others. Of course his girlfriend wanted to hear my side, so I just went along with whatever Logan said. Even though I felt awful and I have no idea why I went along with something so low. And after that, we still kept sleeping together. And even though I had broken up with my girlfriend by now, he still acted like he was in a perfect relationship with his girlfriend. He also let me know that this was not his first time two-timing before. So his cycle was just continuing. He ended up breaking things off with me on their 1 year so he could spend time with her and completely ghosted me. Even after telling me that he still wanted to be close like we were before our affair. I know what I did was wrong, I'm not defending myself, but I still think it's shitty and they're still together. If you guys have a story that you'd like to share, follow me and DM me on Instagram. Make sure you always verify who randomly adds you on Snapchat or you might accidentally send a nude to your substitute teacher. We're gonna call this guy James because that's his real name. And I got a notification one day that James had added me on Snapchat. I guess he added me in the section where you can find suggested friends, but I immediately recognized his name. Even though I was a lot younger, he had went to my high school prior and I had even watched him in a play. I was studying drama at the time and it was just at a local theater. But it didn't take long after James added me for his Bitmoji to start popping up. So eventually I decided to answer his chats. And yes, this man was super attractive, but we really bonded over theater for a couple of days, and then he randomly asked me for nudes. I, not being okay with that, politely declined. And then I straight up got ghosted. And this cycle continued to happen about 3 or 4 times. He talked to me for a few days, bond, and then asked me for a nude or for me to come over to his house. I would decline and then get ghosted again. Weeks later, the cycle happened again, and this time I gave in. I sent him a half nude and he didn't screenshot it, so I thought we were in the clear. After that, he sent a video of himself and then I didn't hear from him for weeks. That was until I walked into my drama class. Part 2 to accidentally sending my substitute teacher a nude. Like I said, it was radio silence from James for weeks. And like how I previously talked about my passion for drama, I was very involved in drama at school. Our group was due to have a performance in the next few weeks. But sadly, our teacher had fallen and broken her leg, so she wasn't going to be able to teach us for a bit. So they had to call in an emergency substitute. My friends and I were rehearsing one day when we were told that our new teacher was on his way. We were told to keep practicing and that he'd come up and introduce introduce himself and help us with our performance. That's when he walked in, and if you can't guess yet, it was James. When he saw me, he went white as a ghost, and I felt sick. I mentioned to one of my friends what had happened, and she was like, "Girl, you have to say something." But I didn't really want that reputation, so I stayed quiet. He even mentioned to our class that he had a girlfriend and that her birthday was coming up soon. It felt so awkward, but eventually a new substitute took over, and I have no idea what happened to James. He tried to Snapchat me after this, but I ended up blocking him. I was also about 16 at the time, and he was about 22, and I don't know if he did this with other students. But James, we hope you see this. And if anyone has a story that they'd like to share, follow me and DM me on Instagram. My family, who is extremely homophobic, ended up kicking me out and replacing me with my best friend. My family is absolutely awful when it comes to topics about the LGBTQ+ community. Literally any mention of it and they get extremely upset. Which sounds like they're suppressing something to me, but I had a friend that we can call Katie, and my family absolutely adored her. Every Christmas they would buy her presents. She would spend family movie night with us, and they honestly treated her like she was the favorite daughter. So one day I made the decision to come out, and I decided to talk to Katie about it. She was literally so supportive and so respectful that I gained the confidence to talk to my family about it. Bad idea. Hell striked, and they immediately kicked me out of the house. So I found myself on a schedule of switching from couch to couch at different friends' houses. One particular night that was really hard for me, I decided to go visit them. I was missing them and also hopeful that they might accept me back in. And as I approached the house, my best friend was over there. She was playing games and doing family movie night with them, and so I decided to knock on the door. I burst into tears and went off on all of them. The absolute audacity. Later, my best friend texted me saying that she had a secret. Follow my Insta. Part 2 to my homophobic family kicking me out of the house and replacing me with my best friend. So I cannot believe the audacity of my family literally replacing me with Katie. Not only was she just over there for movie night, but they had actually moved her into my room, the room that I was raised in. I felt so much fury that I had to walk around the neighborhood for a while just to calm down. But eventually I just started to walk back to the house that I was staying at. Once I got in, Katie messaged me. She apologized for being such a bad friend, but then she said she had a secret. And she came out to me as bisexual and begged me not to tell my family. She felt like my family was her own and she didn't want to get kicked out. I was so frustrated that she was keeping the same secret that I had in my house, but she's getting to actually stay at my house. It has been a full year now and she is still with them to this day. But thankfully, I'm now living with my boyfriend and his family has accepted me as bisexual. I am honestly so much happier and better off. If you guys have a story that you'd like to share, follow me and DM me on Instagram. My roommate literally left me homeless while I was dying in the ICU. So I was studying over in Argentina to become a doctor. As part of the medical program, we had to see patients. This one girl that I was seeing had the chickenpox, which turned out to be an intra-hospital virus. So this chickenpox was way worse than the normal one, and I ended up contracting it. When I went to go get checked for it, they just gave me the normal treatment. Tylenol, rest, cream, but the illness got way worse. I started to get these awful headaches and eventually I couldn't eat and I couldn't breathe. With the last of my energy, I managed to call 911 and opened up the front door to my apartment and completely fainted, and that's how the doctors found me. I woke up in the ICU as a biological risk patient, and the hospital literally had to get a hold of my parents, who were in Ecuador at the time, and tell them that their daughter was about to die and maybe had 24 hours. So they immediately got on a plane and came over. Since I was in the ICU and they had no idea how long I'd be alive for, I asked my parents if they could pick up some of my things, but my roommate would not pick up. That was when we got a call from her dad saying that all my stuff needed to be out of the house or they were throwing it on the street. Follow my Instagram. Storytime part 2 to my roommate leaving me homeless after she found out I was dying in the hospital. So instead of her being woman enough to pick up the phone herself, she had her parents call my parents. They literally said I needed to be out or else they were going to throw my stuff on the curb. My parents were in another country taking care of their daughter who was dying, and now they couldn't even be with her because they had to go to the house, pick up all my stuff, and put it in their Airbnb. And my roommate's parents literally started to threaten jail if they didn't. They went and grabbed all of my stuff. I slowly started to get better, which I really owe to my parents being there. I honestly feel like just seeing my mom helped. And I was finally coming to and realizing that I was in fact homeless. So I called her up and had her explain it to me. And her reasoning to kicking me out was that she just couldn't concentrate because she didn't want a dead person's belongings being in her house. It was disturbing her. They also refused to give us our deposit back or any of the months that we had prepaid. I had to give away literally everything I owned and try recovering in an Airbnb, which just made me get sick again. So I got an emergency flight back home and I had to drop out of med school with all the trauma the situation caused. My health never fully recovered, but I learned how to manage it. So put a finger down if half of your biological family is now behind bars for plotting your murder. So when I was 14, I made the realization that I was pansexual. I at the time did not know my own family's feelings about sexuality. So I decided to come out to them, but nothing could have prepared me for the extreme homophobic reaction that was in store. I just want to put a massive trigger warning over the rest of this story. After coming out to them, I literally remember nothing. I woke up completely foggy and out of it in a hospital. I was then let know by the doctors that I had a major head concussion and possible amnesia. Obviously, I was entirely confused and had no idea what happened. So that's when I was let know that all 3 of my parents, I have a stepdad as well, were in custody. They were being charged with abuse and assault. And then 2 of my aunts were also taken in for tampering with a crime scene. And literally the only reason that I was even found was because the neighbors heard me scream and called the cops. And now I was a ward of the state and had foster parents. Once the trial started, that's when all the crazy details about the crime came to light. Follow me on Insta for part 2. Storytime part 2 to my biological family plotting my murder. So this is where the trial began. Thankfully, my neighbors not only heard me, but they also watched some of the events occur through the back door. They watched my family remove a glass gun cabinet, which apparently my head went through. They assumed that I was going to die, so my aunts came over and started to scrub the entire place with bleach. And when asked why exactly this incident happened, my stepfather with no hesitation stated, because that no good for anything piece of ish thinks she has a choice over who she sleeps with. My aunts were sentenced 15 to 20 years and had to pay up to 10 grand in fines. Both my stepfather and my biological father got life in prison, and my mom got 60 to life for her assistance in the whole thing. She also didn't notify the authorities and failed to appear for her first trial. After the trial was over, I ended up getting adopted by 2 amazing men who live in Russia, which is my home country. They later adopted my siblings, and I'm now 24 with an amazing career and family. And even though I've changed my entire name, my biological family still tries to reach out. If you have a story time you'd like to share, DM me. So I can't really tell if it's romantic or not that my boyfriend put me up as the prize to a race without me knowing. To give some backstory, we were dating on and off for about 1.5 years. And we'll just go ahead and call this man Brad. We met in health class and he was kind of an a-hole, but I honestly fell so hard for him. Well, around this time, he sold his old car and got a beautiful 2015 black Charger. And let me tell y'all, I would feel like such a baddie when he'd come pick me up. And when I moved an hour away, he would still come pick me up weekly and take me to nice hotels. Well, one day he was talking to me about how obsessed his friends are with me, which I thought was so strange, but he was like, yeah, I showed them your picture. They all think you are so fine. And I guess they all talked about how they wish they could have a chance with someone like me and blah, blah, blah. And that's when he decided to enter his fancy little car into a race. He asked me if I wanted to come see him perform, but we were in the dead of winter, so I was like, probably not. That's when he started begging me and told me that the prize was really important. So I decided to go. Follow my Insta. Storytime part 2 to my boyfriend putting me up as the prize for a race without me knowing. So when I showed up, I had a feeling that the prize was pretty important. So when I finally saw him, I was like, hey, so what exactly is the prize? And he gave me the weirdest look and he was like, babe, you know how all my friends think you're hot, right? I was like, I mean, sure. And he goes, well, I told them whoever wins gets to be your boyfriend. So I was like, WTF, Brad? Why would you do that? And he just looks at me and goes, don't worry, I'll win. And I was like, well, you better. So I literally stood out there in the cold watching a race that I could barely see. There was someone really tall in front of me. My heart almost dropped several times because I kept hearing Brad is gonna lose. And then I pushed the guy in front of me out of the way and saw Brad cross the finish line. One of his friends actually came up to us after the race and claimed that Brad cheated to win. He was probably just a sore loser, but we celebrated the rest of the night. If you guys have a story you'd like to share, follow me and DM me on Instagram. So in the summer of 2020, my baby daddy was working as a salesman. But obviously, there is a lot that can go wrong with this. So at the time, we were making bank and getting that bag. Literally, I kid you not, 5 grand every couple of days. So you can say we were doing pretty well for ourselves at that time. But one particular night that he had a sale, I had a really bad gut feeling. These people asked to meet him about a block away from our house, and this sales product was worth about $3,500. But he had already made about $1,700 this morning, so I was kind of concerned about this next sale. I was laying in my room about to tell him not to go when he just went ahead and left. And that's when I heard yelling from down the block. I was like, oh my God, and I looked out my window and there was 4 guys surrounding him with masks on. That's when I heard my baby daddy yell for me to bring the money. I immediately said okay and started to rush to grab everything. As I was running down the stairs with the money and approaching them, I noticed that one of the guys had a gun to the back of my baby daddy's head. Follow my Insta for part 2. Storytime part 2 about my baby daddy having a bad, sale. So as I start to go to them, they start to head up the stairs to me. And as we're approaching each other, I can see that one of the guys has a gun to the back of my baby daddy's head. Another guy has a knife to his throat, and the other one just looks like he was the muscle of the group. They were literally walking to come to our house. I made sure it was entirely pitch black within my place so that they couldn't see anything that was there. And I just brought them the money. I was like, take it, here it is. And he just stared at it. And then I said a little bit louder, take it, and he was just looking at it. And then I screamed, take it, it's here. And that's whenever he took the money and started to push my baby daddy up the stairs. I was pushed to the side as they looked around to see if they could take anything else. But they obviously couldn't see anything and just left. Neither of us slept for several days, thinking that they would probably come back. But thankfully, they never did. My baby daddy is still a salesman to this day. We're just more cautious and I'm working on getting my education so I can get a steady job. If you have a story, DM me on Insta. You guys are not even gonna believe it when I say that when I was 15, I almost became a stepmom. Yes, we did skip a few chapters, so let's start from the beginning of the book. Back in the day, in middle school, there was this new bad boy in town. And for the purpose of the story, his name will be Dean. So Dean was a little bit older, but he would date some of the middle school girls. A little sus, I know, but even beyond this man had a bad reputation. And I did my best to stay away from guys like him. That was until the second quarter of my sophomore year in high school happened. And while my mom and I were walking around Walmart looking for a pair of jeans, we ran into Dean's mom. Well, our mom started talking and bonded really well. And that's when his mom suggested that we would be a really cute couple. She talked about how much he's changed, so I went ahead and added him on Snap. And the insane thing is that we actually started having really good conversation. Like deep existential ones. But one night I was bored and started to creep on his Instagram account. And I came across a gender reveal photo. This man had a whole son on the way. And I accidentally liked the photo, and that's when I got a text from Dean saying, "Go ahead, ask me." So part 2 to me almost becoming a stepmom at the age of 15. So when he asked me about liking the gender reveal photo, I just decided to go ahead and play it dumb and be like, "What?" And then he tried to act like that text was meant for someone else. And then I go, "Are you sure you didn't want to ask me about your kid?" He was literally so embarrassed and thought that I would think of him differently. But he told me that him and that girl broke up, so I honestly didn't care. I was just like, so I could potentially be his stepmom. And he was like, yeah, I would actually love that. So we continue to snap and talk as normal and start to date. I caught feelings for Dean so hard. But one night when we were snapping, I got really excited and opened it up. And it was some girl. It said, "Who the F are you and why are you snapping my man?" I was like, "Me and Dean have been talking." And she was like, "I'm his baby mama and girlfriend." So I literally told her everything that this man had said to me and that he was in love with me. But then I blocked him on everything because I didn't want to break up their family. Ladies, if a baby mama is involved, always do that little extra bit of stalking to make sure they're really not together. Follow my Insta. The weirdest thing that ever happened to my family is my sister finding out she was dating our long-lost brother. You're probably asking, how did this happen? So when my sister was about 1, my mom was pregnant with another baby. She ended up birthing my brother, but me being 1 year old really didn't understand. Like, you really can't comprehend that you have a brother at that age. And fairly soon after this, my parents ended up getting a divorce. So my dad was originally from Germany and he decided to move back. Well, because you can't really do weekend visitations in Germany, my parents made the executive decision to split up the kids. My mom kept us and my dad got my brother. And we honestly didn't care. We didn't really know what was going on at that age. And after that, we didn't have any more contact. So fast forward 20 years later, my mom and my sister aren't really talking because of a whole separate situation. And she was going to our town's community college and met a boy. We can call him John. Well, John asked her out on a date and they ended up dating for 5 more years. Over the years, she learned stuff like his dad was from Germany, his dad passed away, and he didn't really have any contact with his mom.
This story time is why I stopped being friends with a girl because her dad was a pervert. And we're calling her Kim. So me and Kim became friends at school. Over time, we realized we lived close together. So she started coming over to my house and I started going over to hers. She had 5 brothers and she was the only girl. Whenever I'd come over to her house, I'd say hello to everyone, but her dad was always excited to see me. He'd immediately run and give me a hug. Over the past couple months, he'd give me a hug and a kiss on the cheek. He said that I was his new little girl. I felt uncomfortable with it, but I went and told my friend Kim, and she said, he's just glad you're here, and you're like family now. I was like, okay, I guess, and I would just ignore it. Thanksgiving come up, and I went over to her house for a plate. Her dad opened up the door and gave me a hug and a kiss as usual. I walked in the house, and he said, you need to eat to keep that booty plump. I laughed in nervousness, and he slapped and squeezed my butt. There's more that happened after this. Let me know if you guys want a part 2. This is part 2 of why I stopped being friends with the girl because her dad was a pervert. So remember how I told y'all I came over for Thanksgiving? Her dad slapped and squeezed my butt. I was weirded out, but I laughed to hide how nervous and anxious I was. After I get a plate of food and I sit down with Kim, I told her dad slapped my butt. And she was like, yeah, okay, as if she didn't believe me. So again, I ignored the situation. As the day goes on, everyone is playing board games, laughing, and eating desserts. I had cheesecake and I'm lactose intolerant, and you know how that went. I left the family for a few minutes and I go to the bathroom. When I was all finished, I opened up the door and there was Kim's dad just sitting there smiling at me. I was like, oops, my bad. You were probably waiting for a while. Here you go. And I tried to move out of the way. But then he says, I don't need to go to the bathroom. He pushes me back in by the hips and locks the door. It gets really bad after this. Y'all let me know if I should make a part 3. This is part 3 of why I stopped being friends with the girl because her dad was a pervert. So after her dad pushes me back into the bathroom and locks the door, he's sitting there smiling at me and I asked him very nervously if I did something wrong. He was like, yes, you haven't been spending time with daddy. And he likes to jiggle my breasts in a weird way. At this point, I was backing up because he starts acting weird. Then he starts unzipping his pants and gets closer to me. and guys, their bathroom wasn't that big. I immediately took the Windex that was on top of their toilet and sprayed it into his eyes and quickly ran out of the bathroom. After this, her dad starts yelling. While I'm coming downstairs, everyone asks what's going on. I told the whole family what Kim dad has done, and one of their little brothers yells at me, calling me a whore. I then went to Kim saying, you gotta believe me, that's what happened. She's like, my dad would never do anything like that. Her mom walks up to me and tells me that I should leave. I start crying, and then her mom yells at me and tells me to go home. So I left and went home crying. After that, I never went back over to her house. This story time is how I found out my boyfriend lied about his age. At the time, I was 15, and I found out he was 32. By the way, we're calling him Jake. So I met Jake at a college party, and I was able to go because my sister had just entered college, and I begged her to take me. So I had fun. I ended up meeting Jake, and from there, we started talking. He told me he was still in college, and of course, I told him I was still in high school.
My husband and I hired a nanny back in August to take care of our kids while we're working. The kids are on a weird schedule at school where they don't attend every day or all day, so we hired a full-time nanny named Marie. We liked Marie despite some issues with her following guidelines we discussed when we hired her. She let the kids have way too much screen time. She spent more time on her phone than with the kids. She would make messes and let the kids make messes, and she wouldn't clean up after them. She had friends over without letting us know, and she let the kids pig out on junk food instead of feeding them real food. All of this had been discussed when we hired her, and we saw it all when we reviewed our security cam footage, so we sat her down about 3 different times and gave her official warnings each time. She'd improve for a while each time but go back to the way she'd been before. 3 days ago, Marie called out and said she was really sick. I told her to get better and then I'd call out from work to be with the kids. I'm in the middle of a big project at work and people not coming in hurt everyone, but I'm a mom first and I don't expect Marie to take care of the kids if she feels sick, so I called out. The next day, it was really hot out and the local water park is running an off-season special with cheap tickets, so I took the kids out, and after a while we ran into Marie and her group of friends. I really couldn't say anything except that I hoped she was feeling better. Marie started to apologize and told me that her best friend had gotten tickets at the park and she wanted to go, but she didn't think I would have given her the day off. I told her that I would have if only she told me the truth. I explained to her that she lied to me and made me call out at a time that was really inconvenient. If she told me the truth, I would have understood and have been more than happy to give her the day off and call out myself. It's the fact that she lied to me is what upset me. I added the lie to her other warnings and decided she wasn't worth keeping employed. My husband and I pay well above market rate and provide everything. All she needed to do was take care of the kids and follow a few rules we set. I took her aside and really quietly and as kindly as possible explained this to her and told her that I'd pay for the whole week, but she was fired. Marie started crying and her friends figured out what was happening. They called me a bitch, a Karen, a monster. My kids got upset, so I took them and left. Marie has been blowing up my phone with apologies and begging for another chance. Some of my friends said that I should have given her another chance, but that firing her was an overreaction. Am I the asshole for firing my nanny for faking sick to get out of work? Storytime about when I switched my wife's cat with a more well-behaved lookalike. 6 years ago, I swapped my then-girlfriend, now wife's cat with a more well-behaved lookalike. She had an all-black cat that was extremely aggressive. It scratched everyone, hissed at everyone, and didn't use the litter box half the time. My wife insisted that she could get it to behave better. One week, she went out of town to visit her family and I was supposed to go to her apartment and feed it. The first night I went over, it scratched the shit out of my arm. I joked to the cat that it's not special and I'll replace it if it scratches again. However, that joke stuck with me until I thought about it enough and it wasn't a joke anymore. The next morning, I went to a local animal shelter. I found an identical cat who was already litter box trained and acclimated to people, but was a little skittish. Its old owner died of a heart attack and the animal shelter people think that that's why it was a little skittish. Overall though, it was a lot friendlier and better behaved, and the skittishness would help resemble the original cat. So I adopted it, took it to my wife's apartment, settled it in, and then drove the original cat to an animal shelter a town over. I was paranoid that my wife would find out if I took it to a local one. I also double checked that the shelter I dropped it off at was a no-kill shelter. It's now been 6 years since then. We got married 4 years ago. We still have the swapped cat. It answers to the original cat's name. My wife knows nothing. She loves this cat and brags about how much better behaved it is. Every time I see it, I feel like a total piece of shit. My husband and I, both in our early 30s, have been together for over a decade and made the decision not to have kids. I like kids, I have nieces and nephews, but we just don't want them for our own reasons. He had a vasectomy, which only a few people know about. Our families are aware we don't want kids, as they've asked us before during different major life events. Our wedding, for instance. We recently bought a 3-bedroom home with a nice yard and a nice area. Excited to show our new home to family and friends, major upgrade from our previous home, we hosted a housewarming. During the party, one of my sibling-in-laws, Alex, made a few indirect comments about all the space and how kids would love it in our house. Eventually, they asked point blank when we were having kids. I made a lighthearted joke about it, which is my go-to for this question. Oh, well, I like sushi too much to have to give it up for pregnancy. Plus, not drinking for pregnancy and breastfeeding? No thanks. I try to make it very lighthearted and laugh it off. Most people just laughed along. That seemed to anger Alex, and I was told, children are a joy and a good mother puts her kids before everything else. I agreed. Children are a joy. I like spending time with my nieces and nephews, and obviously I can't be a good mom if I chose sushi over kids, so I just won't be a mom. I was still trying to brush it off in a gentle way because I'm not trying to start a fight by telling them to stop asking in front of everyone because I know my tone will be seen as rude and abrasive. We move on, but Alex is still annoyed and making little comments in their group about how flippant I am about it and how when it finally happens, then I'll understand. My husband heard this and said jokingly, well, if she gets pregnant, that'll be a problem for the divorce lawyers. That seemed to piss them off more, but they stopped. With the holidays coming up, we haven't been invited to Alex's usual Halloween bonfire. When my husband spoke to his parents, they told him that Alex was annoyed that we were so careless and callous about our child-free status. They had realized that we had taken permanent steps to ensure we never had kids. Alex said we know that they had to do IF treatments just to have kids and that we're assholes to just not care. I feel bad because they did do IF and lots of fertility treatments to have their kids, and even then they still had a few miscarriages. I can't imagine wanting kids and struggling to have them and then deal with miscarriages. But at the same time, I'm so tired of justifying and living my life how I want to. I guess I hurt their feelings by saying that I prefer sushi to children. Am I the asshole for saying that? I'm 20 and recently found out that I'm pregnant, which came as a surprise because I'm on birth control. I made an appointment with an OB that's close to me with high ratings to confirm the pregnancy. When I walked in, I was immediately concerned because the woman behind the desk is a friend of my mom's. They're not super close and I hadn't seen her in years, but they've known each other since high school and I know that they sort of keep in touch. I didn't feel ready to tell anyone other than my boyfriend and obviously the doctor about the baby. I was freaking out a little, but my boyfriend assured me that she wouldn't be able to say anything to my mom about the baby without my consent. When I got home, my mom was already waiting for me because she already knew about the baby. Apparently her friend had texted to congratulate her before I could even make it home. Everything's gonna be okay, my mom is being super supportive, but honestly, I'm pissed at this lady and I want to report her to the OB. My family is supportive of the baby, but if she had opened her big mouth to someone with a different kind of family, the outcome could have been really bad. My boyfriend agrees with me, but thinks it's kind of Karen-ish. On the other hand, my mom thinks her friend crossed a few lines, but to report her and potentially put her employment at risk would be petty and an asshole move. I think my mom's friend is an asshole and potentially a dangerous one at that. Would I be the asshole for reporting her big mouth to her employer? Part 2, my best friend wants me to work with my rapist on her wedding. I finally replied to Tina with, I've had time to think about it and I just can't be your maid of honor anymore. It's so hurtful that you're telling me to pack up my trauma for who knows how long until your wedding day. I just can't do it. I don't think I'll come at all knowing that he's going to be there. I'm sorry. An hour later, I get a call from Josh. He asked me what's going on with me and Tina and that she was extremely upset. A part of me snapped and I said, I don't know, what's going on with you making someone who raped me your best man? He was confused and I repeated myself. He was silent for a few seconds and then asked if he could come over. I was a little wary of the idea, but I said sure. He comes to my apartment 40 minutes later without Tina. Tina had told Josh that the reason I wasn't coming to the wedding was that I didn't want to work with Rod. Because I had a crush on him and that she was forcing the relationship too much. So basically, she said that we had a petty girl fight. My jaw hit the floor and I was fuming. She had obviously never told Josh what Rod did to me. I shared that Rod had raped me back in high school and that Tina knew about it. I asked if he knew too. He said he didn't, but at one point Rod did mention a few crazy bitches falsely accused him of rape senior year. This obviously didn't include me since I only told Tina and a few family members. Josh believed him at the time, but I guess after hearing me say it, it's starting to dawn on him that his friend was a liar. I could see on Josh's face and body language that the realization really weighed down on him and I felt bad. He thanked me for telling him and left. I was expecting an angry text to come from Tina and sure enough, I got it at like midnight. She went off saying that I'm gonna end up destroying their marriage, how I could do that to her, etc, etc. I just pressed the block button and went to bed. I'm gonna try to connect with other friends and try to move on from this. If I'm feeling brave enough, I might try to find these crazy bitches and see if we can make a case against Rod. This morning, my daughter's alarm was going off for 30 minutes, so I wanted to check on her and she was very pale. There was a large blood stain on her bedsheet, and when I pulled that down, almost her whole shirt was drenched in blood. I had my husband call an ambulance and asked her what happened. She told me that the day before, a girl who'd been bullying her threatened her with a knife in the bathroom, and when my daughter tried to defend herself, the bully accidentally stabbed her in the stomach. I was shocked because I thought she had been exaggerating about the extent to which this girl was bullying her. When she was younger, she almost got a teacher in trouble for accusing her of touching her inappropriately, and since then I've taken everything that she says with a grain of salt. The ambulance arrived and took her to the hospital, and when they found out that she'd been stabbed, they contacted the police. My husband and I were questioned for not noticing it or reporting it, and we told him the truth. We had no idea it even happened. We later asked her about how she hid it, and she got super snarky, saying, "It's easy when you have parents who don't care." I later got the real explanation, saying that since it was towards the end of the school day, she put on a sweater over it, drove home, threw the shirt that she was stabbed in the dumpster, and when we had gotten home, she was apparently wearing 2 shirts and a hoodie so there wouldn't be any bleeding. She expected the bleeding to stop by then, but it didn't. We asked her why she hid it and she said, "I didn't want anyone to see me." I know what she meant. When she was about 10, she suddenly got very weird about removing clothing, calling everything covered by shorts and a t-shirt private. She'd never go to the pool or beach with us, and she would have meltdowns at the doctor's office and wouldn't even let me or my husband hug her for a while. I, frankly, was hurt that she would rather hide herself and lie to us than to get help after being stabbed, but I didn't express this. I don't know what to do. I have to be there when the police question her tomorrow, and I'm worried about what she'll say. I've sat in on a therapy session with her, and it seems like she lied to the therapist about us. What will she say to the police? I don't know how to deal with any of this and need some advice. I have a soon-to-be 17-year-old cat that has been with me basically my whole life. She was there for me when nobody else was. When my grandmother died, my dog died, my parents divorced, and when I was raped and got pregnant with triplets. She has been my best friend through all of it. So yesterday I got home to see a child outside of my house, and then I see him pulling on my cat's tail. It wasn't just small pulls either. My cat was screaming at the top of her lungs. I immediately ran over and took the kid by his collar, slapped him, and then told him that if he ever comes back, I'll beat him half to death. I know that threat was a bit massive, but my cat means way more to me than some stupid kid who can't treat animals properly. Today, his mother came over threatening to call the cops. Apparently it was child abuse. But something that troubles me is that I'm 18 and I have triplets. I'm a single parent and my children behave way better than that spoiled brat. He's even 1 year older than my children and has no siblings, so he should have been raised better. Basically, his mother made the excuse saying that he's just a child, which is bullshit. Many children can behave properly towards animals, but her child is just the devil, to be honest. I honestly don't think I overreacted because her son is scared to go anywhere close to my house now, and that means my cat is safe from that awful child. However, some of my friends keep saying that it's just a cat and I shouldn't have reacted so harshly. Am I the asshole for slapping and threatening a 6-year-old for pulling my cat's tail? I'm 32 and have been with my fiance for 5 years. We were supposed to get married last August, but made the tough decision to postpone our big day until August 2022 because a lot of our older family members had expressed concerns with flying and being around a crowd of people. I met him at work. We were both hairstylists at a higher end salon. It's not really a creative environment. Occasionally you'll get someone who wants rainbow hair, but other than that, it's very generic colors and cuts. Like 9 months ago, he told me he was feeling really depressed and stagnant at work and wanted to quit and work in a more creative environment. I supported him and he started working at a new salon within a month. Literally everyone who works there is in their early to mid 20s besides him. He was instantly so much happier, and within a few weeks he expressed a desire to start trying for a family and wanted me to come off the pill. I told him I thought it would be better to wait a little while, preferably after the wedding, because he wasn't bringing in the same money he used to. Some of his clients followed him, but the majority didn't, so his book/money was cut in half. His birthday is in May and he brought up trying again and how he's in a good place at work and the timing's right. I agreed to come off birth control and not really trying to prevent it or thinking it would take months to get pregnant. I got pregnant in June, 20 weeks and 4 days, and we're both excited for the next chapter of our lives together. In July, he changes his hours and starts working more. He tells me it's because he wants to be able to have money set aside for the baby because I won't be working for 6 to 8 weeks after birth. I thought it was sweet that he was trying to provide for the baby. 2 weeks ago, he sits me down crying and telling me that he effed up. I'm thinking that he got fired, but it turns out he cheated on me with his 20-year-old apprentice that's under him. I was in complete shock. He told me that it's been going on since he found out I was pregnant because all of a sudden things got real and he couldn't handle it. I told him I couldn't deal with all of this now and that he needed to get out and stay with friends or family. He's been calling and texting me nonstop.
Slime everyone, this is Storytime. Whoever writes a comment that does not get a single like will get into the next video. The number of likes is not limited. Only those who subscribe to the channel and like this video get into it.
And apologizing, wanting to work on things, but he won't quit. I don't trust him and I don't think I can unless he leaves his job and isn't around her all the time. I've talked to my therapist about this and I really don't know what the right answer is here. I'm not pissed, I'm hurt. He's going to be in my life forever in one way or another. I told him that I'm 99% sure this is something that I can't get over. Him not being involved is not an option. I would never be that cruel. He'll be a great father and he's so good with kids. However, I don't know what to do and any advice would be great. My mother-in-law and I have never gotten along. She hates my guts and can be oversensitive oftentimes. I tried not to give her the wrong impression about me, but we just don't like each other. I'm a new mom and on Sunday I was feeling sick. I couldn't eat what she cooked for dinner and she seemed to take it personally. She sent me a private message of what seemed to be her final straw with my behavior and it stated the following. "Oh yes, I know and feel your passive-aggressive vibe. You keep pretending to be sick so you won't have to eat what I cook. What? You think my cooking is disgusting? You think I'm unhygienic? When was the last time you actually looked at yourself in the mirror? Apologies, I forgot you're a new mom and can't be bothered to even get your hair brushed. You finally trapped our son and now want to use the baby as a pawn. I don't like the fact that you're my grandchild's mother. I don't think I'll ever come to terms with it because you bore him. However, I'll pretend. Pretend that I don't know that my son's been having chats with his ex every chance he gets. Go ahead and be mean to his mommy, me, and you'll see how far that gets you. Oh, and when I watch your shit beast dog, it stays chained to a garage day and night until half an hour before you arrive. It stinks at my house. You know, the same with your hair and clothes." My mind was blown and my gut reaction was to immediately go to my husband and show him what his mom had sent me. He didn't take it well. He tried calling her, but she didn't respond. It was 11 p.m. and he decided to drive to his parents' house and pick a fight with her about the text. According to my sister-in-law number 1, who witnessed it, he yelled at his mother, berated her, and called her names, then disowned her, which shocked everyone in the house. My mother-in-law is diabetic and she fainted on the spot, but my husband didn't stop and he just walked out of there while his family were yelling at him. After that, I got several calls and texts from them claiming I just caused irreparable damage to my husband's relationship with his mother, jeopardized her health because she was taken to the hospital, and worst of all, making my husband disown her over what? A dinner I could have easily taken a few bites of? They accused me of causing this shit show and turning my husband on his own mother and disowning her like that. My sister-in-law number 3 berated me for sharing the text with my husband, saying I should have confronted my mother-in-law alone instead of escalating the situation. She said I'm responsible for whatever happens next and I have to fix the problem that I created. I feel awful overall and so guilty since she's in the hospital. My husband is currently avoiding me. Am I the asshole for showing my husband the text that his mom sent me and causing her to be disowned? I met my husband 4 years ago and it was love at first sight. He was a widow and he had a daughter, now 17. It was tough to deal with, I won't lie, but I wanted to be with him so badly that it didn't matter. We got married 2 years ago and we've had our struggles, I won't deny, but overall it has been a very happy, love-filled marriage. At the beginning of our relationship, I was really jealous of his late wife. He had pictures of her around his home, his family loved her and talked about her, his daughter the same, his friends the same. It was tough and I was comparing myself to her. She was beautiful, successful, and intelligent. She was a great mother, friend, wife, whatever you can think of. I know that people don't like to speak ill of the dead, but I believe them when they say these things. I spoke to my then boyfriend about these feelings and he even took down some of the pictures later in our relationship. Still, his house has never felt like my home as it felt like it was still hers. When we got engaged, we decided we would buy our home and we moved in right before we got married. During the moving process, I found box after box of old photos and other materials. Photos of his ex, family photos, photos of them together, baby photos, everything. Some of these were Polaroids, they were so old. They had been together for many, many years and had so much history together. I don't know why at that moment I snapped, but I did. There was a box of her things and I donated some of the items and threw the rest away. I even went onto the computer and deleted photos he had stored on there. At the time, I felt like I won maybe. I don't even know what I was thinking this would accomplish, but I did it. For the past 2 years, my husband hasn't noticed. My stepdaughter turns 18 soon. She's a very intelligent girl. She graduated early, goes to a top-tier school, and is very well adjusted for someone who lost their mother so young. We have never been that close. I care for her, I do, but she never opened up to me and has never viewed me as a mom to her. I understand, but it hurts. Anyway, my husband's mom wanted photos of her as she was putting something together for her. He went to look for them, and as you can imagine, they weren't there. He asked me about them, and I admitted everything to him, as I wasn't gonna lie to him. He's very angry at me and can barely look at me. I've asked him to go to marriage counseling, but he refuses. I'm 13 weeks pregnant, and I'm trying to manage the stress. He's devastated, not just for his daughter, but for himself. I know he loved his late wife very much, and if she was still here, he'd probably still be with her. He's been in tears half the time when he's speaking to me, and he won't sleep in the same room as me. I've tried to explain that I felt guilty ever since and why I did it, but he doesn't care. He asked me what he's supposed to tell his daughter. Some of the materials that I donated and threw away were really important. I know that I screwed up. I know that I need to make this up to my husband and his daughter, but I don't know how to. This was such a monumental screw up on my part. I've always been jealous of her and did not handle my emotions correctly. I tried to track down photos of her by other people, and while I did find some from his parents and her friends, her parents died when she was young and she was raised by her grandparents who are now dead. There aren't many out there. I love my husband and I want to fix this more than anything. I know that I'm hormonal right now and my mind is wandering around to every outcome that could happen. But what if it's the end of my marriage? I can't let that happen and I need to fix this. What should I do? I live in California and recently returned to working in person. My job hours have recently been erratic because of this. Yesterday, I got out of work around 8 p.m. and was too tired to make myself dinner. I figured I'd stop at a restaurant for dinner, which would also help a local business that's had a tough year. I got to the restaurant a bit after 8:30, but I had looked it up beforehand and knew it was open till 9, which I thought wouldn't be a problem. However, as soon as I sat down, the waitress was clearly rushing me and actually told me not to order a burger because they've already shut down the grill. I informed her that the restaurant's posted hours were until 9 p.m. and it wasn't my fault that they were shutting down before that. She gave me a bunch of attitude but then shrieked, "Fine," before storming off. The burger took a long time to make, probably because they shut the grill down too early and I didn't get it until after 9. While I was eating, the waitress was constantly hovering me, which I didn't appreciate after a long day's work. By the time I was finished and paid, it was around 9:25. I thought the waitress was rude and inconsiderate, so I didn't tip her. I pay for good service, not to be berated. After all of this, the waitress confronted me while I was walking to my car and kept calling me an a-hole. I feel like this further justified me not leaving a tip, but some folks at my work today actually took her side. Shouldn't a restaurant's posted hours mean they welcome customers before then? Shouldn't going on a tirade against a customer mean you don't get a tip? Am I the asshole for not leaving a tip after getting horrible service? Storytime about this guy who was harassing his ex-girlfriend at the bar I worked at. I work in a sports bar and grill in a reasonably small town. We're a popular hangout for local college kids as one of the only spots with a full bar and some decent grub. I love this because contrary to popular belief, young people are usually better tippers and just all around more pleasant to their servers than the older crowd. One drawback though is they're certainly more dramatic than the older crowd. With these college kids, it's often either the best thing to spot your friends out and they get loud and excitable, or there's some rift between the groups and they get loud and excitable. For example, we had a college-age couple that came in a bunch almost every weekend. Then they split up. I see the guy from time to time getting loaded with his buddies, but the girl stopped coming in altogether. I figure she only came because he was bringing her here. On Friday, we were having ladies' night and she comes in with a small group of girls. There were maybe 5 altogether. They sat down at a booth and ordered some cheap drinks and kept to themselves. Fast forward like half an hour, this guy and his buddies come in. Without realizing, they take seats at the bar directly adjacent to this girl in her booth. I didn't recognize them as the couple at first, but the guy spotted her and let's just say it became immediately clear who left who. Despite what he said. He started in with all these passive-aggressive and loud comments to his pals about how glad he was he dropped that fat bitch who was weighing him down, looking desperately over his shoulder hoping that she'd overhear him. She didn't, or if she did, she ignored him. He kept going with the insults for another moment or two before he got into some derogatory stuff about her breast specifically, and the bartender told him he had to keep it down because he was bothering people. The night went on and all parties involved got more drunk, his a lot more than hers. But she and her friends ignored him. Eventually, they got up to go dance and he quickly follows. I was lingering around, bringing drinks to people and keeping tabs to be sure nothing escalated. This poor girl, he was really tearing into her. The especially psycho thing is he alternated between insulting her and begging her to take him back. "You fat ugly bitch, I never wanted to be with you in the first place. I was with all my exes while we were together. And you'll never do better than me, so you should take this chance while you have it. We can start over. I forgive you." From this pathetic guy in the same string of conversation. She kept blowing him off and her friends who were taking notice kept breaking it up and relocating themselves. I was seconds away from having our bouncer spring him, but he seemed to cool off. However, that only lasted until she came to the bar where he followed her, but something amazing happened next. I drove 2 hours to surprise my boyfriend and found out that he left for the week. It's me and my boyfriend's first year away at school. We're both from the same town but went to different schools and they're 2 hours apart, so we've both made the drive many times and it's worked out great. My class was canceled tomorrow, so I decided it would be fun to go to Victoria's Secret, get some candles, massage lotion, and then go surprise him tonight. I got to his dorm and saw that his car was still in the parking lot, so I figured I had some time to get it cleared with his roommate and surprise my boyfriend. I texted his roommate and asked if I could let myself in and he said of course, but my boyfriend had gone out of town for the rest of the week. I was confused. His parents have a house in Imperial Beach, but he always wants me to go with him. I called him and he said that yes, he was going, but he was still in town getting some stuff together. I asked him if I could come with him and he said no, it was just a boys' trip. I told him that I was actually in his dorm parking lot and wanted to surprise him. He gave me this very condescending, "Oh, that's nice." I asked if he could at least please come by and see me or we could meet up since I went through a lot of work to put this together. He just dismissively said, "No, I can't. We're already on our way." He then said that maybe he could come next weekend to see me, but I should just drive back and then basically hung up. I looked at Find My Friends and it turns out he was literally passing by his dorm as we were talking on the phone. He could have easily stopped by and said hello and this really hurt. Maybe it was stupid, but I called his friends and they all said the same thing. The thing that's so sus is that none of them are going and it's some random friend he's going with that none of them have ever met, but I shouldn't be suspicious. It's like all of them were coached into saying the right thing in short notice because they all said the same thing. I mean, I guess I could look at it like they all said the same thing because it's the truth, right? However, every one of my alarm bells is going off. This is so unlike him. Even if he were going there, he would have told me first. This is the first time he's ever gone without telling me or without inviting me. Maybe I'm a young, dumb, paranoid girlfriend, but my instincts are telling me something is up. What should I do here? I'm a teenage girl and was born when my mom was 18. I see my dad like 3 days a year at Christmas. My dad doesn't want me as much as he wants his other kids, but I try not to take it personally. My stepdad, who's been in my life since I was 5, is really nice to me, but I don't think he would care if I didn't exist. He makes my mom and little brother, my mom's and stepdad's bio kid, so happy and does a lot for me, and for that, he means the world to me. My mom's pregnant again, and this time I get a little sister. I'm just a little nervous, but my stepdad hasn't said anything about having his first daughter, so I really do appreciate him being sensitive to me, even though I know that he doesn't consider me to be his daughter. My mom's excited for another daughter too, and has been shopping for clothes and been putting together a nursery with me because I'm really good at art and I'm painting a mural for my sister. She keeps saying things to me like, I'm so grateful to be able to give all of this to the baby that I wasn't able to give to you, and that she's blessed that she doesn't have to do it alone, and that she's really excited to see my stepdad be a dad again. I know I'm being selfish, so please don't think low of me because of course I want my mom to be happy, but when she says things like this, I feel like I'm worthless and that I'm a burden. I also feel bad for feeling bad because I want my mom to have a good life, and she at least stuck around because she could have left me like my dad did. Painting is really therapeutic for me, so I've been hiding away painting the nursery. At dinner today, my mom asked me why I've been so quiet and I told her about my feelings. She got sad and my stepdad had to comfort her. I said I love her and was so grateful that she's my mom and for all that she's done for me, but she was still upset. I feel like the a-hole because I knew that she would get sad when I told her my feelings, but I told her anyways. Am I the asshole for telling my mom and stepdad the real reason I was upset? I'm 22 and my sister Anna, 21, is special needs. She has severe autism and while—
Hi everyone, this is Storytime. Whoever writes the funniest made up word in the comments will get into the next video. Only those who are subscribed to the channel get and
she is verbal. Most of her communication is physical, like sign language due to her social discomfort. She does speak around family though, and has pretty bad cognitive skills. She can't comprehend boundaries and lives with our parents so they can best watch her. I'm getting married in 3 months. We planned a simple wedding and reception at my fiance Michael's parents' barn and farm. Since it's all going to be DIY and we aren't planning on anything too expensive, we can do things pretty quickly since flowers, food, and decor will be provided by his family. I sent out invites last week and I asked Anna not to come. I told my parents I understood that would mean they might not show up, but it was just a heads up. Why no Anna? Because she has an issue touching Michael and trying to kiss him. At times when we were at my parents' house, Anna would try to grab Michael's hands, try to lean in to kiss him, or would have really bad shutdowns if she wasn't allowed to be directly next to him. We've tried speaking to her, but there's only so much we can do when she really doesn't understand. I told my parents I just want one day for Michael to be my partner and not Anna's comfort person. They called me selfish and asked how I expected them to agree to something like this. They told me Anna is disabled and may never experience a wedding of her own while I have Michael for probably the rest of our lives. She'll have no one and that Michael and I can be a little bit more understanding to the reality of her life. Later on, my parents called me letting me know that they won't be coming and it's best that I don't bring Michael around anymore since I've chosen some man over my sister. They told me that Anna wanting to kiss Michael and hug him is normal for a woman her age and she doesn't understand what her feelings mean. I suggested they try to redirect her during the wedding, but they said that Michael is going to be family to her and he needs to get over it. I suggested they watch the wedding via web and they said that it's not fair and they deserve to see things in person. I asked if I could pay for someone with proper credentials to watch her that day while they attend, and they asked me what I would do when they died and if I'd pawn her off every time. I dropped the unfortunate truth bomb that I don't want to put any more of my life aside for Anna. I did it up until I turned 18 and Anna is not my life's responsibility and I won't be her keeper. I assured them that I pay for her care, but if she's okay doing this to Michael, then I worry if I ever choose to have children and what she'd do to them. They said I was sick for suggesting she'd do anything to my future children and hung up on me. They sent me a lengthy text telling me not to contact them until I could do the right thing. Am I the asshole for not wanting my disabled sister at my wedding? I have a severe dog allergy. I can have varying degrees of severity when it comes to my reactions when I'm exposed to dogs. In short, being in a closed environment with a dog is out of the question. Earlier today, I was boarding my flight with some friends since we're all going on vacation together. As I'm boarding, I find that one of the passengers is boarding with a golden retriever with a guide dog vest on it. I want to make it clear that I'm not questioning whether this was a guide dog or not. This was also a fairly small plane since the flight would only take around an hour. As mentioned, I cannot be in a confined space with a dog. I told one of the flight attendants my concerns since I could have potentially ended up in the hospital if I had to fly with this dog. The flight attendant informed the woman with the dog, who goes into hysterics saying that she's visiting a sick family member and can't afford to miss her flight. I'm not sure how sick the family member in question was or is. The flight attendant asked if I'd be willing to miss the flight and catch the next one and would be leaving around 2 hours. I was offered a seat in first class if I was willing to do this. I said that unfortunately I wouldn't be able to do this since I'd paid for my vacation. Due to the size of the plane, the dog would not be able to go in the hold. The woman started insulting my character, saying that I was heartless for putting my vacation over her sick family member. I got on the plane and sat with my friends. As I did this, a woman in a nearby seat told me that she wanted to inform me that I am the biggest bitch she's ever met. I didn't respond since I didn't want to cause a confrontation. My friends haven't said that I'm in the wrong, but have kept making sarcastic jokes about the situation. Am I the asshole for refusing to give up my seat on the flight? My father married my stepsister's mother when I was 4 and she was 3. We've lived together most of our lives in our family. She and I were extremely close. She developed cancer when she was 14 and was sick for about 2 years. She's since made a full recovery though. During that time, my parents became understandably overprotective. They also asked a lot of me. I quit my extracurriculars so that I could get a job, the money went towards her medical bills, and so that I could drive her to her appointments. I didn't go to dances and any fun activities I did needed to include her. I did almost all of this willingly with the exception of having to quit my high school volleyball team. I did throw a bit of a tantrum about that but was swiftly punished. Anyhow, I go to college and meet my ex Ben when I'm in juniors. summer. We fall in love, blah blah blah. He and I move in together when we graduate, so we've been living together for about 3 years. We were serious until July when I walked into my bedroom and saw him screwing my sister. I broke it off, tears were shed, and he moved out. My sister apologized at first but then backed off. I thought she was giving me space, but last week she called and asked if we could meet up. She told me that she and Ben were in love and were just telling me as a courtesy before they started posting photos online. Distraught, I left her in the restaurant by herself and did not pay my portion of the bill. She later Venmoed me asking for the money. She told my parents, who then called me to their house telling me how disappointed they are in me for not supporting my sister's relationship with Ben. They brought up the fact that because she had cancer as a teenager, she never learned proper social etiquette and has a hard time meeting people. I don't buy this, in part because I've seen her socialize just fine, and since we spent a good chunk of time together when she was sick, that would mean that I would also have bad social skills as well by that logic. They then told me that if I don't accept my sister and Ben's relationship, they may have to go no contact with me. I reminded them that I'm also their daughter and they should understand my point of view, but they're adamant that this is about me being jealous of her. Now no one in my immediate family is talking to me and I'm getting messages from aunts and uncles and cousins telling me that I'm an asshole and selfish bitch. It also turns out that my sister's 4 months pregnant. This means they were screwing each other for longer than I even guessed. Apparently my parents are so adamant that I forgive her because I'm already ruining their experience for their first grandchild. Am I the asshole for not accepting my sister's relationship with my ex despite her having cancer as a teenager? Story time about how I messed up giving a homeless girl my room at a hotel. Over the weekend, I was staying at a popular UK chain hotel and thought I was going to be there until Sunday night. Well, 1 p.m. comes and I get back to the hotel early from having lunch, and it turns out that they have a strict checkout time of 12 p.m. to get your money back. And I don't really want to stay there all day by myself miles away just for the sake of it. Over in the corner of the hotel lobby was a little lounge area with a sofa and some armchairs. There was a girl who must not have been much older than 18 or so sleeping on the sofa, and you could tell from her appearance that she was sleeping rough and had come inside out of the rain. The hotel reception staff had walked over to her and were asking her to leave, which I understand, but I felt horrible for her. I followed her out into the car park and offered my room key if she promised not to trash the room as long as she checked out on time. She agreed, and so I went on my way, not really thinking much about it other than how she wouldn't have to sleep outside in the rain. I spoke to my brother later on and he informed me that if something bad happened to her in the room, then it would be on me, so I was panicked all last night. I tried calling the hotel to tell them the situation but couldn't get through. Well, they eventually called me and it turns out she didn't only trash the room, but she also urinated in the hallway, tried to smash the vending machine, and was a general disturbance to the other guests. The hotel informed me that I'd have to pay for any damages, and the reception lady gave me a very stern lecture about why they don't just give people rooms when they show up like that. Lesson learned, but at least an 18-year-old girl didn't have to sleep outside in the rain and be open to any number of dangerous situations for a night, I suppose. Storytime about the time I invited a Tinder date over to my house and accidentally met his mother. Like many other unfortunate souls, my non-existent dating life has me turning to the dating apps. This particular one is from Tinder. I'd been chatting with this guy for a few days and everything was going swimmingly. We had so much in common and we were looking for the same things. His pictures were cute and he didn't live too far away. All seemed well. I invited him over to grill out some burgers in my backyard. He asked if he could bring anything and I said sure, bring some bacon for the burgers. He agreed and said he'd be over soon. Given his distance, I expected him to be over in 15 minutes. I started to grill and season the burgers. Half an hour later, he messaged me and said, I've driven by a couple times and chickened out. Are you sure you want me to come over? Maybe a red flag, but I chalked it up to nerves and just said, come on, I'm hungry. So this haggard looking guy shows up, much different than his Cedric picture. That's alright, I can move past that. From the moment he walked up, I kid you not, he did not take a breath. Within the first 5 minutes, I knew his life story from his aunt who hated their grandma to his father who likes to collect taxidermy. Not a single breath. Again, I figured he was just nervous. I put the burgers on and when they're ready, he pulls out a Ziploc bag from his pocket with 2 pieces of bacon in it. He puts them on only his burger. Okay. We sit down at the patio table and start eating. I finished my burger before he even started his. He did not stop talking the entire time. When we sit down, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a vial. He must have noticed me staring at it, flipping between if he was about to snort something strange or build some sand art. He said, oh, all super casual. I'd like to introduce you to my mother. I just stared at him for what felt like an eternity. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or run. He said, I like to bring her to any important event in my life. She also has ashes in this necklace I'm wearing, and this ring I have on, and this half-sleeve tattoo is for her. Now, mind you, I've lost too many people close to me, and I do not judge people based on their grief cycles. We all cope differently, and I respect that. But homeboy brought a vial of his mother's ashes and set them on the table for our first date. I simply could not. He finally finished his burger, and I made some excuse about having to clock in and finish some work at 9:30 p.m. He texted me before he even got to his car and told me, my mother really liked you. I can't wait to see you again. I told him that I didn't feel a connection to him or his mother. I moved to Los Angeles for a marketing internship for a big company. We're a prestigious company, and one day I saw a girl in my office dressed like trash. We, interns, have to dress business casual. I rent my clothes to look the part. I believe in dress for the job you want. I see this girl with a t-shirt and ripped jeans in the office one day. I made the joke that someone didn't get the memo on how to dress in the office. Whenever I saw the girl in the office, she wasn't made up or anything. Just plain tees, jeans, and old shoes. No makeup. She never showed up much and me and my friends would gossip about her. I was eyeing one of the boys in sound production and I saw him talking to this girl. He sat with us for lunch. My friend and I made a joke about who let the homeless in. This guy lost his shit. He said, you don't know who that is? I can't believe you're talking shit about her. You're gonna get us all fired. I laughed and said, daddy's money could buy an internship but not the class? He lost his shit and yelled at us. Well, it turns out this girl is a famous sound engineer. She's worked with Lil Nas X, Diplo, and Deadmau5. She's also the sound director for several large gaming franchises. So yes, I effed up. But how was I supposed to know that? She never talks to anyone or anything. So she's stuck up and rude. I'm from the South where women put better appearance in their looks and efforts. My boss called me in and now I'm on probation. He said I'm lucky that I'm not fired. He said if word got out, I would probably never work in the industry again. I think everyone is overreacting. I'm 22 and have my whole life in front of me. I believe everyone should have to follow the dress code when in the office, even for a little bit. Am I the asshole for thinking everyone should dress nice for their jobs? I'm 28 and babysit on the weekends to make some extra cash. There's this one family that I should have phased out by now, but the kids are cute and I don't have another job, so it's easy money. My issue is, the mom is never home on time. She used to not give me return times, but I finally started asking as it made it impossible for me to get anything done on the weekends. I'd go babysit so she could have brunch, but she'd be gone from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. My whole day was gone. After that, she'd start giving me times but never stick to them. She wouldn't even call to tell me, she'd just stay out. On Saturday, I got to her house at 6 and she was supposed to be home by 9. I told her that she needed to be home on time because I had plans to go out with friends. I was even getting ready at their house after I put the kids to bed. She promised. Of course, 9 rolls around and she's not home. I call her, no response. Text, no response. Another hour. Still nothing. I was still calling and texting. Finally, it's midnight. By this point, my plans are long ruined, but I'm pissed and exhausted. I call her and leave a voicemail saying that if she's not home in the next hour, I'm considering the kids abandoned and calling the cops. I also texted her this. I try calling her 30 minutes later and it goes to voicemail on the second ring. I text her again and she leaves me on read. If she had reached out saying, hey, I'm staying out until X time, I would have stayed. I don't know any of her family nor the father of the kids, so I can't call them. I gave her a grace period of 15 minutes and tried calling again, and finally called the cops. The non-emergency line though. They showed up and I showed our agreement in text from earlier in the week confirming that she'd be home by 9. They tried contacting her, didn't answer. I was dismissed and they took the children to the police station. I go home and go to bed. I'm awoken at 3 a.m. by a frantic call. It's her. Where are the kids? Why am I not here? I tell her that I followed through with my threat and to check the police station. She cursed me out and I hung up and went to bed. The next day, she sends me an essay saying the kid's father called and there's a DCF investigation launched against her. She called me every name under the sun, but I didn't think I was wrong until I spoke to a friend with kids. She said I should have waited it out and refused to ever sit for her again. She asked if her potentially losing her kids was worth me being petty. Am I the asshole for calling the police on my client? I'm 19 and my parents are strict about the ethnicities and races that we're allowed to date. It's not because they're racist, but because they want us to date people within cultures that are more compatible with ours, especially since our parents are immigrants. My younger sister, 17, is a senior in high school and has a dance.
Slime everyone, this is Storytime. The one who leaves the most comments under this video will get into the next video. Only those who are subscribed to the channel get in and likes this video.
Coming up. Over dinner last night, she was talking about how excited she was to go when my parents asked her whether she had a date. My sister said yes and they asked her what her date's ethnicity was. My sister lied and said that her date was white. Knowing that her date was not white, I corrected her and told my parents that he was actually black. This resulted in a big argument between my sister and our parents and she's now grounded and no longer able to go to the dance at all. My parents' cultural difference argument, in my opinion, is justified. We don't discriminate against other races and ethnicities at all. I know that both of my parents have coworkers and friends from many different backgrounds and they don't treat them differently based on that. However, it is different for dating and relationships. Our relatives and others in our cultural community would treat us differently knowing that there was a black person in the family and that would lead to a conflict between many people. It's more of a way of protecting ourselves rather than discrimination against other groups. I talked to some of my friends about it today and some of the people said I was an asshole for exposing my sister's lie, but some took my side saying that my sister shouldn't have lied in the first place if she wasn't ready to face the consequences. Am I the asshole for exposing my sister's lie? As much as it pains me to say this, before my daughter turned 17, I didn't feel any love for her. I didn't even like her really. She certainly thought I did, but on the inside, I just couldn't feel anything but annoyance towards her. She was very manipulative and needed constant attention. I know that this is a common feeling in parents, but I feel so ashamed to actually say it out loud. Two particularly traumatic instances for me were one, where I was going through an extremely tough time and she wasn't there for me. She never gave me support or comfort that I needed, and there is no worse feeling than being betrayed by family. She was a teenager and old enough to know better. And two, there was a period when she was really pestering me to take her to a psychologist, and one time I caught her forcing herself to throw up. I didn't know what to do and felt completely helpless. She's 18 now and lots better. She almost never complains about anything and is always there when I need a shoulder to cry on. My two older children were visiting last night and we were discussing family memories, and while we were joking, I mentioned in passing to her, "You really fucked me up good." She asked what I meant and I told her about the two incidents I mentioned before. She got quiet and eventually said, "You know, I really needed your help back then and you just wouldn't." I told her that I needed her help too, but she came back with, "I'm your daughter." I told her, "Yes, and I'm your mother. What's your point?" She ended up going home with her older sister and she won't return any of my calls. Her older sister called and told me that I had really hurt her last night and that I needed to apologize. I personally don't feel like I owe my daughter anything. She abused me her whole life. Am I the asshole for not understanding?
This is the story of the time my client accused me of sleeping with her husband. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. When I first started doing makeup, I worked at a MAC makeup counter, and a couple of years later, I was offered a job at a salon, and it worked pretty much the same as a hair salon. I would usually only take appointments, but if I had extra time, I would just go up there, sit, and wait for a walk-in. On this particular day, I didn't really have anything going on, so I decided I would just go sit up in the salon and wait for somebody to come in. It was probably around noon whenever the front desk called me and said that they had a walk-in appointment for their makeup. Would I be able to take her? I said yes, absolutely, because at this point in my career, I really needed the money. I went up to the front to get the woman and walk her back to my station, and when I introduced myself, she literally gave me the nastiest stank face I've ever seen. She never told me her name, But I figured she was probably just having a bad day, so I let it slide and continued walking her back to my station. On the way back, I asked her how her day was going, if there was a special event she was getting her makeup done for, and the entire time, we walked back in silence. When we finally got back to my chair, I asked her what kind of look she wanted to do today. Again, she left me with absolutely no response, so I offered to pull up some reference photos and have her just pick which one she liked the best. I told her we could tweak the colors, the shape, anything she wanted. After looking through some reference photos, she did finally give me an answer. She said, and I quote, "Yeah, you can do whatever you want, just make sure you don't make me ugly like you, okay?" This was by far one of the rudest things a client has ever said to me while doing makeup. But like I said before, I really needed the money, so I just went ahead and did her makeup anyway. After a couple minutes of me doing her makeup, I kept trying to make small talk, and my client was not having it, still. So instead, I just decided to turn on the radio to fill the silence. And when I did, she told me that my music sounds exactly like what her 13-year-old daughter listens to. Which, in some cases, I guess could be considered as a compliment, so that's how I took it. And after that, I pretty much didn't say anything until I got to the very end of her makeup. Once I was finished, I asked her if she liked it, if she wanted me to fix anything, because my only goal is to make sure she walks out of here feeling beautiful. My client looked in the mirror and almost immediately burst into tears. And not like quiet little sobs, like screaming, crying, bloody murder tears. I asked her if everything was okay. I assured her if she didn't like something, we could fix it. It was only makeup, and I asked her not to cry because we had just finished. And almost as quickly as she started crying, she stopped, stood up out of her chair, and bucked up at me. Like, I mean, for real, this girl posted up. I started yelling for help, saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, like, what's going on?" And that's when she told me, "I know who you are. I know you've been sleeping with my husband. Don't even try to pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about." When in reality, I had literally no idea what she was talking about. Since she had been so rude, I went ahead and played along. I said, "Well, that depends. What's your husband's name?" Even though I knew good and well I wasn't sleeping with anyone's husband. Long story short, I had to call salon security, and eventually the police got involved, but nobody got hurt. This is the story of the time it took me 4 hours to do my client's makeup because I got elevated before the appointment. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Second disclaimer, I do not promote the use of any drugs or illegal activities. And I'm gonna need you to bear with me through this story time because obviously there are some words I cannot say on TikTok. I used to work at Sephora, and if you didn't know this, you can actually call the store and set up an appointment to have your makeup done. For me, this was a part-time job, and I didn't work every single day. And if I didn't have an appointment to do in the store, I was just one of the people that walked around and tried to sell you makeup. But on this particular day, I woke up, thought it was Tuesday, which is my day off. So I had called my friends and asked if they wanted to maybe roll something up and pass it around a couple times. A few of my friends were free, so that's what we decided to do. And after the first one of my other friends was like, "Hey, I also have these really cool snacks if you're hungry." Since it was my day off and I didn't have any plans for the rest of the day, I was like, sure, I'll take a snack. Let me be clear, I was still elevated from the whole puff puff pass situation, but it was going to take a while for these snacks to kick in. We were just chilling on the couch. We had already called the pizza guy to come deliver us some pizza. And when I looked down at my phone, my manager was calling me. I thought they were probably shorthanded and she was calling me to ask if I could come in. So I just let the phone ring and it went to voicemail. A couple of minutes later, I get a text from my manager telling me that I have an appointment in 10 minutes and if I'm not up at the store, she's going to be very unhappy with me. I checked my calendar and she was absolutely right. It wasn't Tuesday, it was Wednesday, which means I did work and I did have an appointment. The only problem was, well, you know. I rushed up to the store as fast as I possibly could and my manager is already standing by the door waiting for me. Apparently, she didn't notice that anything was going on with me, so I just started doing the girl's makeup. And about halfway through, those snacks came back to bite me in the butt. I just kept doing her makeup and I was trying to do the best that I absolutely could. And most of all, I did not want anyone to notice that anything was going on with me at all. When I finished the girl's makeup and walked her over to the mirror for her to have a look, that's when I saw my face. My eyes were so red, they literally looked like they were gonna fall out of my head. And then I checked my watch. I had been doing this girl's makeup for 4 hours. And just when I thought I had gotten away with it, my manager walked up and told me the reason this appointment was so important was because that woman was actually her mom. I don't even know if I need to say this part or not, but yes, obviously I got fired. Here's the story of something a client said to me while I was doing her makeup that I will never forget. A couple of videos ago, somebody commented asking for this story, but honestly, I can't find the comment anymore, so if you guys find it, make sure you tag them below. This story takes place back when I used to work on boudoir shoots. And as I've mentioned before, for most of the women that would come in, this was a completely new experience. Some of which had never even worn makeup before. And it was my job as the makeup artist to make sure that they felt comfortable in what they were wearing and that they looked great on camera. At this particular shoot, I had about 5 or 6 clients coming in that day. The client that I'm focusing on this story came in somewhere in the middle. meaning she wasn't my first client, but she also wasn't my last for the day. When you're working on set of a photo shoot, things can get kind of hectic, especially towards the middle of the shoot, because you're constantly trying to clean your brushes and reset up your station for the next person to come in, which is usually literally 10 minutes after the last one left. When my client came in, I asked her if she had a photo of what kind of makeup she wanted, or if she knew the vibe of the photo shoot she was going to be doing today. I was really just trying to feel her out and make sure that we had a good starting point set. My client was very shy, and she pretty much told me that she doesn't wear very much makeup ever and that she just wanted to make sure she felt beautiful. I pulled up some reference photos on Pinterest and asked her to look through a couple. After about 5 minutes of scrolling on Pinterest, my client looked up at me and told me she didn't want anything crazy, nothing too dark, and that actually she really liked the makeup I was wearing if I could just do the same thing I did to myself that morning. I don't remember exactly the look I was wearing that day, but I do remember it was something very simple and something that just made me feel pretty. I was extremely flattered, and so that's the look we did. I made sure to keep her foundation light, give her some nice warm tones in her contour, and really work with the eye shape while giving her something natural and beautiful. Other than that, my client didn't really say much. I could tell that she was a very shy, nervous woman. Right before she got up out of my chair to go into the photo shoot, I handed her a mirror. And like I said, she was extremely shy. She didn't really say much. But she did tell me that she loved it, and then she got up to go get dressed for her photo shoot. After that, my next client came in, and then the next, and then the next. And kind of in the back of my mind all day, I just kept wondering if that lady really did like her makeup, because she really didn't say much to me at all. And it would make me feel absolutely terrible if she didn't feel beautiful in those pictures. When I got home after the photo shoot, I unpacked my makeup kit, started washing all of my brushes, and I got a text message on my phone. It was from the client that I had been thinking about literally all day. She said she just really wanted me to know that she really appreciated the makeup I did for her earlier, and that was the most beautiful she had ever felt in her entire life. As a makeup artist, getting that text message was absolutely incredible, and that became one of my favorite parts of doing makeup, is that whenever they get out of my chair and look in the mirror, they feel absolutely beautiful. The look I did in this video is something that makes me feel beautiful, and I would love to see what makes you feel that way. This is the story of the first time I ever wore makeup, and also how I learned to do my makeup. The makeup look I'm going to be doing in this video is just something fun and different that I wanted to try. This is the first time I've ever blocked out my brows, and credits for the inspo are going to be in my caption. Okay, so first we need to time travel all the way back to when I was in 6th grade. I had this group of friends, and let me just tell you from the get-go, we thought we were the shit. We even had one of those group Instagram accounts, like what would now be considered a hype house, but this was back in like 2012. And I vividly remember coming to school one day telling my friends about this crush that I had and how he played on the basketball team, and I wanted to go to his basketball game that night. I had already told my mom that I had to be there for some other extracurricular reason, so I was trying to convince my friends to come with me to this basketball game. And I remember my friend looking me dead in the face and telling me that if I wasn't wearing makeup, there was no way that boy was going to notice me. I literally had no idea what she meant. At this point in my life, I did competitive swim. So of course I wasn't wearing makeup, ever. But you can bet your booty that I went straight home, went into my mom's makeup bag, and grabbed her mascara, her lipstick, and literally anything else that I could find that I thought maybe I could put on my face. I'm pretty sure it took me about a whole hour to put on mascara. And it was all over my face. I'm pretty sure I even got some in my eye because I remember it burning. And I vividly remember being able to see my eyelashes with my eyes open, and I thought that was the coolest shit ever. And when I walked out of the bathroom, my parents were like, "Whoa, what the heck did you do?" And I literally looked straight at them and was like, "I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's go, Mom." Anyways, I went to the basketball game. He did notice me. He asked me for my number. And from that point on, I was like,
Slime everyone, it's a story with time. If you do not want to make a cockroach crawl into your ear at night, like and subscribe to the channel. Good luck!
Wow, makeup is the key to everything great in life. Which, if you're listening and you're a young girl, that is absolutely not true. Makeup is an art form, and it's an art form that you can openly wear on your face wherever you want, whenever you want, and it is not for the validation of no man. Except for in this one case where I was a 6th grader and it was the first time I ever wore makeup, that is the only exception. I started spending pretty much every single minute of my free time watching makeup tutorials on YouTube, and I mean every second of my free time. I would watch them before I went to bed, in the car on the way to school, at lunch at school, on the playground. It got to the point where I was having such a hard time finding a makeup tutorial on YouTube that I actually hadn't seen before. And this is the point in the story where I want to stop for a second and say thank you to the Queen Jaclyn Hill. If it wasn't for you, I would have literally never learned how to do makeup correctly. When I was younger, I recognized that me and Jacqueline had a lot of the same features, similar eye color, similar face shape, similar skin tone, and she really helped me come out of my shell while doing makeup and learn how to do more creative looks. And eventually, I just started doing makeup on my friends and family, and from there, it just kind of snowballed. I know this look is absolutely crazy, but it just goes to show how many different ways you can paint your face and it still look beautiful. Love you guys. Mwah. This is the story of the time that makeup I did in 2019 ended up on Vogue Italia's website in 2021. In 2019, I was a senior in high school about to graduate and go to college. At this time, I had been doing makeup for about 2 years. As you can tell, I started doing makeup very, very young. I never went to beauty school and I learned everything I know at YouTube University. Shout out to Jacqueline Hill's makeup tutorials. Right before my high school graduation, one of my friends that was a model asked me if I could do her makeup for a photo shoot. She told me they were going for a very editorial look and that I could pretty much do whatever I wanted. I settled on doing this graphic orange look, which you'll see me doing in this video. I met my client Paige at her house, did her makeup, and sent her off on her way to her photo shoot. A couple of weeks later, she sent me pictures from the photo shoot, which you will also see at the end of this video. And me, not being a model, thought that's where the story would end. Flash forward to 2021, I'm working at my job and I get a text from Paige. We hadn't talked in a while, but her first text message said something like, "Do you remember when you did my makeup orange for that photo shoot a while back?" I responded saying, of course I remember doing her makeup. It was one of the most fun looks I ever did. And that's when she told me her side of the story. After I had done her makeup that day, she went to the photo shoot and the photographer low-key was kind of creepy. She said she didn't really hear back from him and it was super difficult to get the photos from him from that day. He would contact her on Instagram asking to do other shoots, and she never really responded to him until he sent her a picture of her face on Vogue Italia's website. He had submitted the photos of that photo shoot in 2019 to Vogue Italia and one of them was accepted. Paige sent me the photo and when I opened it, I looked super closely at her face and that's when I realized it was the makeup that I had done. Seeing a photo of makeup I did on my friend almost 2 years ago end up on Vogue Italia literally felt like I was in a dream. An accomplishment like this is something that I never even thought would be possible. Paige is such an amazing model and she is absolutely gorgeous, so I'm gonna tag her in the comments. And like I said before, pictures of the original makeup, her photo shoot, and the photo on the website is gonna be at the end of this video. With all that being said, you probably noticed that my voice just changed in the middle of the video, and that's because I've had this makeup tutorial in my drafts for almost 2 months now. The reason that I've held off on posting this video is because even though I have a picture of it on the website, I haven't been able to find a link and I haven't been able to get into contact with the original photographer to see if he has a link. And it really makes me nervous to post this and not have a source for you guys. But then I thought if anyone was going to be able to find a link to this photo, it would be TikTok. I also just want to take a second to say thank you to each and every one of you who follow me, watch my videos, and support my makeup. Since I started doing makeup on TikTok, I've really been able to get back into my groove and focus on being creative and doing something fun and doing something for myself, and that is all because of you guys. I'm just gonna say it, Paige wore this look better, but oh my god, there's the picture, guys! Am I wrong for refusing to do the bridal party's makeup at my own wedding? I, 27 female, have been a working makeup artist since I was 18 years old. With that being said, I have always been the one that does all of my friends and family members' makeup whenever there's a special event. Whenever I got engaged about 1.5 years ago, I told everyone up front that I would not be doing makeup for my own wedding. I honestly didn't think that this would come as a shock to my friends and family, specifically my bridesmaids and my own mother. At first, I thought that they were joking when they said they would not be in my wedding unless I did their makeup for them. But as my wedding day got closer, I realized that not only were they not joking, they were actually really upset with me for refusing to do their makeup on my wedding day. Even though I love my job, it sometimes feels like I am more of a worker than a guest at my friends and family's events. Plus, I really did not want to have to work on my wedding day. I told them that they are more than welcome to hire a different makeup artist to come do their makeup for my wedding, and to that they told me that I was being selfish and inconsiderate for asking them to spend more money on my wedding. I totally understand where they're coming from, but I had already made plenty of sacrifices in order to make this as cheap as possible for everyone involved. Growing up, I had always had a vision that all my bridesmaids would be in the same dress because I honestly think that that just looks nicer for weddings. But in order to accommodate some of the girls that I knew didn't have as much money just lying around, I told them that they could get any dress they wanted to as long as it was in the same color. It may not seem like much, but to me, this was a huge deal. At this point, I didn't really know what to do because I honestly feel like I did more than enough to make everybody feel comfortable and accommodated. They were asking me to take care of them on my big day for free, which is not something that I would normally do anyways. I decided to confide in my maid of honor about how this entire situation was really upsetting me, and I honestly thought that she would just talk the other girls into hiring a different makeup artist for the day, but instead I was confronted via group text message by all of my bridesmaids. On the day of my wedding, I ended up feeling really guilty, and so I ended up doing my mom and my maid of honor's makeup anyways. The other girls got themselves ready but kept making comments throughout the entire night about how I was being a total brat. I really don't feel like I did anything wrong by refusing to do their makeup on my wedding day. If anything, I feel like they owe me an apology for acting this way towards me on my special day, and not taking into consideration how stressful it would have been for me to take care of my entire bridal party's makeup, my own, and enjoy my day as a bride. After my wedding, some of my bridesmaids decided that they were going to cut off all contact with me, and even removed me from their social media. I really don't feel like it was selfish of me to tell them no about doing their makeup, but what do you think? Am I the asshole for asking my client to give back her refund? A couple of months ago, I got a message from a man on Instagram. He said he wanted to set up an appointment for his girlfriend to get her makeup done. He had a surprise date planned for her coming up, and he was going to Venmo me beforehand so that it was all paid and taken care of when she got there. I said of course, we set up the appointment, and next week his girlfriend showed up at my place to get her makeup done. He had already paid me just like he said he would. When she got there, she introduced herself as Caitlin. We sat down, did her makeup, and I got her all fixed up to go, and then she left. Flash forward a couple of days, I get a DM from a woman named Sandra. Sandra sends me a screenshot of her Venmo account where it says she had paid me $55 for a service on the same day I did Caitlin's makeup. Comments of the payment literally said anniversary makeup. She told me that she did not get her makeup done by me, nor did she even know who I was, and that her anniversary with her boyfriend wasn't for another 2 months. But it obviously showed that the payment came from her account. Go to part 2. The payment for Caitlin's makeup had clearly come from Sandra's Venmo account. It was at this point that I realized I think this man has 2 girlfriends. Normally, I would stay out of people's personal business as much as possible, but in this case, it was involving other people's money, and I felt really bad for Sandra. I asked her if the name of the guy who had DM'd me was also her boyfriend, and she said yes. And then I asked if I could follow her Instagram to make sure that she wasn't Caitlin, and she wasn't. She explained to me that her boyfriend had asked to use her phone a couple of days before that appointment, and she didn't realize that he probably logged into her Venmo account and paid for his other girlfriend to get her makeup done by me. This sounded absolutely crazy, and I felt so bad for her, I went ahead and sent her back the money. I tried to get into contact with Caitlin and the boyfriend for the next couple of days, but neither one of them returned any of my messages. I was just about to let it go, and then I saw a post from Sandra's Instagram account. Sandra posted this picture that had her, the boyfriend, Caitlin, and another guy tagged as Caitlin's boyfriend all on a trip together. Then I went to Sandra's page and went back a little bit and saw that they had been friends for a long time. I messaged Sandra telling her that I saw that she actually knows the girl whose makeup I did, and could they please send me some money to pay for the service that I actually did. She blocked me right after that, and then I realized that this whole thing was a big scheme to get me to do her friend's makeup for free. I ended up finding Sandra's Facebook account, and Caitlin's, and the boyfriend's, and the other boyfriend's, and I put them all in a group message asking for them to return the refund. I don't think that I was overreacting because it was so obvious that this was a huge lie and they were clearly friends. I even saw the picture of Caitlin and her boyfriend wearing the makeup that I had done for her that day on their anniversary. Sandra and the other guy weren't involved at all. So, am I the asshole for asking my client to return the refund I gave her after she lied about what was going on? Am I the asshole for showing up to Friendsgiving after I was already uninvited? This year, a couple of friends and I started planning our Friendsgiving dinner a couple of months in advance. We've always had a pretty tight friend group, but we decided to invite a couple of our new acquaintances from class. I say acquaintances because although we are friends, I really don't know them personally very well at all. One of the acquaintances, we'll call her Susan, always seemed really quiet towards me, but I thought she was just kind of shy, and she was closer with some of our other friends. I really didn't think anything of it, and honestly, I was excited for the chance to have dinner with her and actually get to talk to her a little bit more. A couple of days before we were supposed to have our dinner, one of my friends made a sign-up sheet and had us all sign up to bring certain things. I went to the grocery store and got everything I needed, and I was planning on making my dish for Friendsgiving the day before. That is, until I got a text from one of my best friends telling me that Friendsgiving had been canceled. I was super surprised by this because, like I said, we had been planning it for months, and one of my other friend's boyfriends had literally driven hours to make sure he could come to our Friendsgiving. I ended up texting somebody else that we had invited and asking them if they knew that it had been canceled. Instead of beating around the bush, she told me that Friendsgiving had not been canceled, but that I was strictly uninvited for what I did to Susan. Keep in mind that Susan was close with some of my other friends, but
Slime everyone, it's a story with time. What do you think is better, Brawl Stars or Minecraft? Write answer in the comments. Those who liked this video and subscribe to the channel will get into the next video.
I personally didn't know her very well at all, so I was extremely surprised by this. I told her that I had no idea what she was talking about, and that I was sure whatever happened had to have been a misunderstanding. That's when she sent me a screenshot of her and Susan's text messages that contained a rather graphic picture of a dead cat in the middle of the road. Still confused, I asked what that had to do with me. That's when she explained that Susan had told everyone in the group that I ran over her cat outside of her apartment a couple of days ago and didn't say anything about it. Not only did I have no knowledge of where Susan lived, I had never hit an animal with my car as it was brand new, and I most definitely would have noticed if that happened. It became clear to me that Susan had probably mistaken someone else's car for mine, and I decided to show up to Friendsgiving anyways. When I got there, everyone was shooting me dirty looks, and when I tried to bring up the topic to Susan, she immediately burst into tears and everybody shooed me out the door so that I wouldn't upset her any further. I honestly thought that the way everyone was handling the situation was extremely immature. Then I realized that Susan was probably curating these horrific stories in order to make my friends choose her over me. I ended up being able to convince my friends that it was not me that ran over Susan's cat, but most of them still agreed that it was very insensitive for me to show up at Friendsgiving and I should have just given it time to blow over. I think the entire situation was blown completely out of proportion and that Susan should apologize for saying those things without having any reason to. What do you think? Am I the asshole for accidentally being the reason why my client's children found out Santa wasn't real? I usually have a strict no kids policy every time I do someone's makeup, but in this particular situation, I made an exception because a good friend of mine was getting engaged on Christmas morning and I was contacted to do her makeup so that they could have nice engagement photos. While I was doing her makeup, I asked her what, quote, Santa brought the kids for Christmas. I do not have kids of my own, but I do have 2 young nephews, and after she told me some of the awesome things she got her kids, I asked her where she got them. That's when she told me that she did most of her, quote, Santa shopping at Walmart and Target. Immediately after she said that, her 8-year-old son burst through the door in tears, asking why mommy would be buying things for Santa whenever the toys are supposed to come from the North Pole. That's when we realized her kid had been sitting right outside the door listening to our conversation. I had to stop doing her makeup so that they could go have the Santa isn't real conversation. I felt absolutely terrible since I am the one who initiated the conversation, not thinking about the fact that the kids might overhear. I realize it's not completely my fault, but am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for refusing to do my mother-in-law's makeup for an event after she said she wouldn't pay me? A little bit of background information. My mother-in-law is a hairstylist, which means she is a certified cosmetologist. I do makeup and I've never been professionally certified. However, it has been my job for over 6 years now. Every time there's a special event or something going on in the family, she always asks me if I'll help her do her makeup and in exchange she'll do my hair. However, the last couple of times that we have had this sort of arrangement, it seems like she rushes through my hair and ends up making it look worse than it did before. A couple of weeks ago, she called me and asked me if I could do her makeup for a special event at her salon coming up the next day. For any other client, I need at least 3 days notice. But of course, for my mother-in-law, I was willing to make an exception. I wasn't going to be going to the event, so there was no need for her to style my hair, and that's why I assumed that she would pay me for my services like a regular client would. Of course, I intended on giving her a discount. However, Monday through Friday is still my work week and I could be making real money with real clients if she hadn't asked for my time. As per my normal client policy, I asked for payment in advance to doing the makeup. But whenever I brought this up to her, she immediately gave me this look like, who the hell do you think you are? She started going off on me about how she always does my hair and never charges me a thing. And that's when I explained to her how I felt about the time she had done my hair in the past. And that every time that had happened, I had also done her makeup for free. This ended up snowballing into a screaming match with her telling me things like, you're not good enough for my son, I wish he had married someone better than you. And after a couple of minutes, I just packed up my things and left. She started calling my husband, telling him that I refused to do her makeup and was trying to ruin her event on purpose. And she even told him that I was cussing at her and telling her to get out of my face, which clearly did not happen. If anything, it was closer to the opposite. When I got home that night, my husband said we needed to sit down and have a talk about what happened with his mom. I tried explaining to him what actually happened, but he told me regardless, I still needed to be the bigger person and apologize to her and offer to do her makeup again. I told him that I had no problem apologizing for how things went down earlier that day, but that in the future I would be expecting some form of payment if she ever wanted me to do her makeup again. He told me that wasn't fair and he even got my sister-in-law involved. Now it's awkward every single time we see his family and I really don't know what to do. Am I the asshole? Hey guys, I'm back with another makeup artist story time. This video has 3 parts because I ran out of time filming my look. But anyways, this story is from when I used to do makeup at boudoir shoots. I've talked about this before, but if you don't know what that is, it's basically just sexy pictures that I would go and be the on-site makeup and hair person for. A lot of my clients would typically be a little bit older, even though we did get all kinds of women. And since the older women were usually married or giving this to a significant other, I would always start off by asking them if they had a picture of what they wanted done or what they normally wear on a day-to-day basis. I found that asking them what kind of things they're comfortable in usually makes them feel a lot more comfortable whenever they go to take their pictures. Anyways, I had this girl come in and she was gorgeous. She had a super cute, colorful punk rock style haircut. And she told me that she usually wears a black smoky eye, but that she wanted to do something with a little bit more color that was similar to what was in her hair, so it was like a mauvey maroon purple. Come back for part 2. So when this girl came in, she told me her everyday go-to look is a simple black smoky eye, but that she wanted to add some maroon or purple to match her hair. I had a shade in one of my Jaclyn Hill palettes that was literally identical to her hair color, so I used that as a transition shade and gave her a black smoky eye on the lid. This was a look that I had done before many times on myself, and I always loved the way it turns out. And on her, it was absolutely stunning. But when I handed her the mirror after I was all done and finished, she looked at me horrified and told me it was too dark. Now, I'm not really sure what she thought would happen when she asked for a black smoky eye at the beginning, but me always wanting the client to be happy said I would do whatever I could to fix it. Her appointment time was now in 15 minutes, and since I was working with the photographer, I knew we did not have time to take off all her makeup and start over. She said she really liked the colors and the look itself, but just thought overall the black was too black and wanted me to lighten it. I'm running out of time. Go to part 3. Part 3 of my smoky eye nightmare story. My client had told me that her everyday makeup did include a black smoky eye, and so she wanted that with a little bit of color. I finished the look with just about 15 minutes left to spare before her photo shoot appointment, and then she tells me the black is too black, and I didn't have time to take off her makeup entirely and redo it. So what I ended up doing to fix this problem was dipping my brush into makeup remover and very, very, very lightly blending over the parts that were too dark. I'd created a black base for her smoky eye using gel eyeliner and then placed eyeshadow on top of it. So essentially what I was doing was removing layers of makeup very, very carefully from her eyelid. Let me tell you, that was very tricky, but the key to doing that is making sure your brush is not wet but just slightly damp with makeup remover. Her makeup turned out a little more gray than black, but she ended up loving it. Overall, this was one of the hardest things I ever had to do as a makeup artist, but it worked out okay. There are some people that you just can't be friends with, and this story is a perfect example of that. I used to have a friend who would hang out with me and my boyfriend a lot. It started off as just every once in a while, but quickly turned into every single time I would go hang out with my boyfriend, she wanted to come with. Eventually, I told her that I was uncomfortable with her hanging around me and my boyfriend all of the time and that we needed some alone time as a couple. At first, she took it pretty well and started giving us some space. Or so.
Slime everyone, it's a story with time. Who do you love more, mom or dad? Write the answer in the comments. Those who like and subscribe to the channel will get into the next video.
So I thought. A couple weeks later, me and my boyfriend are going out on a date. He takes me out to eat, and then we decide that we're going to go to a park and walk around. At this time, it was starting to get a little bit dark, but the park had plenty of streetlights lining all of the sidewalks. As we're walking around, my boyfriend stops me directly under a streetlight, gives me a kiss, and whispers, "I love you," for the very first time. A few minutes later, I get a text from my friend. She sends me a picture of me and my boyfriend kissing under a streetlight, and underneath it wrote, "I love you." She had been following us the entire time. After I realized my friend had been following me and my boyfriend around this entire time, I decided to confront her again. But this time, I told her that if she did not leave us alone, I would be contacting the police. Again, she seemed to take this news pretty well. The following week, she came to school announcing that she was throwing a party because her parents would be out of town. She invited both me and my boyfriend separately and told us a bunch of our other friends would be there too. She was super excited about throwing this party, and I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt because we had been friends for so long. After I talked to my boyfriend about it, he was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just her way of saying sorry." So we decided to go to this party. When the weekend came around, we decided to text some of our other friends to see if we could all carpool. But everyone we texted said they had no idea what we were talking about and they were never invited, even though the girl throwing the party specifically said that she did invite them. That's when we realized that she was faking throwing a party to get me and my boyfriend at her house alone. I have no idea what would have happened if we decided to go, but after that, I never talked to her again. When I first started doing makeup, I was still in high school. That means that I did a lot of homecoming and prom makeup. At the very beginning, I would only do makeup for people that I knew personally or that were close friends. But after the second year of me doing makeup, I started having people that I had never even met before reach out and ask me to do their makeup. I guess it's also important to note here that I went to a pretty big high school and my graduating class was almost 500 people. But anyways, I got a DM on Instagram from this girl asking me if I could do her homecoming makeup. We had mutual friends, so she wasn't completely a stranger, but I had never met her before. Before the day of homecoming rolled around, I reached out to her and let her know that I would be charging $20 and she could pay in cash or through Venmo. She agreed to pay the $20 and then sent me pictures of the makeup look she wanted. Flash forward to the day of homecoming, I had about 6 people I was doing makeup for and people were coming in and out of my house like crazy. When this girl showed up for her appointment, I noticed that she didn't have her wallet or anything with her in her hand, but at this point in me doing makeup, I hadn't figured out how to ask for payment politely beforehand. Even though at the beginning I was already skeptical, I went ahead and did her makeup anyway. When I finished doing her makeup, she stood up and was like, "Okay, well I guess I'm gonna go now, I'm sure you have other people to get to, bye." And before I could stop her, she was already out the door. Every other person I had done makeup for that day had already paid me, so I wasn't super worried about getting paid right away. But then I saw her the next Monday at school and I asked her if she realized that she hadn't paid me for her makeup on Saturday. She acted like she had no idea what I was talking about, but said if I still wanted her to pay me, just to text her after school. I texted her and sent her my Venmo code, but she never paid me. I decided just to let it go because this had never happened before. Later that school year, prom came around and I started having people ask me to do their makeup for that. And what do you know, she DMs me. I told her this time the price would be $30 and I would still be accepting cash or Venmo, but to please have the payment ready before I started her makeup. When she came to my house on the day of prom to get her makeup done, she did not have her payment ready. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I told her if she couldn't pay, I couldn't do her makeup. This just might be the craziest spring break story you've ever heard. Me and 14 of my friends decided to go to Cabo for spring break when we were in college. We rented an Airbnb and thought everything was going to be so much fun. But on the first night, there was already a couple of my friends that were too tired to go out, so we just decided to split up. Half of my friends stayed at the house and half of us went out to a bar. The bar we ended up going to was right on the water, and as we're sitting there eating our food, a yacht pulls up. And I don't mean like a small yacht, I mean like a huge party yacht. There was little dinghy boats bringing people to and from the yacht. My friend that spoke Spanish went over and started talking to one of the boat taxi drivers. He said that if we wanted to, we could all jump on his boat and he would take us out to the yacht. Since it was spring break, of course I couldn't pass up on this opportunity, so I started running towards his boat to jump on because he was screaming for us to hurry. I was in such a hurry to make sure that I got on that boat, I didn't even look back to see if my friends were behind me. By the time that I realized none of my friends had come with me, I was already halfway to the yacht. Since I was already halfway to the yacht and I didn't speak any Spanish, I just decided to wait it out, get on the yacht, and make some friends when I get there. Luckily, there was plenty of other students there on spring break, so I made plenty of friends. I ended up just staying on the boat all night because the taxi stopped running, but as soon as I could get off in the morning, I went ahead and got off. I called a taxi to drive me back to the Airbnb, but whenever we pulled up to the gates of the neighborhood, there was security and police everywhere. My taxi driver kept driving and dropped me off at the front door, but when we pulled up to the Airbnb, it was literally surrounded by police. That's when I realized that this had to have something to do with me and my friends, and it wasn't just the area we were in. When I saw my friends, I ran up to them and asked them what was going on. It turned out that one of my friends who had stayed at the house ended up falling down the stairs in the middle of the night, breaking the banister and one of the paintings on the wall, and had to be rushed to the ER because he split his head open. The property manager had called the police to make sure that we paid for the damages to the house. The weird part is that they wanted it in cash and said we weren't leaving until we paid. Sometime around the end of my senior year of high school, me and my friends decided we were going to go get our nails done. We went to a nail salon that we had been to several times before, and after they had finished our nails, they sent us over to the drying station at the back of the nail salon. When we sat down, I noticed that there was a box sitting on top of the drying station and little papers next to it. I asked the nail tech what it was for, and he said it was a raffle to win a free at-home facial for me and 5 friends, plus a chance to win an entire kit of makeup. After picking up and reading one of the forms, I realized that it was for a makeup company that I had bought and used things from before. So my friend and I decided to enter. About a week later, I ended up getting a text message from the lady who started the raffle saying that I had won. She said she wouldn't be able to do the facials unless I had a group of 5 or more people that were willing to participate, and that she would be coming to my house and we would do it in my home. I knew lots of people in my town that worked for and with this company, so I went ahead and set up the appointment. Go to part 2. After the lady had contacted me saying that I had won the facials, we went ahead and set up an appointment. When she came to my house, she set up all of her things and then she had everyone there fill out a short survey about their skin type and the types of problems they had with their skin. Then she decided what type of facial we would all be receiving, and we pretty much all got a different one. Because I had won the raffle, she told me that I would get to keep all of the skincare products she used on me and pick out 3 free makeup products. Everything went well until the next morning. When I woke up, my face was extremely dry and I noticed my skin starting to look a little flaky. I tried to keep moisturizer on my face as much as possible, but over the next week, it just kept getting worse. I contacted the lady and she assured me that she had never seen anything like that happen and it must have been a reaction to something else, but it certainly wasn't her products. However, my skin continued to peel and what started as just a small patch around my nose was now over my entire face. I ended up actually having to go to the doctor's office and they told me that I was 100% allergic to whatever is in that facial. Instagram was launched on October 6, 2010. 3 years later, I entered middle school and got my first Instagram account. Given that this was my first form of social media, I didn't know much about privacy settings. My account was public and I would often run across people that I had no idea who they were. Of course, if they were older or seemed sketchy, I would just block them and remove them from my account. But one day, somebody appeared on my page and immediately sent me a DM. It said something like, "Hey, I think you're cute, where do you live?" Obviously, I knew this was a red flag, so I go to their profile to see who this person is. A whole bunch of my friends were following him, and he was following them too. It said he went to a school that was about an hour and a half away, and since I was a cheerleader, I actually knew that this was a school. I thought maybe he saw me at a football game or something like that. Still, I was a little creeped out, so I started asking my friends about him. Go to part 2. After further investigation about who this mystery boy was, my friends told me that they had been messaging him and that he seemed like a really sweet guy. Long story short, we eventually exchanged phone numbers and began texting. After about a week of texting, he asked me if I would be willing to go to the movies with him if his mom drove him down for the weekend. Obviously, I would also have to ask my parents, but I asked him if I could call him because I really wanted to talk to the guy before I agreed to go somewhere in the first place. Whenever I called his phone, he didn't answer and it went straight to voicemail. And when it did, I realized that he was not who he said he was. The answering machine gave the name of a guy who actually went to my school, and at this point I knew that this mystery guy wasn't at all who he said he was. I texted him and called him out on catfishing me, and when I did, he threatened to unalive himself, and I had to get one of those school restraining orders that lasted all the way through high school. I once had a client reach out a couple days before her appointment to let me know that she wasn't very comfortable wearing makeup because she had just gotten out of a toxic relationship. On the day of the appointment, she texted me to let me know that she would be a few minutes late. When she arrived, she was acting very, very shy, and I could tell that she was pretty nervous about getting her makeup done today. I reassured her that there was nothing to worry about and that I would keep it as natural as possible and have her check every single step to make sure that she was still comfortable with the way the look was turning out. Because of this, it did end up taking me a little bit of extra time to get through the entire eye look. And just as I was finishing up her eyeshadow, I looked down and saw that she had been crying. I took a step back, asked her if she was okay, offered her some water, and asked if she wanted to go outside for some fresh air. I assured her I had no problem waiting because I completely understand. She stepped out into the hallway, and after about 10 minutes, I went to go check on her. When I walked out in the hallway, I couldn't find her anywhere. I texted her to see if she was okay, but I never got a text back. I met the love of my life on a cruise ship, and I've never seen him again. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it belongs to a friend of mine. When I was growing up, we moved around a lot because my dad was in the army. As a way of keeping in touch with old friends, a group of us from where I spent most of my childhood decided to go on a cruise every summer. Last summer on the cruise ship, there was a boy who seemed particularly interested in me. Since I go on these trips with my friends, I usually don't pay any attention to somebody looking to start up a new friendship. But
Slime everyone, this is Storytime. Like and subscribe to the channel, and tomorrow you will find a new iPhone 13 Pro Max under your pillow.
This time it was different. After talking to this boy at the pool one day, we realized that we actually have a lot in common. I ended up spending the entire week on the cruise getting to know this boy. He even came to my hotel room and watched movies and hung out with me. The connection between us was unlike anything I had ever felt before. On the very last day of the cruise, I went to meet with him to have breakfast. When I got there, he pulled out a ring and asked me to marry him. I said no and laughed it off, but he reassured me that the offer would always stand. We exchanged phone numbers before getting off the cruise, but after that, I never saw him again. What do I do? My freshman year of high school, I joined a competitive cheer team. As part of our uniform, we were required to wear our makeup exactly the same way every single time we performed. That included us wearing false eyelashes or using the 3D liquid lash extension mascara. At this point in my life, I had never worn false eyelashes before. I had tried putting them on a few times, but I always failed pretty miserably. And the 3D lash mascara always made a huge mess all over my face. Also, as a freshman in high school, my first homecoming was coming up. This is when I decided that I finally needed to figure out how to put on fake eyelashes. I had practiced putting them on a few times before the dance, but I would leave them on for just a few minutes before I took them off again. On the day of homecoming, I got ready about 4 hours before the dance because I also had to do my friend's makeup and take pictures and go to dinner. The eyelashes went on pretty smoothly and everything was going great. About halfway through the dance, my eyes started getting really itchy and my date just started ignoring me, like for part 2. As a freshman in high school, my first homecoming was just around the corner. That's when I decided I needed to figure out how to wear fake eyelashes. I had practiced putting them on in the days leading up to the dance. On the day of homecoming, I got ready and did my makeup a few hours before the dance actually started. The eyelashes went on fine and they looked great. But about halfway through the night, my eyes started getting really itchy and my date started ignoring me. At first, I didn't think much of it and I just went and hung out with some friends. But as the night went on, my eyes started getting itchier and they started feeling really heavy. That's when I decided to call my mom to come pick me up. About 30 minutes later, my mom texted me and said she was outside of the dance waiting on me. When I got in my mom's car, the first thing I did was take off my heels and my eyelashes. That's when my mom turned and looked at me and my eyes were almost completely swollen shut. I had been having an allergic reaction to the latex and the eyelash glue for over 5 hours. My freshman year of high school, I was a competitive cheerleader. Part of our uniform included all of us wearing the exact same makeup to every single competition. We also weren't allowed to have any fake nails or nail polish on. But just as competition season had started, my birthday was coming up right around the corner. So I decided that I was going to go get my nails done anyway. When I went to get my nails done, I asked for the lady to make them look as natural as possible so that I wouldn't get in trouble at cheer. When I went to practice the next day, no one seemed to notice that I had gotten my nails done. But with competition season coming up, the coaches told us that we all needed to work on our tumbling. I was a beginner tumbler, so the coaches had me doing back handsprings on the trampoline. After about 20 minutes of practicing, I started getting pretty tired. I ended up messing up one of my back handsprings and landed straight on my face. Not only that, but I looked down to find my hands covered in blood. I had accidentally caught my fake nail on the trampoline and it ripped off both the acrylic and my actual fingernail. I recently had a family friend reach out and ask if I could do her daughter's senior prom makeup. When I was a senior in high school, my boyfriend went to a different school than me. We had been dating for about a year by the time prom came around. We decided since we were both seniors and went to separate schools that we would go to both proms. I picked out 2 entirely different dresses. At this point, I need to backtrack a little bit so that you understand what's about to happen. There was a girl in one of my boyfriend's classes who would just not stop flirting with him. She was constantly Snapchatting and texting him, and I just knew she was out to get my man. For my boyfriend's prom, I decided on wearing a beautiful floor-length red Giovanni gown. Not long after we got to the dance, that girl showed up. And she was also wearing a red dress. I saw no other option but to take action. So I went over to the drink station and got a cup of water. Whenever she started walking towards us, I pretended to fall and threw my cup of water all over the front of her dress. It's safe to say she left my boyfriend alone after that. I was working on set of a boudoir photo shoot, and when my client came in, I asked her what her normal everyday makeup was so I could make sure she felt comfortable for her photos. She told me her go-to eye look was a black smoky eye and that she wanted to add a little pop of color to match her hair. Her hair was a purpley maroon color and I had the perfect shade in one of my Jaclyn Hill palettes. I went ahead and added that shade to her crease and then added a darker shade to blend that into the black smoky eye on her lid, and I used
Story time about how my boyfriend caught me with my sugar daddy. Quick disclaimer, this is not my story time and my eyes are red because I got sunscreen in them. So my boyfriend and I have been together for almost 4 years. Relationship itself is good, but the only problem is that he doesn't really pay for anything. I pay for the bills, almost all of the rent, and I even pay when we go on dates. I've always had a good job and he's always had like mediocre jobs here and there. I've always told him that I want him to get a better job and he says no because he's comfortable at the job that he's at. Meanwhile, I'm busting my butt and paying for everything. The only things that he pays for are when he goes out to eat by himself or if he's hanging out with his friends, or sometimes here and there he'll buy groceries, but it's really rare. So 2 years ago, I decided to find myself a sugar daddy. Number 1, I want the money, and number 2, I just want to feel taken care of. So I went through a few sugar daddies, and I didn't tell my boyfriend that I was actually doing this. Finally, I found myself the perfect sugar daddy. He gives me $5,000 a month and takes me out shopping whenever I want. We usually go out to fancy dinners, movies, things like that. Whenever I'm with my sugar daddy, I tell my boyfriend that I'm hanging out with friends. I was out with my sugar daddy one night and my boyfriend walks into the restaurant. Part 2 is up. I'm having dinner with my sugar daddy when my boyfriend walks into the restaurant. By the way, my sugar daddy did not know I had a boyfriend. As soon as I see my boyfriend walk in, I tell my sugar daddy that I have to go to the bathroom. I literally bolted to the bathroom. As I'm in the bathroom stall freaking out, my boyfriend calls me. So I answer the phone and he says, "Hey, are you at the restaurant? I swear to God, I just saw you run into the bathroom. Who's that guy with you at the table?" I was caught. I had no option but to be honest with my boyfriend. I tell him to come to the bathroom and he comes in and I explain to him that it is my sugar daddy. Then he stares at me for a few seconds and asks me, how much money does he give you? I decided to lie and I said $3,000 instead of the $5,000. And my boyfriend says, wow. And I'm like, aren't you mad? And he said, no, you're just gonna have to share now. Excuse me? Then I told him I didn't want to be in the relationship any longer because he's a man-child and I had to pay for everything. Begged me not to leave him and he said that he would get a better job. We're still in the bathroom at this point and my sugar daddy's waiting for me outside. Then my boyfriend says, if you don't want me to go out there and tell him that you have a boyfriend, you better start giving me some of that money. I was shocked. Part 3 is up. My boyfriend threatened me and told me that if I didn't share the money, he would tell my sugar daddy that I had a boyfriend. I believed him. I went back to my sugar daddy's table and we basically had dinner with my boyfriend sitting across from us having dinner with his friends. The whole time I was trying to figure out how I would break up with my boyfriend without having to share the money that my sugar daddy gave me. I told my sugar daddy that I wasn't feeling well. He called me an Uber to take me back to my apartment. I got to my apartment and I started packing my stuff. Like, I knew my boyfriend was bad for making me pay for everything, but I didn't know he was that bad. Freaking threatened me. Then he starts calling my phone, sends a text message and it says, I'm gonna be home in 5 minutes. So I gathered all my things, ran downstairs and waited behind the building for the Uber. And my boyfriend sees me, comes up to me and rips my bag away from me. Tried to get my phone, but I took it away from him. And he said that I had to share the money that my sugar daddy gave me. Finally, the Uber arrives and I jump in. My boyfriend actually pulled me by my hair to try to get me out of the car. I've blocked him and haven't spoken to him since, and I'm still with my sugar daddy. Storytime about how I found out my girlfriend was cheating on me with my sister. Girlfriend and I have been together for 8 months, and when COVID hit, we decided to just quarantine together, and basically we moved in together. Oh, and yes, I am a girl. We got to know each other really well, and we really enjoyed the relationship. Well, my sister lost her job because of COVID, and she asked me if she could move in with my girlfriend and I. Of course, I said yes. She's my sister, and I totally have her back. So my sister moved into our guest bedroom. My sister also had a boyfriend, let's call him Jason. Jason was so in love with my sister, he wanted to propose and even asked me to look at rings. Well, Jason proposed and my sister said no. Everyone was shocked. My sister didn't give a reason why she didn't want to marry him, but she was really depressed. So my girlfriend would talk to her and just try to be her friend and comfort her. And I was happy that my girlfriend was trying to help out my sister. Jason kept trying to get my sister back, but she kept saying no. Well, one day I wake up from a nap and I hear weird noises coming from my sister's bedroom. I swing the door open and guess what I see? My sister and my girlfriend naked on her bed making out. The audacity. Part 2 is up. I walk in on my girlfriend and my sister doing the dirty. They both jump off the bed and start getting dressed really quickly. I left the room and sat on the couch. I couldn't even speak. My sister comes out of the room and asked me to understand. She explained to me that my sister was so kind to her after her breakup that she couldn't help but falling in love. I couldn't believe she said love. I just started to cry. Then my girlfriend comes out of the room fully dressed and she swore that this was the first time they had ever even kissed. I didn't believe it for 1 second. My girlfriend was surprisingly really calm and it made me feel even worse. I started to get really angry, realizing that the whole time my sister was living there, they were probably hooking up and that's the reason why she didn't want to stay with her boyfriend or marry him. So I went into my sister's room, grabbed all her clothes and started throwing them out of our balcony. I even threw her laptop out the balcony. And we were on the 2nd floor. My sister was just chasing me around the apartment trying to stop me, but I would push her away. And I noticed my girlfriend is on her phone. I took the phone away from her and guess what she was looking at? Come back for part 3. After I caught my sister and girlfriend doing the dirty, I threw all my sister's things out of my apartment. Then I noticed my girlfriend is on her phone, so I take it away and guess what she was looking at? She was deleting her Tinder and Bumble app, which means she was looking for people to date. Mind you, her and I had been in a committed relationship for the past 8 months. My girlfriend had no emotion. She didn't apologize, didn't say anything, but my sister was super emotional, apologizing. Then my girlfriend pipes up and says, you know, this is all your fault. I said, why? She said that I pressured her into moving in with me and that everything happened too quickly, which is not true. We both decided to move in together, and my girlfriend suggested the area we should actually live in. Then she turns to my sister and tells her that she's immature and that neither of us are worth being with. I told her to get her things and leave. She said, you're breaking up with me? I was like, of course I am. And she said that I would never find anyone as good as her. I forgave my sister because she's blood, and we're still living together. My sister has a boyfriend and I'm trying to date people, but my ex still calls me even though she said I wasn't worth being with.
Storytime about how I found out my boyfriend was seeing his ex. And yes, he's still my boyfriend. We haven't broken up. I just don't know what to do. Well, we've been together for 6 months. I met him through some friends, and every time we hang out with those friends, someone always tells me, hey, your boyfriend was hitting on so-and-so. And of course, I just never wanted to believe it. He's really attractive, young, and owns his own business, and I know that attracts a lot of women. So when we first started dating, I gave him the option to have an open relationship because I knew that he was surrounded by women that really wanted to be with him, and he also just had a really social life. He said absolutely not because he didn't want to share me with anyone else. I said, okay, then we're committed. And he said, yeah, we're committed. 2 weeks ago, we decided to move in together and we got a really nice apartment. Right now, we're actually in the process of moving in and buying furniture. Well, 3 days ago, my boyfriend butt dialed me. He didn't realize I could hear the entire conversation he was having over the phone. You'll never guess what I heard. Part 2 is up. Part 2. So my boyfriend butt dials me and doesn't realize I can hear the entire conversation. I could hear him talking to a woman. He was promising her that he would break up with me and move into the new apartment with her. And when she said, "I won't believe it until you actually do it," he called her by her name. This is when I realized he's talking to his ex. The same ex he told me was toxic and abusive. He also told her that he only loved her and that the only reason he hadn't broken up with me yet was because he was afraid I would harm myself. And that's when they dropped the bomb. She says, "Well, I'm 8 weeks along. You gotta hurry up." She was pregnant. By the way, I listened to their conversation for 10 minutes. I knew that he was at his business, so I decided to go over there and see if I could find them. Finally, I spot his car and drive up right next to it. Roll down the window and I say, "Check your phone." This man didn't even know what to say. He grabbed his phone and he looks at it. The look on his face when he realized I listened to the whole 10-minute conversation. Part 3 is up. Part 3. So my lying, cheating boyfriend butt dials me and I could hear the entire conversation he was having with his ex, who he was cheating on me with, and who was pregnant. He gets out of his car and runs over to me. He tries to open my car door and asks me to get out, but of course I didn't. My cars and my windows were locked. He started hitting my car window telling me to get out, and I could tell he was pissed because he got caught. So guess what I did? I drove straight to his mama's house and I told her everything. He was a mama's boy and I knew this would crush him. So his mom calls him and tells him to come straight to her house. He started swearing up and down that he only said those things because he's afraid of his crazy ex and he doesn't want her to take the baby away from him. His mom and him convinced me to stay in the relationship. We're still together. I don't know what to do. Should I stay with him or should I leave him?
Story time about how I dated two brothers at the same time, and they both knew it. So I'm a personal trainer, and last year these two brothers came into my gym and wanted personal training. Well, I signed them up and they started training with me. They both constantly flirted with me, but I knew that they both had girlfriends. So I would usually train them at the same time, but they decided to train separately. This is when things got a little tricky. So one of the brothers, I'll call him James. James was always flirting with me and he made it very clear that he liked me. Every time he would flirt with me, I'd be like, "Hey, don't you have a girlfriend?" He'd say, "Yeah, but you know, we're kind of breaking up soon." I never took him seriously though. And the second brother, let's call him John. John also flirted a tiny bit, but he was a little bit more shy than James. Lo and behold, James comes into the gym one day and says that he broke up with his girlfriend and he started crying, and I felt really bad for him, and we talked for a bit and then we trained, and then afterward he asked me if I wanted to get a coffee. I said sure. Went to get a coffee and we basically talked about his relationship. At the end of the coffee date, he actually kissed me. Watch part 2, it's already up. Part 2 of how I dated two brothers at the same time and they both knew it. So James told me that he broke up with his girlfriend and we ended up going for a coffee and he actually kissed me. Because I was his personal trainer, I thought of him as a client. So basically I didn't think it would go anywhere. On my next session with John, his brother, John says, "Hey, James said that you guys went on a little date." And I said, "It wasn't a date." He said, "Well, when am I going to take you on a date?" I said, "I thought you had a girlfriend." He said, "No, we actually just broke up over the weekend." So I said, "Sure, we can have lunch. It doesn't have to be a date." And he said, "Sure, that's fine." So we ended up going for lunch and he was way more shy than his brother James. And this actually made me like him. We basically had a 3-hour long lunch. We talked about every single thing you can imagine. We got along super well and I love that he wasn't trying to flirt with me the whole time like his brother. Then COVID hit and my gym closed, so I couldn't train anyone. Well, this didn't stop them from wanting to hang out with me separately. I basically started going out with each of them separately and they both knew it. So one day I'm at the beach with John and his ex comes up to us and throws a beer at him. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how I dated two brothers at the same time and they both knew it. I was at the beach with John, one of the brothers, and his ex came up to us and threw a beer at him. And she said, "Wow, you're doing it again." I was confused. I had no idea what she was talking about. So John says, "James and I need to talk to you." He drove me to his place where James was waiting for us. And they basically told me that they were both dating me at the same time and that they didn't mind and they just basically wanted me to be their shared girlfriend. I was totally confused, bewildered, and I just didn't even know how to respond. And I asked him what his ex-girlfriend meant by, "You're doing it again." And he explained that she was also their shared girlfriend and that she wanted to be with them again. It was so messed up. So I didn't speak to them for a few days because I was really confused, but then James talked to me and he said, "Look, if you're not comfortable with this, we won't do it, but let's just try it out. Just be our shared girlfriend, you'll see, you'll love it." So I became their girlfriend and we dated for 3 months. Showered me with
Slime everyone, it's a story with time. Who do you love more, mom or dad? Write the answer in the comments. Those who like and subscribe to the channel will get into the next video.
gifts, paid for everything, and of course I had so much attention. One day I would hang out with one and then the following day I'd hang out with the other one. Part 4 is already up. Part 4 of how I dated two brothers at the same time and they both knew it. So they basically asked me to be their shared girlfriend. I said yes because I liked them and they were actually really good boyfriends. So we dated for 3 months. And then their ex shared girlfriend, so yeah, they had a girlfriend before me who they shared. She sent me a DM on Instagram and she was like, "Hey, look, I need to tell you something." She warned me that they were looking for a new girlfriend and that they would break up with me. I didn't believe her. Instead, I went to James and John and I said, "Look, is this true?" And they said yes. They told me they only dated girls for 3 months, no more. And that basically our time was up. I was shocked. I felt so used. And stupidly enough, I had fallen in love with them, I know. After that, they didn't talk to me at all. Then I found out that they both had a new girlfriend and they were both sharing her. Like me. So I started an Instagram group with all of their ex-girlfriends. And we told their new girlfriend, and she broke up with them. But guess what? John asked me to be his girlfriend again through text. We've been texting for like a week now. What do I do? Story time about how I did the dirty with a celebrity. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I've been modeling for the past 2 years, specifically on Instagram. I basically made it my job to DM as many celebrities as I possibly could. I knew that it would only be a matter of time before at least one said yes. And that's what happened many times. I would usually DM about 5 celebrities a day, men and women. The next day I checked my DMs and one of them had written back. This was a huge celebrity who I was not expecting to reply, but I was freaking out. We had a conversation all through DM, and then he asked me for my phone number. So we moved over to texting, and quickly he asked me if I wanted to get together. I was like, duh. So we decided to meet at a bar. But because of COVID, we decided we would both get tested and then meet up. Really responsible. We both tested negative, and then I got ready and went to the bar. Of course, I was extremely nervous. I show up to the bar, and he greets me right away, and we just start having a conversation. He asked me if I wanted to be an actress and told me that he could help me out with that. But we all know that was just a lie. We go to his car and start making. So I'm making out with this big celebrity in his car. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Let me explain how we got in his car. We were at the bar flirting, and then he brought up acting. He said that if I wanted to become an actress, he would be happy to help me. And he said that he actually was staying at a hotel room nearby. That he had a script he wanted me to read because he thought I'd be great for the leading lady. I was floored. I didn't think he was going to be moving that quick. I hesitated, but eventually said yes. Once we're in the hotel room, he orders champagne and we start watching a movie. And he pulls out his laptop and tells me to read the script. As I'm reading the script, we start kissing and doing other things you guys already know. After we finished, I asked him if I could continue reading the script. Then he said, no, I'm good. My heart sank and I thought I was going to poo my pants. I said, what do you mean you're good? Then he said he couldn't cast someone who would just sleep with someone on the first date. Then he just sat on his laptop and ignored me. Of course I left. I was holding back my tears because I was not going to let him see me cry. Once I got home, I cried and I decided to block him from all my social media. As I was about to block him from my phone, he messages me and tells me to go back to the hotel. This was 2 hours after he told me to leave. But of course, I actually went back to the hotel. I go up to his room and there he is waiting for me. Part 3 is up. After this big celebrity tells me to leave, I leave. But 2 hours later, he's asking me to go back to his hotel room. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. So I went back to his hotel room even though he was a little bit rude. I just couldn't give up the opportunity of dating a celebrity. I show up to his hotel room and he apologizes. He said that he has trust issues from all his past relationships. Then I pointed out to him that he had the hotel room ready to go and that it happened to be just by the bar we were at. He stays quiet and then he says, I need you to sign this NDA. I read it and signed it, mostly because I just didn't want any trouble. Then he says, hey, I want to order dinner for us. What do you want to eat? Then he said he wanted to wine and dine me. He said that he liked me, but the whole NDA thing really threw me off. We ended up watching a movie and then I go back to my place. The following day he calls me and asks me if I want to hang out again. We had lunch and then I told him I had to go home. He's been asking me out ever since. But I don't know. I kind of get a bad feeling from him. What do you guys think I should do? He is a celebrity. Story time about how I caught my husband cheating on me with a neighbor. My husband is a really, really rich guy. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I first met my husband when I was 20 years old and he was 10 years older than me. He was basically my sugar daddy. Once I graduated college, he asked me to work at his company. I did all of the marketing. But eventually we wanted to have kids, so we decided to move to a bigger house. We ended up moving to a really secluded neighborhood with lots of rich families. One of our neighbors owned a yoga studio. There was also a young couple living across the street from us and they were also business owners. It was the perfect situation until I noticed that my husband was paying less and less attention to me. Well, I didn't hesitate to ask him why. He denied it and said that I was making things up in my head. So I installed an app in his phone that would send all of his text messages and emails straight to my phone. And guess what I saw? Text messages between him and the neighbor who owned the yoga studio. She was 10 years older than my husband, so I never saw it coming. I started collecting all the evidence into folders, pictures, and text messages. I wanted to catch him in the act. So one day I said I was going to a spa for the entire day. Part 2 is up. I told my husband I was going to be at the spa all day long. I wanted to see if he was going to bring the neighbor around to cheat on me some more. When I got in the car to leave, I get a message that he sent to the neighbor. Like I said, I had planted an app in his phone, so I was receiving all the messages he was sending and receiving. And of course, he sends her a message saying, hey, my wife's going to be at the spa all day. We're free. And she replies saying, perfect, I'll come over. My stomach dropped. I drove around for a bit and waited for her to get to my house. Then I see she sends him a message saying she's there. That was my cue to go back to my house to catch him in the act. I race back and enter the house super quietly. I go into the living room and don't see anything, so I assumed they were in our bedroom. I go up to the bedroom and no one's there. And I see they're in the backyard in the pool. I pull out my phone and press record. I run downstairs and I surprise them in the act. They were both naked and my husband jumps out of the pool and wraps himself in a towel. Our neighbor stays in the pool. My husband says, I was gonna tell you, I swear. It gets worse. Divorce, part 3 is up. I catch my husband doing dirty things in the pool with our neighbor. I'm recording all of this, by the way. He says he was gonna tell me. So I show him all the evidence that I had been gathering, all the messages and the pictures. But little did he know I had already hired a lawyer. I'd known about the affair for about a month at this point. I had already been working on the divorce with the lawyer, documenting every single transgression my husband committed against me with our neighbor. And when I told my husband, he freaked. The neighbor, aka the woman my husband was with, she got out of the pool and went home. I printed out some flyers with all the pictures she had sent my husband and spread them around her yoga studio. I now get $10,000 from my husband monthly. Storytime about how I stole my best friend's boyfriend. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. My best friend and I had known each other for almost 7 years. We met in college and she was always dating around and had several boyfriends. I had no boyfriends because my parents were super strict even though I was in college. There was only one boy that I really liked, but like I said, my parents were super strict so I could never date anyone. What's worse is that I know this boy had a crush on me too. Fast forward 5 years later, my best friend and I are living together. She's on Tinder, Bumble, and all these other dating apps. She had been going on several dates because she really wanted to find a relationship. Well, one day she comes home and she says that she really liked this guy she went on a date with. They ended up dating a month before I even met him. One day she invites him over because she wanted me to meet him. He comes in and as soon as we lock eyes, I'm in shock. It's the boy that I had a crush on in college. Which, like I said, I knew he had a crush on me too. We hugged and chatted for the entire night. And I could tell my best friend really liked him. A few days later, he starts following me on Instagram and we start DMing. He tells me that he had a crush on me in college and I tell him that I did too. Part 2 is up. My best friend's boyfriend starts DMing me on Instagram. He confesses that he had a crush on me when we were in college together, and I told him that I did too. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. From that day on, he would DM me every single day and we would just flirt back and forth. I started feeling really guilty and I told him one day I can't do this anymore. That's when he told me he also felt guilty and that the best thing was for us to stop talking, so we did. I was so sad. A few weeks passed by and my best friend asked me if she could have the apartment all to herself because she's planning a romantic dinner for him. I said yes, but I felt so jealous. I left the apartment because I realized that I was so in love with him. I went to the supermarket and ate a whole pack of Oreo cookies and went to the movies. I get a text message from my best friend asking me to come home immediately. My stomach sank and I thought she had found out. When I get there, she's crying and she says that he broke up with her. I asked if he said why and she said because he was in love with another woman. My stomach sank again. I was there with her the entire night while she cried, knowing her boyfriend left her because of me. Part 3 is up. My best friend's boyfriend had broken up with her because of me. I didn't have the heart to tell her. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. A few days later, she started going out on Tinder dates again. I could see that she was feeling better, so I decided to confess to her everything. And she told me she could tell that he and I liked each other. Then she told me I should date him. Well, I didn't waste any time. I sent him a text message and asked him if he wanted to meet up for dinner. And when we did, he asked me to be his girlfriend. We dated for 6 months before he proposed. He even got my name tattooed on his neck. The only problem is that my mom thinks he might do the same thing to me. I don't even want to think about that because I truly believe that he loves me. But let's hope not. I've been planning the wedding and I asked my best friend to come. Of course she said yes. She's super happy for me. And she actually has a boyfriend now. Do you guys think my fiance will end up doing the same thing to me? Story time about how I got catfished by my best friend. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. My now ex-best friend and I hung out almost every single day. We were super close. Let's call her Natalie. Natalie and I would sometimes get into drama and her mom didn't like this. She considered me a bad influence on Natalie. But honestly, the drama was coming from both sides. Natalie and I had a group chat with one other person. One day, Natalie sends me a message through the group chat saying that she couldn't be my best friend anymore and that she's really sorry. She really didn't explain why though. I was crushed. She had been my best friend for so long. 3 weeks ago, I noticed that someone added me on Snapchat by search. I didn't really think too much about it. I added them back and we started having a conversation. She was a young girl my age and we started having conversations about boys we had crushes on, school, and lots of other things. I asked her to send me a picture of herself and she said she couldn't. That should have been the first red flag. Then we decided to meet up at the mall. I wait for her at the mall but she never shows up. Part 2 is up. I'm at the mall waiting for this girl to show up but she never does. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Like I said before, this girl told me she couldn't send me any pictures, so I didn't even know what she looked like. That's when I started suspecting something. We got along so well in our Snapchat conversations, it was almost too good to be true. So of course, I decide to call her. And guess who answers? Natalie, with her new friends who she knows that I hate. At that moment, I realized that she dumped me and then got with these new girls that she knew I hated. Of course, I was furious. I wanted to say something, but before I could, Natalie hung up the phone. And of course she did. She knew I was going to go off on her. Well, I start calling Natalie's phone several times, and she doesn't answer. Then I see that she unadded me off Snapchat and blocked me. So now I have no way of getting in contact with her. I spent weeks talking to this girl only to find out it was my—
Hi everyone, this is Storytime. Whoever writes the funniest made up word in the comments will get into the next video. Only those who are subscribed to the channel
ex-best friend catfishing me. So of course, I drive all the way to Natalie's house and her mom answers. Part 3 is up. So I show up to my ex-best friend's house who's been catfishing me for weeks. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Her mom was not happy to see me. Like I mentioned before, Natalie's mom thought I was a bad influence on her because we always got into drama. I proceed to tell Natalie's mom everything in detail. Her mom was shocked. She couldn't believe that her little daughter would be capable of such a thing. She was so mad, and it was so satisfying to me. I leave Natalie's house and I go home. The next day, I see that all of Natalie's new friends are posting on their social media saying that Natalie's phone got taken away for a few months, and that whoever did it, F you. I know they know it's me. It turns out Natalie's mom took her phone away for a whole month and deleted all of her social media. She totally deserves it. Natalie and her new friends are in a different school. And here's the kicker, I'm gonna be going to the same school. Now I'm just hoping they don't try to do something to me. And if they try, I'm so ready. Storytime about how I found out my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend was spying on us in the bedroom. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. My boyfriend and I have been together for 1 year. Our relationship is really good. We're like best friends and we tell each other everything. He always wants to spend time with me and we're planning on moving in together. Our families love each other and they're looking forward to us getting married someday. I'll call my boyfriend Dan. When Dan and I started dating, he told me that he had a really crazy ex. He was extremely controlling and didn't let him hang out with his friends or even his family. And when he broke up with her, she went nuts. She actually told her family that he was abusive just to get back at him. When we got together, Dan told me that he was scared his ex might try to do something to us. I told him not to worry, that she wouldn't do anything at all. Boy, was I wrong. Dan had his own apartment and I would stay at his place most nights. And of course, we did stuff in his bedroom. One night that we're on his bed doing stuff, I see a little tiny lens on his bookshelf pointing straight to us. I hadn't noticed it before, so I asked him what it was. He said he didn't know, so he went to it and pulled it out. It was a tiny little camera. Part 2 is up. When my boyfriend and I are doing the dirty on his bed, I notice there's a little lens pointing straight at us. He goes to grab it and we realize it's a little camera. The whole time we've been doing stuff on his bed, it's been recording us. That's when my boyfriend Dan said that it must have been his crazy ex. Let's call her Casey. He had told me that she was really crazy, but I didn't think she was that crazy. Dan starts looking throughout his whole apartment and he finds 2 more little cameras. One in the kitchen and one in the bathroom. As you can imagine, we didn't sleep that entire night. Of course, we went to the police and they opened an investigation, but they said they couldn't find anything. A week later, I get a DM from Casey, his ex-girlfriend. She starts abusing me through DM, calling me a bunch of names. She even said that I stole Dan from her, but I hadn't even met Dan when they broke up. Then she sends me a picture of my house, which means she knows where I live. I go straight to my boyfriend's apartment, and when I open the door, guess who's there? Casey is sitting on the couch with my boyfriend. It gets scarier. Part 3 is up. My boyfriend's crazy ex is sitting on the couch, and I'm terrified. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. She had just finished sending me a bunch of DMs on Instagram, totally abusing me. But my boyfriend didn't know this. I walk into the apartment and they're both sitting on the couch. She turns around and asks him, is that her? My boyfriend looks at me with a serious face and says, yes, that's her. Then she shows me DMs on Instagram that I had supposedly sent to some guy, and that she passed herself off as this guy to see if I would fall. And the messages were so dirty and disgusting. I tell my boyfriend that's not me and that I would never do that to him. He just stares at me and doesn't say anything. That's when I try to show him all of the DMs that she had just sent me. But I noticed they were all gone. She actually unsent every single DM. Now I had no proof and it was just her word against mine. That's when I accused her of planting the cameras in our bedroom. She actually smiled at me and turned around and told my boyfriend she would never do that. Then she slapped me. My boyfriend's crazy ex slaps me and lunges at me. Of course, I start attacking her right back. My boyfriend separates us finally and asks both of us to leave his apartment. I was so crushed that he didn't believe me. So far, she had spied on us in bed, hacked my Instagram to send DMs to herself to make it look like I was talking to another guy, and threatened me by telling me that she knew where I lived. Oh yeah, and she physically attacked me too. I left my boyfriend's apartment and a few days later he comes looking for me. I explained everything to him and he said he had no choice but to believe me. His ex was too crazy. Then he told me that she went back to his apartment that night and picked his lock. She got naked and crawled into his bed. He woke up, kicked her out, and went straight to get a restraining order. He scanned his apartment for more cameras and found 2 more. What should we do?
Are you ready for a scary story? The Legend of La Llorona.
La Llorona is a legend, a figure of the night that terrorizes farmers in Nicaragua. During colonial times in Nicaragua, La Llorona was a young girl living with her mother. The Spaniards put them to work. Her mother always told her Indian blood should never mix with Spaniard blood. One day while she's at the river, she meets a Spanish man and they fall in love. They met at the river many times and she fell pregnant. She asked him to take her back with him to Spain and he said no. He abandoned her, leaving her with a child. She cried so much she fell asleep, and when she woke up, she had a baby in her arms. She was full of spite and anger, and she knew she had to kill the baby. She threw the baby into the river, and she could hear the baby's cries. She instantly regretted it and went to save it, but she couldn't. The baby had drowned and was gone. According to the legend, her spirit comes out at night to terrorize the people of León. La Llorona Part 2. After she threw her baby into the river, She heard its cries and ran back to save it, but it had drowned and disappeared. She walked back to town, but she could still hear the baby's cries. Nothing could bring her comfort. Legend has it she walks the streets wailing and crying for her child, naming her La Llorona. She could still hear her baby's cries for her when it was drowning. It consumed her mind and her body. Even now, people still hear La Llorona outside of their houses, and when they do, they dare not go outside. So the next time you hear wailing and crying outside of your window, outside of your house, don't look, because it just might be La Llorona. Story time about how this one girl bullied me so bad she tried to beat me up, but guess what? The joke was on her because my sister beat her up. I was in 8th grade and I was bullied pretty badly, but this one girl in particular who didn't like me would make my life miserable. This girl was in 10th grade and I was in 8th grade at the time. I didn't defend myself at the time. I was really just scared of everything and everyone because I got bullied so much. And my sister knew that, which is why she was always looking out for me. She always had my back. So the bully, let's call her Jackie. Jackie started leaving me mean notes in my locker. And at the time, I guess I didn't really know if it was her. It could have been many people since I got bullied by many people. And the kids in my class would group around me whenever I would go to open my locker just to see my reaction when I would read the mean things she left in the notes. So for example, she would make fun of my acne and my big lips. But it got so much worse. One day I was walking down the hallway and she comes up right behind me and spills fake blood all over my back, making it look like I had my period. I was mortified, and she did this in front of everyone when we were on break. Then in front of everyone, she says that she's gonna beat me up at lunch and that I better be there, so come back for part 2. Part 2. So Jackie the bully spilled fake blood down my back, making it look like I had my period, and then she announced to everyone that she was going to beat me up at lunch and that I better be there. The bell rings and someone tells me that she's waiting for me at the soccer field. My god, I was so scared. Of course I wasn't planning on going, but 3 of the girls in my class literally took me by my arms and took me to the soccer field. Gosh, were they mean. And of course, there's a whole audience waiting for me. Jackie was right in the center. As soon as I get there, she starts yelling at me. And you know what I did? I asked her, why do you hate me so much? She actually didn't know what to say. She stayed quiet. So I asked her, what did I do to you? Then she said she saw me on a commercial in our local channel and that it made her really angry. And I said, is that all? Then she said that she didn't like my face either. She starts pushing me backwards. She pushed me a few times and I fell back. She was literally about to kick me when I hear my sister yelling from behind the crowd saying, why don't you pick on someone your own size? The crowd parts and my sister comes through and tells Jackie to leave me alone. Then she tried to kick me again and my sister tackled her to the ground. Come back for part 3. Part 3, as Jackie the bully is trying to kick me, my sister tackles her to the ground. Well, Jackie got really scared because she was not expecting that. Then my sister picks her up from the floor and throws her into a bush. Jackie starts to cry and she says that she's going to tell on my sister. Well, my sister says, I have all the notes that you've been sending to my sister and we can compare it to your own handwriting. Guess who they'll believe? My sister took me to the principal's office and we gave her all of the notes and I told her everything that happened. So the principal went and searched Jackie's back.
Story time about how my boss confessed to me that he likes me and now he's pressuring me into dating him. After he told me that there was nothing wrong with us flirting, I told him it was totally inappropriate and that I didn't feel comfortable with that. He then laughed and said, you'll loosen up eventually. I went home and I told my boyfriend everything. My boyfriend went berserk. He started insisting that I quit again. I told him I could handle the situation, that my boss was not going to do anything to me. He then got so mad that he actually left to his parents' house. He told me he would come back to live with me after I quit. But here's the thing, if the tables were turned, I would never ask my boyfriend to quit his job because his boss was flirting with him. I love my job and I don't think it's fair that I have to quit because my boss is flirting with me. Instead, I decided that I would go back to work and simply ignore my boss. But this actually had the opposite effect. My boss started coming on to me even stronger. He came up to me while I was having lunch and asked me if I was ignoring him. I was honest and said yes, a little. That's when he told me that we should talk after work. He walked me to my car and on the way, he told me that he likes me and that he's liked me since the day I started working there. He even said that it's pretty much the only reason why I got the job. But then of course he complimented me on all my work. As he was saying all of this, I just stayed quiet. I really didn't know how to respond. That's when my boss tells me that we should go on a date and that we could have a fruitful relationship. I love my job so much, I'm actually considering saying yes to at least one date. My boyfriend is still not talking to me, by the way. Now my boss even sends me text messages telling me how good I look in the office. And no, I can't report him to anybody. And I don't want to jeopardize my job. Last week, my boss even gave me a raise. And to be honest, I'm really happy about it. My dream is to buy myself a house. But at what cost? Should I say yes to just one date? Or should I say no and suffer the consequences? Or should I quit? But that's not fair either. What do you guys think I should do? Should I confess to my boyfriend that I'm cheating on him with his dad? My boyfriend and I have been dating for 3 years. I have to admit, our relationship is pretty boring. He's not the most fun guy, and he doesn't really ever make me laugh a lot. On the other hand, I'm always making him laugh. I put all those things aside because he is a very good person, and he does take care of me. His job requires him to be away from work for 6 to 8 months. He works on a boat, so this means I have a lot of time to myself.
No, I never cheated on him before his dad came along, but let me explain. My boyfriend did not grow up with his dad. His dad went to prison a long time ago for something he stole. No, it wasn't something terrible. When his dad got out of prison, my boyfriend was already 20 years old. My boyfriend didn't like the idea of his dad coming to live with him and his mom, so they had a lot of fights. But his dad made every effort to try to make his son comfortable. The first time I met my dad's boyfriend, I noticed that he was very good looking. He was also in amazing shape. He loves to read books and listen to music, and he even started his own business as soon as he got out of prison, which is already doing well. He told my boyfriend to quit his job and to work for him, but my boyfriend refused. So my boyfriend had to go away for his job, which meant he was going to be away for 6 months. During this time, I decided to visit his mom as much as I could so that she wouldn't get lonely. And this is when things started heating up with his dad. Part 2 is up. Should I confess to my boyfriend that I'm cheating on him with his dad? When my boyfriend left for work for 6 months, I started going to visit his mom and his dad every single week. His mom and dad were still married, but they were not together. So it's not like the dad had to be loyal to the mom. My boyfriend's mom would usually cook dinner, I would eat with her, and then I would sit down to watch a movie with her sometimes. His dad would sometimes join us, but not all the time. Like I mentioned, my boyfriend's dad is very good looking. He caught me staring at him a few times. And I'll admit, I was really embarrassed, but at the same time, I kind of didn't care. One night when I was watching a movie with her, she told me that she was going to go to bed. I told her I would go home, but then she said no. She told me I should stay to finish watching the movie. That's when my boyfriend's dad comes over and sits on the couch with me. And he says, "I'll keep you company." As we were watching the movie, I could feel the tension. And I loved it. I hadn't felt anything like this in the whole time that I was with my boyfriend. I mean, my boyfriend and I rarely even kissed. When the movie finished, I got up and turned the television off. He also gets up from the couch. That's when he grabbed my hand and turned me around. He grabbed my face and started kissing me. And I have to admit, I loved it. He pulled me into a corner and we kept kissing for a few minutes. That's when he asked me if I wanted to go upstairs with him and I said yes. And we did it. And it was actually amazing. Yes, I did feel guilty, but I wanted to live my life and enjoy these moments. And unfortunately, my boyfriend just didn't give that to me. We were inseparable after that. Part 3 is up. Should I confess to my boyfriend that I'm cheating on him with his dad? After we did the you know what, my boyfriend's dad and I were inseparable. He would come over to my apartment almost every single night and just sleep over. And this became a routine. It's like we couldn't keep our hands off each other and we loved it. And not once did we ever talk about my boyfriend, his son. This went on the entire time my boyfriend was gone. A few days before my boyfriend arrived, his dad and I decided that we would just try to stay away from each other when he was home. Well, let me tell you, it didn't last very long. My boyfriend came home and I felt nothing. It was just like before he left. He barely even kissed me and we went back to our regular life. So I called his dad up and we started meeting in different fancy hotels around the city. It was so fun and exciting. After a few weeks, I noticed that my boyfriend really changed. He was barely touching me and didn't really want anything to do with me. So I confronted him. And I know I have no right, but I wanted to find out what was going on. My boyfriend told me that he felt our relationship was stale, and I told him that I agreed. That's when he told me that we should separate. But we're technically still together. Now here's my problem. I think I just want to break up with my boyfriend, but I want to get with his dad, as in make it official. But his dad told me that he would never make it official with me. So now I'm stuck. I really like him and I have so much fun with him. Also, should I just tell my boyfriend the truth? What do you guys think I should do? Storytime about how I married my blind date after knowing each other for 2 weeks. After I broke up with my ex who cheated on me 4 times, I swore off men. But my friends and family were constantly telling me that I should at least try dating other people. I went 2 full years without dating anyone, and it was the best decision I ever made. Instead of going out on dates, I decided to take that time to work on myself. I prioritized myself and started doing the things that I've always wanted to do. For example, I always wanted to learn how to play the piano, so I put myself into piano classes. I also started taking belly dancing classes, and I signed up to Pilates. I also decided to focus on my mental health because I realized that I always depended on validation from men. It was the happiest I'd ever been. My family even saw the changes in me, and my mom told me that maybe it was time for me to start dating. Last year, my sister signed up to a bunch of dating apps, and she actually met some really good men. I really thought about it long and hard, and I decided to sign up for one too. And I told myself that I would take it slow and easy. Finally, I went on my first date. It didn't go very well because my date only talked about himself and didn't ask me any questions. But then my second date was this amazing guy. And I kid you not, it was love at first sight. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I married my blind date after knowing each other for only 2 weeks. So I walk into the restaurant and I know what he looks like. He was already sitting at the table, but as soon as we locked eyes, it was instant attraction. But not just attraction, it was love. I honestly don't know how to describe it. It was this feeling I'd never felt before. When I sat down at the table, we instantly connected. We talked about everything, from our childhoods up until that point. We talked about school, friends, even our favorite foods, favorite colors, places we wanted to visit. I'm talking about everything. We even talked about our family problems, which I had never done that with anyone else. We basically ordered the entire menu. And over the next 5 hours, we talked and ate and laughed. You know when there's moments of silence in a conversation, and sometimes it's awkward? There was none of that. We were constantly talking and asking each other questions. The restaurant actually had to tell us to go home. When we said goodbye, he asked me if he could take me to breakfast the next day. And of course, I said yes. As I was driving home, I knew that this was the guy I wanted to marry. For the next week, we hung out almost every single day when we weren't working. And we texted each other day and night. He would send me paragraphs paragraphs. By the end of the week, he asked me if he could meet my parents. We had a wonderful dinner and my parents loved him. He put so much effort into talking to them and even brought them gifts. The following day, I met his family, and they loved me too. The following Monday, he asked me to move in with him, and I said yes. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how I married my blind date after only knowing each other for 2 weeks. After 1 week of knowing each other, he asked me to move in. Like I said, my parents loved him, but when I told them that we were going to move in together after knowing each other for 1 week, they thought it was a terrible idea. But there was no way I was backing out on moving in with him. I told them that this was a risk I was willing to take. I was a grown adult, so I had the final word. That very same week, I started moving all my stuff in. After living together for 3 days, we were having so much fun. I was living with my best friend. We would tell each other everything. We decided to host a dinner for our family and friends. His family got along really well with my family, and his friends ended up loving me. By the end of that second week, my boyfriend was talking about getting married, and I said it would be a dream to marry him. And guess what? The next day, he takes me out for an early breakfast. While we're sitting at the restaurant, the server brings over a box, and he tells me to open it. And inside was a beautiful emerald ring. I had told him on our first date that emeralds were my favorite stones. He got down on one knee and asked me to marry him, and I said yes. In order to avoid having to convince our families, we went straight to the court and got married the following day. Yes, I know it's totally crazy, but I am so happy. We've been married now for 3 years. We've traveled to 8 different countries, and we also decided to have children. I never thought I would marry the man of my dreams after 2 weeks of knowing him, but my risk paid off. What should we name our first baby? Should I tell my mom that my stepdad is putting the moves on me? AKA her husband. Disclaimer, is not my story time. My mom and I have always had a really good relationship. She's pretty much been my best friend all throughout my life. I was bullied heavily in school, so I always confided in my mom. I mean, I tell my mom everything, even about boys. When I was in high school, my parents got divorced. Right after the divorce, my mom had set her sights on this one guy. He lived in our neighborhood, was single, and had a lot of money. Now, you could say my mom wanted his money, or you could say that she fell in love with him. I'm not sure which one. They ended up getting married right when I turned 17. My mom and I moved into his house, and it was amazing. It was actually more like a mansion. He had a pool, a movie theater, and a tennis court. So my house was the house that all my friends would come to. And my mom was really happy, I could tell. But there were a few things that I didn't like about my new stepdad. For example, whenever my friends would come over, he would always try to hang out with us. At first I thought it was just really annoying. But after a year of this happening, I realized it was actually kind of gross. So I opened up to my mom and I told her that I didn't like him hanging around my friends. And my mom laid the hammer down. After that, he would not come around at all whenever my friends and I were downstairs. Here's where things start to get a little icky. When I turned 19, I could tell he was staring at me more and more. Part 2 is, should I tell my mom that my stepdad, her husband, is trying to hit on me? Disclaimer, is not my story time. I sent me on Instagram. When I turned 19 is when I started noticing that he would stare at me more and more. I usually would walk around the house in my bikini whenever I was gonna go in the pool. Sometimes I would wear shorts and crop tops around the house, or be in a sports bra and leggings whenever I was working out. But his staring clearly made me uncomfortable. So I literally had to change the way that I dressed. And I didn't want to tell my mom just because I thought maybe I was reading too much into it. Instead, I told my best friend. And when I told my best friend, she told me that I needed to be really careful around him. She told me I shouldn't even be alone with him in the house. I started to get really paranoid. One day, my stepdad asked me why I stopped dressing the way that I used to. Point blank, I said to him, well, you stare a lot and it makes me uncomfortable. The smile on his face turned into pure anger. Then he started calling me stupid and ignorant. He said that I was dumb for thinking that and that he was totally in love with my mom and that he would never ever see me that way. But he continued to stare at me. A few months later, we decided to have a party on my mom's birthday. Well, my stepdad got hammered. And when no one was looking, he sat down next to me and put his hand on my lap. That's when he said that he missed the way that I used to dress. And the look on his face was disgusting. Part 3 is up. Should I tell my mom that my stepdad has been hitting on me, aka her husband? Disclaimer, it's not my story time. It's sending me on Instagram. When he put his hand on my lap, I pushed him away and told him he was being disgusting. That's when he grabbed my hand and told me that there was nothing wrong with him appreciating my beauty. And remember, we're at my mom's birthday party. I went over to my mom with the intention to tell her, but she was having so much fun and it was her birthday, I didn't want to spoil it. For the rest of the night, I had to avoid him. He would follow me everywhere and try to grab my hand. I finally went up to my bedroom and locked myself in there. A few days after the party, he came up to me and said, I need to apologize to you. And I said, what for? That's when he said, you know why. Then he told me he made reservations at a really nice restaurant for us to go to. And of course, I said no. That's when he told me that we were both adults, and that we could hang out together when my mom wasn't around. I said no, and I've been avoiding him since then. But I think avoiding him is doing the opposite. He now started sending me gym selfies. I told him he needed to stop, and he said he just wanted to send me his progress so that I could be proud of him. Ew, never. I decided that I should move out and I started looking for my own apartment. I thought maybe I should wait until I move out to tell my mom, or maybe not tell her at all. No, this is gonna break her heart and flip her world upside down. He has a really comfy life with him, but I don't think that's worth losing me, right? How should I tell my mom? My biggest fear is that she doesn't believe me. What should I do? Storytime about how I did the dirty with my sister's boyfriend. Whoops. Disclaimer, is not my storytime. I sent me on Instagram. My sister and I didn't actually grow up together. I grew up with my dad and she mostly grew up with my mom. Growing up, we were really competitive, like in every single way. But for the most part, we had each other's backs. She's a year older than me, so we weren't in the same grade. I got bullied a lot in high school and she always defended me. Finally, when we graduated from high school, our relationship got a lot better. We stopped competing in everything and our parents actually got back together. This was the happiest moment of our lives. We were all living under the same roof and my parents had started started a new business. My sister and I started helping them with their business, and it grew a lot. We were financially stable, and we were even able to buy a beach house. Every single weekend, we would go as a family and with friends. Now, when it came to boys, we had the same taste. This unfortunately led us to have a lot of fights. She would meet a guy and I would like him, or I would meet a guy and she would like him. But we never actively tried to steal each other's boyfriends. Also, our parents were really strict, so my sister and I had to go behind their back to have boyfriends. When I turned 19, I met this really sweet guy. We fell in love. I thought we were gonna get married. My parents were totally against me having a boyfriend, but I told them that I was old enough to make my own decisions. The only person who actually really supported me was my sister. She was able to convince my parents to accept him. So they did. He would come over and have dinner with us. We would go out on dates, and eventually he asked my parents for my hand in marriage. But my parents said no. They said I was too young. So he ended up breaking up with me, which was really bad. Then my sister met a guy. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I did the dirty with my sister's boyfriend, and should I tell her? Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's sending me on Instagram. So after my boyfriend broke up with me, I was really heartbroken. This was around the time that my sister met her boyfriend, the one that I did it with. They started dating really casually, and he made it clear to her that he did not want to be in a relationship with her. And my parents did not like that at all. So basically, he was not allowed to come to our house whatsoever. And the thing is, I never even saw his face. My sister showed me his Instagram, but he didn't really have a lot of pictures of himself. I didn't even know what his face looked like. After a few weeks, I told my parents that I wanted to start dating people, and they were so against this. Like I said, my parents are really strict. So here's what I did. I signed up to a bunch of dating apps, and I just started going on dates behind their back. And I know that I'm 19, but I still respected everything my parents told me because I lived under the roof. So I started going on a bunch of dates. And can you guess who I ended up matching with? Yep, my sister's boyfriend. Although I didn't know it was her boyfriend at the time. He and I ended up going on 2 dates. It was amazing, it was wonderful, it was great. He was super charming and really funny. And I did ask him if he was seeing other people, and he said no. But of course, that was a total lie. I even talked to my sister about this guy. I mean, how sick is that? So here's what ended up happening. He and I go back to his place and we do it. The next day, he totally ghosts me. And this is when I started investigating. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how I did the dirty with my sister's boyfriend, and should I tell her? Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's sending me on Instagram. After he ghosted me, I started doing some investigating. This is when I found his real Instagram. And guess who I see on it? My sister is tagged in his pictures as his girlfriend. I was totally heartbroken. Honestly, I really fell for this guy. He seemed like a really good guy, but of course they all do, right? And talk about how good of a liar he was. On our dates, all he kept talking about was how he wanted to be with somebody, and how he really wanted to settle down and live with someone. It's like he was saying exactly what he knew I wanted to hear. So here's what I did. I reported him on the dating app, and then I sent him a DM on his real Instagram, and I sent him a picture of me and my sister, aka his girlfriend. He messaged me right away. He said that he had just started dating my sister and that he didn't know we were related. That's when I told him I knew he was lying. They had been dating for a while now. This guy really thought I was that stupid to believe him that he had just started dating my sister. And of course, he blocked me like the coward he is. Honestly, I don't know how to tell my sister because I feel like she might think it was my fault. Also, if my parents find out, they will kill me. I asked my sister what was up with her boyfriend. That's when she told me that he hadn't been texting her for like 2 days. It's been a week now, and he's been ghosting her every single day. I know I should tell my sister, but how do I even start? Also, I know she's gonna tell my parents. I'm terrified. What the heck am I gonna do now? Story time about how my creepy uncle flirts with me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, I'm sending me on Instagram. I come from a really big family. My mom has 5 sisters and 1 brother, and my dad has 4 brothers and sisters. All of them have their own kids, so I have a lot of cousins. And this means we have a lot of family get-togethers. Every single weekend, someone is hosting a party. We all get together and eat, and it's actually a really nice time. But there's always that one creepy uncle. In my case, it's my mom's brother. He's 46-year-old and has never married, but he's a bachelor. He's got money, so he basically has a bunch of sugar babies. Whenever my family tells him that he needs to get married, he says he'll never get married to anybody. He thinks women only exist for the pleasure of men. When I turned 16, I noticed that he would stare at me a lot. At first, it was just staring. Every now and again, he never did anything really creepy then, but just the staring was enough for me. I never told my mom about it then, not until I turned 18. This is when he started making comments like, wow, you're growing into your body, or wow, you got great hips. He would make comments about how I was growing up, like, ew. He even told my dad that he needed to keep me away from guys because I was growing up really quickly. And because of my curves, men would think that I was a woman. This is when I finally told my mom that he was making me super uncomfortable. She thought it was funny at first, so I avoided him at all costs. Part 2. Story time about how my creepy uncle flirts with me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's sending me on Instagram. When I told my mom that he was making me super uncomfortable, she laughed it off. She thought it was funny. She said, oh, you know how he is. So from that point on, I basically avoided my uncle every time we were at a family event. When I turned 20, this is when things got even worse. He would ask me things like if I was a virgin, or if I had a boyfriend, if I had ever been on dates. And one time he even told me that he would get very jealous if I ended up bringing a guy to one of our family events. One time he complimented me on the dress that I was wearing, so after that, I only wore baggy clothes to family events. The fact that I had to change the way that I dressed so that he could control himself makes me sick. I finally told my mom again that my uncle was always bothering me. That's when she told me that the world is filled with men like him, and that all I needed to do was just ignore him. So I told my dad everything. My dad took it a little more seriously and told my uncle that he needed to stop making comments. My uncle just laughed. Part 3 is up. Story time about how my creepy uncle flirts with me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's sending me on Instagram. I finally told my dad and he told my uncle to stop making comments. My uncle just laughed and told my dad that he was overreacting, and that all he said to me was that I was a pretty girl. What a liar. In part 1 and 2, I told you guys that it was getting worse, but here's where it actually gets even worse. Like I said, I have a really big family, so my cousins are growing up too. One of them just turned 13 and my uncle cannot stop staring at her. She's maturing a lot quicker than most 13-year-olds. He's already staring at her. So here's what I did. At the next family event, I sat right next to him. Every time he would stare at one of my cousins or try to make a comment at me, I called him out for it in front of everybody. I even recorded the things that he said. The fact that I even have to do this at a family event makes me sick. Instead of enjoying my time with my family, I have to sit next to my creepy uncle policing him. Anyway, it's totally worth it though. I'm making sure that my cousins don't feel uncomfortable. After I had enough recordings of him saying nasty things, at the next family event, I showed it to my grandma. I basically played it for the entire family. My grandma told him that he couldn't come to any more events if he was going to behave that way. And of course, he apologized to everyone right away. But not to me, he apologized to my dad. After his half-ass apology, he was let back into family events. I don't think that's enough punishment. Give me some ideas because I think I deserve justice. Creepy uncle.
My boyfriend thinks I'm disgusting for having periods and refuses to touch me or even have sexy time. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. My boyfriend and I have only been dating for 3 months. We met on a dating app. He works in financing and I own my own business. He's 28 and I'm 22. But he is so not mature. When we first met, he came across as a really intelligent guy. After 6 dates, he asked me if I wanted to be his girlfriend and I said yes. I did feel like he was rushing into it a little bit, but I decided to take the risk. A few days after he asked me to be his girlfriend, I mentioned to him that I was going to get off the pill. I was having a lot of hormonal problems and the pill was probably causing it, and I knew that this was going to make my periods really heavy again. Well, when I said this to him, he said, "Wow, that's disgusting." Then he said, "My ex never had periods because she was always on the pill." Isn't that impossible? He was just lying to make me feel bad. And I literally sat there in the restaurant explaining to him why periods happen and why they are important. By the end of the conversation, he said it was still gross and that he wouldn't want to touch me when I was on it in case he got blood on him. Then he brought up his ex again. He said that she was always so clean. I got up from the table and I walked away. Part 2 is up. My boyfriend told me I'm disgusting for getting my period and he refuses to touch me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It's gonna be on Instagram. The following day, he called me and asked me if I still had my period. I told him no and he said, "Okay, then I can come over." When he came over to my apartment, I asked him what was his problem with periods. He told me that it was disgusting and that women should try to get rid of them. Then he started insisting on me taking the pill again so that I could stop having periods. I told him he had no right over my body and that I would do whatever I wanted. He ended up going home and we didn't speak for a few days. He finally calls me and tells me that he's sorry for calling me disgusting. But this time I actually had my period. So when he came over, I wanted to test him. I kissed him and told him that I wanted to do it. Then he said, "Okay." I told him I had to go to the bathroom to remove my pad. Then he said, "Are you for real? That's so gross. Why would you invite me over knowing that you have your period?" Then he said that he wouldn't come near me with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, this 28-year-old man said that. Then he told me that I probably smell really bad down there and that I should probably go take a shower right away. I didn't even know what to say to him. I opened my front door and I stood there. And he left. An hour later, he posts on his story that he's at a club with his friends. Part 3 is up. My boyfriend says that I'm disgusting for getting periods and he refuses to touch me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It's on Instagram. He posted a story that he was at a club. I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, so I didn't ask him anything. A few hours later, I check his story again, and he's partying with all these random girls at the club. I asked him who they were, and he said they were just girls that he met at the club. I was so angry, I just turned off my phone. At 2 in the morning, he shows up to my apartment drunk. He actually apologized, but ended up falling asleep on my couch. The next day, I thanked him for apologizing, and he said, "What apology?" I said, "You came over last night and apologized." He said, "No, I didn't. I would never have done that. I still think your periods are gross." I started to cry and he told me that I was overreacting. For the past 3 months, it's been like this. Every time I'm on my period, he refuses to even hang out with me. I told him a few weeks ago that I needed him to change because I needed his support when I had my period. He told me that he just couldn't do it. So I took to Instagram and got in contact with his ex. And I asked her if it was really true that she never got periods. She told me no, that it wasn't true and that he was just disgusted with periods in general. She told me that I shouldn't take it personally and that he also made her life a living hell whenever she got her period. Then she told me that he cheated on her several times when she had her period. Apparently it was just like a hall pass for him. So now I'm thinking about breaking up with him. When I'm not on my periods, we have a great time. But I want someone who will love me and support me no matter what. What should I do? My boyfriend went on a vacation with his ex behind my back. Should I break up with him? Disclaimer, I look extremely tired because I've been filming for 7 hours. I'm not sad, don't worry. Storytime was sending me on Instagram. My boyfriend and I have been together for 6 months only. Here's the thing, we never bring up our exes, like ever. From my perspective, I thought we had a really healthy relationship. We're both really into fitness, would work out together every single day, and we made time to cook together every single day. He asked me to move in with him 2 months after we started dating, but I said no. I explained to him that I just wasn't ready for that, and he got really upset. That's when things started changing. He began making up excuses about not being able to hang out with me, and sometimes he wouldn't even show up to our gym dates. And I guess one of the mistakes that I made was giving him his space. A few days later, he calls me and tells me that he is in Boston for a work trip. He didn't even tell me he was going on a trip. I just said okay. Then I tracked his location on my phone and it turns out he's in the Bahamas. He forgot that I could track his location. I started investigating and you'll never guess what I found. Part 2 is up.
My boyfriend went on vacation with his ex behind my back. Should I break up with him? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It's on my Instagram. Also, I'm just really tired from filming. I'm not sad, I promise. After checking his location and seeing that he was actually in the Bahamas and not Boston where he told me he was going, started doing some investigating on Instagram. I scanned his Instagram for people that he tagged, and I finally came across his ex's profile. No, I had never done this before just because I didn't care about his ex. Like I said in part 1, we never talked about our exes. Fortunately, her account was set to private, so I couldn't see her pictures or stories. But I did see on her bio that she was currently in the Bahamas. From his location, I could see what hotel he was staying at. So I called the hotel and asked for his room number. And they put me through. My boyfriend answered the phone. And the first words out of his mouth were, "How did you find me here?" I told him I could see his location and that he must have forgotten. That's when he came up with his lie. His boss asked him to go to the Bahamas for emergency business, and that he didn't have time to call me and tell me about it. In the background, I could hear that somebody opened the door and I heard a woman's voice. He instantly hung up on me. So I called his phone, but he wouldn't answer. In fact, he turned his phone off. It wasn't until 4 days later that he actually showed up to my apartment apologizing. He said his phone broke and that he couldn't get one while he was in the Bahamas. Part 3 is up. My boyfriend went on vacation with his ex behind my back. Should I break up with him? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I sent me on Instagram. After 4 days of not hearing from my stupid boyfriend who was in the Bahamas, finally showed up to my apartment to apologize. I told him not to even bother because I knew that he was with his ex. Then he said, "You're right. I'm not even gonna lie to you." Then he came up with this whole story. He clearly had 4 days to think about it. Told me that his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend died and that she was in need of his help. She asked him to go to the Bahamas to spread her boyfriend's ashes. And of course, being the gentleman that he is, he said yeah. And that the only reason he didn't tell me was because he didn't want me to get jealous. So I asked him to confirm his story. I told him to call his ex and put her on speaker, and he refused. Said that I was being toxic and that doing that to his poor ex would bring up all the feelings she had from her boyfriend's death, and that she was grieving and I needed to respect her space. Gaslighting much? I told him I wouldn't believe him, and then I kicked him out. Told me I was being so insensitive towards him. So I asked his ex on Instagram if the whole story was true. She hasn't opened the message and I'm still waiting for her to reply. It's been a few days since that happened, and my boyfriend keeps coming back to my apartment with flowers and champagne. He keeps apologizing and asking me not to break up with him. I know you're all thinking I should just leave him, but I really, really love him, and maybe the story is true. He shouldn't have lied. I can't confirm his story. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for wanting my girlfriend to never talk to me again? Me, 20 female, and my girlfriend, 20 female, were dating for about 2 to 3 years, and we both suffer from anxiety. For me, it got worse during the pandemic due to my dad having to be shielded, and I had to talk to my girlfriend that when the lockdown restrictions were lifted a bit, I still had to be careful. This annoyed her a bit, saying I wasn't trying enough with the relationship, which I just brushed off as she's always been a slightly insecure person, so I don't want to make it any worse. At the beginning of 2021, I had to come to terms with the fact that I was SA'd by a close family friend when I was younger. I know it might be odd that I didn't notice, but I was quite young and I thought it was normal to do those things. I went to professional help to help my understanding, and they explained it to me. It was hard to deal with, and it meant that I found it hard to be too close to men for a short period of time, and I felt disgusted at both myself and the family friend. My girlfriend kept making remarks about how I was unhappy or not willing to go out as much. She knew I was SA'd. I told her after I found out. Later on, my girlfriend wanted to move our relationship to the next level, and that she was ready for the big step. However, I was not ready to sleep with her yet, as I was still dealing with the SA. My girlfriend snapped at me saying I was making too big of a deal out of it and that I should just get over it because she was ready. And she was the most insecure out of the two of us, so I should be happy that she was willing to make the step. I got very upset and told her that I didn't want to talk to her. Later on, I found out from a mutual friend that my girlfriend has been telling people that I rejected her and said that she was not attractive, and it really had affected her self-image. I confronted her about the next time we met up with our friend group and told her that she needs to understand I just can't get over being SA'd, and it might just take a while to come to terms with it, and if she can't come to terms with that, then I don't want to be with her. Before I left, she yelled at me, telling me I was doing it for attention and that if I was SA'd, I was probably asking for it. So I cut off all communications with her and told her that I never want to see her again. Some of our friends said I was being an asshole and that my girlfriend was just in a really bad headspace and dealing with her anxiety and that I ruined her self-confidence. Also that it is my fault that she's becoming depressed, while others sided with me. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for wanting my girlfriend to never talk to me again? Me, 20 female, and my girlfriend, 20 female, were dating for about 2 to 3 years, and we both suffer from anxiety. For me, it got worse during the pandemic due to my dad having to be shielded, and I had to talk to my girlfriend that when the lockdown restrictions were lifted a bit, I still had to be careful. This annoyed her a bit, saying I wasn't trying enough with the relationship, which I just brushed off as she's always been a slightly insecure person, so I don't want to make it any worse. At the beginning of 2021, I had to come to terms with the fact that I was SA'd by a close family friend when I was younger. I know it might be odd that I didn't notice, but I was quite young and I thought it was normal to do those things. I went to professional help to help my understanding, and they explained it to me. It was hard to deal with, and it meant that I found it hard to be too close to men for a short period of time, and I felt disgusted at both myself and the family friend. My girlfriend kept making remarks about how I was unhappy or not willing to go out as much. She knew I was S8, I told her after I found out. Later on, my girlfriend wanted to move our relationship to the next level, and that she was ready for the big step. However, I was not ready to sleep with her yet, as I was still dealing with the SA. My girlfriend snapped at me saying I was making too big of a deal out of it and that I should just get over it because she was ready. And she was the most insecure out of the two of us, so I should be happy that she was willing to make the step. I got very upset and told her that I didn't want to talk to her. Later on, I found out from a mutual friend that my girlfriend has been telling people that I rejected her and said that she was not attractive, and it really had affected her self-image. I confronted her about the next time we met up with our friend group and told her that she needs to understand I just can't get over being S8, and it might just take a while to come to terms with it, and if she can't come to terms with that, then I don't want to be with her. Before I left, she yelled at me telling me I was doing it for attention and that if I was S8, I was probably asking for it. So I cut off all communications with her and told her that I never want to see her again. Some of our friends said I was being an asshole and that my girlfriend was just in a really bad headspace and dealing with her anxiety and that I ruined her self-confidence. Also that it is my fault that she's becoming depressed while others sided with me, so am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for being mad at my two sisters for being locked out of the house when it was cold for 2 hours? I, 13 female, get dropped off by my sister, 17. We have a house key and usually I'm okay about putting it back. Recently I've been busy with schoolwork and on top of that being at sports with added chores I need to do. I left the house key in my room. My mistake. Once my sister and I were heading to our house, I go, I don't think the house key is there. She responds, well, you better hope it is because otherwise you're going to be outside in the cold for 5 hours. Well, as luck has it, the key was not there. After going back and forth, she called my stepdad and had him come 1 hour back home to unlock the door. Now I have to pay him $100 to get my phone back, and he said a few mean things to me. My mom is on my side, but my stepdad and sisters are mad at me, so am I the asshole?
Am I wrong for telling my girlfriend to cover up her body when strangers enter the home? Oh, you are treading on thin ice, my friend. Here we go. This is the first sentence. I am fully aware that the title sounds sexist, but hear me out, please. My girlfriend comes from a wealthy background and grew up with maids, chefs, chauffeurs, etc. I was raised in a completely opposite environment and still adjusting to dating someone like her. When we're not with her parents, we spend a lot of time at one of her apartments. Here's the issue. My girlfriend likes to walk around home barely wearing anything, which is fine, awesome even, but she does this even when the help are around. For example, last month, her family hired a new driver for her. He stopped by the apartment to introduce himself, and she was only wearing her underwear. Keep in mind, this is the first time they've ever met in person. I felt awkward, he was visibly awkward, and she didn't give a shit at all. She was casually chatting to him while scrolling away on her phone. She does this all the time. She doesn't think she needs to wear any decent amount of clothes at all when people that work for her are around. She will casually walk around wearing just a thong or a tiny crop top. Just a crop top, nothing else. Okay, see, you saved yourself. The title was a little fishy, but now I hear, I understand your concern. She even does this with complete strangers. One time, she opened the door for the delivery guy wearing only a see-through gown. You could see everything. Afterwards, I talked to her about it, and she was utterly confused as to why I felt uncomfortable. Then she laughed and told me to stop being jealous, baby. She even said that I'm unreasonable. We had another discussion about this yesterday, and I told her that she probably wouldn't feel comfortable if I did the same. She said that she doesn't understand why I care what her staff think, and that it never even crossed her mind that this is inappropriate. She told me that she only does this in the comfort of her home and not in front of actual people. An example, people that don't work for her. She got kind of mad at me and vented to her friends. According to all of them, I'm weird for having a problem with this, and I'm an asshole for telling my girlfriend to cover up. Somehow, I'm the villain of the story. So, am I really the asshole here?
Am I the asshole for interrupting my ex-husband's birthday and taking my daughter home because she was there without my consent? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 35 female, and my ex-husband, 37 male, separated 1 year ago. We share custody of our 15-year-old daughter. He has her for certain days, and his birthday didn't fall on one of these days. It fell on one of the days where my daughter is supposed to be with me. He called me so we could discuss letting him have my daughter on the day of his birthday, but I told him no because it's not his day to have her. He got my daughter involved, and she said she really wants to go, but I said no because I have my reasons. I thought my ex-husband had dropped it, but on the day of his birthday, I went to pick up my daughter from school, and I discovered that he came and took her straight to the restaurant where his birthday party was taking place. I was fuming, so I called him and he didn't pick up. I then called my daughter and she said she was with him. I used a location feature to track her phone and got the address. Am I the asshole for interrupting my ex-husband's birthday and taking my daughter home because she was there without my consent? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I showed up and interrupted the party. My ex-husband started arguing with me, but I told him he had no consent to have my daughter with him and he said it was his birthday. My former mother-in-law tried to speak to me and I told her to stay out of it. I I then told my daughter to grab her stuff because we were going home. Him and his family unloaded on me, but I tried to ignore them and just leave, but my daughter made it hard for me. I took her home eventually and grounded her for agreeing to leave school with her dad when it wasn't his day. Her dad called me yelling about how bitter and spiteful I was to deprive our daughter from attending his birthday. I told him it's basic respect and boundaries, but he claimed it was me being spiteful and deliberately hurtful towards him, and that I didn't care how it affected our daughter. I hung up, but more of his family members started blasting me on social media, saying that I made a scene.
Storytime about how my asshole boyfriend criticizes everything I wear. Disclaimer's not my story time. My boyfriend and I have been dating for 6 months. We're both pretty young. I'm 19 and he's 22. I could say that he's just young and he doesn't know how to treat a woman yet, but he's pretty immature in everything else. Now you might wonder why I'm with him. It's because I love him. I met him when I was 15 in high school and I've been in love with him ever since. He always used to tell me that I was too young for him, but finally when I turned 18, he started paying attention to me. I begged him to go on a date with me and he finally said yes. At first, everything was so amazing. He was fun, charismatic, and super affectionate. When he finally asked me to be his girlfriend, I was so happy. But then slowly he started criticizing everything I wear. He doesn't like when I wear hoodies or sweaters, leggings or pants, skirts that are too short, skirts that are too loose, or crop tops. First he would politely say things, but now he's just straight up mean about it. He told me when I'm around him I can wear skimpy clothes, but when we go out he wants me to wear stuff that's loose. So I literally changed everything I wore. I dressed only for him and I started hating myself. Part 2 of how my boyfriend criticizes everything I wear. Disclaimers are not my story time, send me on Instagram. I completely changed the way I dressed just for him. He would always find something to criticize, even down to the jewelry or hair accessories or makeup that I wore. It got to the point where if I went shopping, I would send him pictures of the stuff that I wanted to buy for him to approve. Even my nails. Anytime I went to the nail salon, I would have to send him pictures of the nail polish or any designs I wanted to do. And don't think that he's paying for stuff. No, he's not. I finally opened up to my mom and told her everything. She told my dad and they both got really upset. My dad even called my boyfriend and told him to come over. My parents told him to stop being so controlling, otherwise the relationship would be over. Of course, my boyfriend pretended to be on his best behavior, apologized and said that he wouldn't do it anymore. But when we left my parents' house, he told me I was a snitch. Then he made me promise to never tell my parents anything about our relationship again. And I know I should just break up with him, but I do love him. I've been in love with him for years and now that I'm with him, I don't want to lose him. But I know that I've put him up on a pedestal. It's been a few weeks since my parents intervened, but my boyfriend hasn't changed a thing. I decided to buy myself a designer purse that I've been wanting for years. As soon as he saw me with the purse, he said that my privilege was showing and that I needed to go return it as soon as possible because it was embarrassing. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how my boyfriend criticizes everything I wear. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I sent me on Instagram. After he told me to return the designer purse, I said no. He then explained to me why I should be embarrassed to wear it. He said people that buy designer stuff are only trying to flaunt their wealth, and that people who do that are just trying to cover up their shortcomings. So basically, I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm not good at other things, or that I don't have good qualities. I couldn't believe what he was saying to me. For the first time ever, I defended myself and I told him he needed to leave me alone. And no, I didn't return the purse, and I'm not trying to flaunt my wealth either. So here's what I did. I started returning all the clothes that I bought just to wear for him, and the ones he wants me to wear in front of other people. When he saw me again, he told me that I looked terrible. He said no one would take me seriously in my outfit with my designer purse. So I drove him back to his house because no, he doesn't have a car, and I've been ignoring his calls and messages for 4 days. My plan is to start treating him the way he treated me. I'm going to control and criticize everything he wears and see how he likes it. I think this is going to make things better. I don't want to break up with him because I do love him. What do you guys think? Storytime about how I'm still engaged after 16 years. My fiance asked me to marry him when I was 20 years old and I am now 36. It's been that long. Disclaimer, this is not my storytime. I've sent me on Instagram. Let's call my fiance Ted. Ted is a great guy, aside from the fact that he pushes back our wedding day all the time. A little backstory. We are both very career-driven people. We both work very hard and travel for our jobs. He works on Wall Street and I work for a beauty conglomerate. We're very wealthy, so we could be having kids right now if we wanted to. But of course, he says that we should wait until we get married. Every time I bring up the fact that we still haven't gotten married after 16 years, he gets annoyed and upset. Worst of all, we barely spend time together because we both work so much. Have to interrupt. This foundation is amazing, you guys. Where are my pores? It's from the brand Assam Beauty and it is cruelty-free. I don't think my skin has ever looked this good in makeup. Back to the story. I started getting really suspicious because of how many times he's pushed back the wedding. So I decided to do some research. When we first got engaged, he told me the ring was worth $45,000. I got it appraised and it turns out it's a fake ring and it's only worth $200. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I'm still engaged after 16 years. After I found out the ring was fake, I came up with a plan to confront my fiance. I made sure to get home earlier than he did. When he came into the apartment, I was standing right by our balcony. He comes over to me and gives me a kiss. Then I take off the engagement ring and I throw it over the balcony. He pretended like he was freaking out. That's when I told him I got the ring appraised and that it was a fake, and that it was only worth $200 instead of the $45,000 he told me he spent. The man was too stunned to speak. I could tell he was trying to come up with some lie in his head, so I gave him a minute to think. Then he says that he bought the ring from a friend who's a jeweler, and that he must have scammed him out of the $45,000. After 45 minutes of arguing, I was exhausted. I decided to go to sleep. I woke up a few hours later and I overhear him on the phone. That's when I heard him say she knows that the ring is fake and I think she knows about us. Part 3 is up. This palette is also from Assam Beauty and it's cruelty-free. These shadows blend like a dream. Go to part 3.
Part 3 of how I'm still engaged after 16 years. That's when I hear my fiance on the phone saying I think she knows about us. My heart sank to my stomach. I stood there and listened to the rest of the conversation. He was whispering so it was hard to make out. All I could hear was, I'll have to tell her the truth now. I went back to our room and pretended to be asleep. He comes in and wakes me up and tells me that he has to talk to me. That's when he starts telling me everything. He said when he asked me to marry me, he had every intention of doing so. But the more he traveled, the further he felt away from me. That's when he told me he met someone in his travels and that he'd been seeing this woman for 10 years. He even had a house with her in a different city. It turns out that every time he would travel, it was only to see her. My world was completely shattered. Worst of all is that he was so happy after he told me. He moved out that week and now I am totally alone. I gave him the best years of my life and my time was totally wasted. I feel like he should be punished for this, but I don't think he broke any laws. What should I do? The mascara and lip balm are also from Amazon Beauty. How good does my skin look? Bye!
Storytime about how my boyfriend forces me to follow his rules in order to be his girlfriend. Disclaimer, is not my storytime. I sent him on Instagram. We've been together for 2 years now. I feel like everyone says this, but the relationship was really good at the beginning. For the first 6 months, everything was totally fine. We had a lot of fun together. We would go out on double dates with all of our friends. We even started our own business together. After he asked me to move in with him is when everything became a nightmare. A little backstory on him. His parents didn't really care about his hygiene or their house when he was growing up. He tells me that his house was really messy, that their house was never taken care of, and that his mom is pretty much a hoarder. Now, I don't know if any of this is true because he doesn't speak to his parents anymore, so I'm assuming that it is. He told me that as a kid he used to feel really ashamed of people coming over to his house and that he would always be cleaning up after his parents. As you can imagine, now that he's an adult, he controls everything around him. His apartment is perfect. He lives in a high-rise and his apartment is beautiful. I should say our apartment, but everything is always clean and perfect. And if it's not like that, he gets in a really bad mood. I'm talking super angry. He's never become physical, but sometimes I think he wants to. This is when the rules started. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how my boyfriend forces me to follow his rules in order to be his girlfriend. Disclaimer, is not my story time. I sent him on Instagram. After I moved in with him and realized how much of a clean freak he is, he started implementing some rules. At first, he just said it very casually. For example, he asked me not to touch his clothes. In other words, he never wanted me to do his laundry or even fold them for him. When I went into his closet, he had a very meticulous way of putting everything away. All of his drawers were labeled. He had specific mugs for coffee. By mistake, I used a different type of mug and he actually threw that mug away. He said that it was probably going to get stained and there was no point in keeping it. When I asked him why he was so specific about all these things, he told me his anxiety would act up if I didn't do these things. So I did exactly what he wanted me to do. After a few weeks of me moving in, he handed me this booklet. In it, he had typed out all of the house rules, also a section that said girlfriend rules. For example, he didn't like me wearing short skirts. He didn't like me having long nails. He didn't like when I wore my hair in a bun. Also, if we were out with people, he would only let me sit on his left side, because that's his better side. After a few days of me trying to follow the rules, I accidentally broke one. I forgot to use a coaster on the coffee table and he ended up kicking me out that day. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how my boyfriend forces me to follow his rules in order to be his girlfriend. Disclaimer, is not my story time. I sent him on Instagram. After he kicked me out for not using a coaster of all things, I went straight to my parents' house. When I told my parents about the booklet, they thought he was legitimately crazy. A few days later, he begged me to go back and I did. He even added new things to the list. For example, I have to clean the air fryer every single time I use it. There can be no dirty dishes in the kitchen at any time. And when it comes to the girlfriend rules, he bought me a perfume that he really likes and I hate it. But I can't say no to wearing it because he gets angry. He also doesn't want me bringing any of my friends over. My best friend forgot to recycle a pizza box the last time she was at our place, and ever since then he talks trash about her. I know I should leave him, but I still do love him, and I really think that he needs help. But I have started looking for my own apartment. I live by those stupid rules and I'm terrified of breaking one. My hair has even started falling out because of it. What should I do? Am I the asshole for sabotaging my brother's wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. My brother and his, fiance, they've been together for 4 years and engaged for 6 months. I hate her. I hate her so much. She is the most entitled woman I've ever met and she thinks that she deserves everything. Her parents are super, super rich. Now my family isn't poor, but we're definitely not as rich as her. She demands that my brother pay for everything. Like all of their rent, all of their car payments, every single thing. My brother doesn't make a lot of money and this stresses him out a lot. Her dad offered to give my brother money so that he could basically pay for everything while she thinks that my brother actually paid for it. Even her parents know how terrible she is. She's also extremely jealous. She barely lets my brother do anything, and he's basically shut out all of his friends just to not make her angry if he wants to go out with them. This is the worst part. I walked in on her and her friends talking crap about my brother. They were all a little bit tipsy, so she wasn't measuring what she was saying. Even when I came into the room, she still kept talking trash about him. Being the good sister that I am, I grabbed her drink and threw it in her face. Now my brother's not really talking to me. Part 2 is up. Part 2, am I the asshole for sabotaging my brother's wedding? After I threw the drink in her face, my brother stopped talking to me. He finally heard me out and I told him everything I thought about her. And when I told him that she was talking trash behind his back, he told me that she does that all the time with her friends and that it's just a way for her to vent.
I explained to him that she should have nothing but good things to say about him. She doesn't sound like she loves him when she talks about him. By the way, she was telling her friends that my brother was basically a good for nothing, and that he didn't earn enough money for her to actually live a good life with him. Because of this, I started sabotaging the wedding, in small little ways. For example, I know exactly what dress she wanted, so I called the store and ordered all of them. They're currently out of stock. She went berserk. My brother had to calm her down for like an hour. When I finally apologized for throwing the drink in her face, she asked me to help with the wedding. So she gave me the job of sending invitations. So I decided not to send any to her family. When she asked me about it, I told her I sent all the invitations, that they probably got lost in the mail. We all went out to dinner that night with her family and mine. She threw a whole tantrum at the restaurant. She was demanding attention. And of course, everyone was comforting her. She's a total bridezilla. Even her best friend told me that she can't stand her anymore. She also told me I couldn't invite any of my friends because we're all too artsy. Now I need your help to come up with more sabotages, because it's actually working. My brother is finally getting sick of her. He told my parents he's not sure he wants to marry her anymore. My hope is that they break up soon. I just want my brother to be happy. What do you think I should do?
Story time about how I've been in love with my best friend for 6 years. This is not my story time, it's sending me an Instagram. Let's call my best friend Rick. Rick and I have known each other since we were 3 years old. We're actually neighbors and we went to the same school, grew up at the same time, and we did everything together as kids. Most people thought we were siblings. His mom became my mom's best friend, and our parents would go to dinner almost every single week. Growing up, we treated each other like siblings. He always watched out for me and had my back when we were in school. But things started to change when we got into high school. Rick started dating a lot of the girls in school. Suddenly, I started to get really jealous. Instead of spending time with me, he would start spending time with his new girlfriends, duh. But we would always go to school together, and instead, he started dropping off and picking up his own girlfriend. So I didn't have a ride to school anymore. Instead, my dad would take me to school. We would always hang out after class and on the weekends. So you can understand this was a huge change for me. At first, I thought I was just jealous because I was losing my best friend. But when I told my mom, she asked me if I was in love with him. At first, I was like, no freaking way. But then I became even more jealous. I was always angry with him for hanging out with his girlfriends. I started missing him so much, and I couldn't stop thinking about him. I was constantly checking if he was home or not. I would simply look out the window and see that his car wasn't there. I played it off as much as I could when I would see him. We all happened to go to a party and his girlfriend was there with him. Out of nowhere, she taps me on the shoulder and asks me if I'm in love with Rick. I didn't know what to say. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I've been in love with my best friend for 6 years. This is not my story time, is sending me an Instagram. At the party, his girlfriend asked me if I'm in love with him. I actually froze and didn't say anything. Then she got right up in my face and asked me again. I answered no and basically ran away from the party. When I got home, I got a text from Rick asking me if I was okay. I told him I was just tired and I wasn't having fun at the party. Then he sends me a screenshot of messages his girlfriend sent him. In the messages, she told him that she thought I was in love with him and that she could tell just by the way that I looked at him. He told her there was no way and that I was just a sister to him. He actually thought it was hilarious that she would think that. God, if only he knew that it was true. He then told me that he needed to stay away from me just to not make her jealous. This hurt me so much. He was choosing her over me. She actually ended up cheating on him and they broke up. A few years passed by and during that time I dated other people, but I couldn't stop thinking about Rick. Guess what I did? I moved 2 cities away just to avoid him. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how I've been in love with my best friend for 6 years. After I moved away just to try to forget him, it did not work. I just couldn't stop thinking about him. After a year, I moved back to my hometown. I decided I would be honest with Rick and tell him how I really feel about him. Well, it's been a year since I moved home and I still haven't told him anything. Girls fall over themselves just to try to date him. And everyone he's ever dated literally looks like a model. And I know that I can't compete with that. Now, I know I'm not ugly or anything, but I'm definitely not the model type. I decided to open up to Rick's mom and I told her how I felt. She's actually really happy that I told her the truth. And she told me that she always suspected it. She also told me she would love Rick and I to date. I told her that I just didn't have the courage to tell him how I really felt. I mean, imagine you going up to your crush and telling them that you like them. It's so hard. She also told me Rick wants to get married soon and finally settle down. Apparently, he's sick of dating around. So basically, he's looking for a wife. I don't want to sit on the sidelines and watch him with somebody else the rest of my life. I just can't muster up the courage to tell him. Rick and I had dinner a few nights ago, and he told me that he actually likes someone from his job. I almost started crying right then and there in front of him. I'm hoping he doesn't ask her out. I want to find a way to tell him without me dying of embarrassment. If you have any ideas, please let me know. Or maybe I just shouldn't tell him at all. Maybe I can find someone else. What do you think?
Is it okay that my boyfriend insists on me washing myself before any sexy time? My boyfriend and I have been together for 6 months, but we've broken up 4 times. Altogether, we've probably only spent about 3 months together. He pursued me really hard. We met at work and the first day we met, he asked me out. I kept saying no because I really don't want to focus on guys right now. I have a really good career in fashion, so dating was not in my plans. Kept on insisting and doing very nice things for me, like he would bring me my favorite coffee or bring me my favorite foods. I finally said yes when he brought me a basket full of my favorite snacks from Whole Foods. He told me that he basically went around asking everyone what they saw me eating. And then he went to Whole Foods and bought everything and made a basket for me. I was really flattered, so when he asked me out again, I said yes.
I thought maybe he'd be a really kind and just considerate guy, but things are not like that. We went on a total of 5 dates before anything happened. When it finally came time to doing it, we were at my apartment and he insisted that I go take a shower. When I asked him why, he said he prefers for everything to be clean. Obviously, I got offended and said, I am clean. He then rolled his eyes and said, okay, never mind. And then we did it. Part 2 is up. Is it okay that my boyfriend insists that I wash myself before any sexy time? When he told me he wanted me to be clean, I said I am clean. So we proceeded to do it. Everything was pretty normal after that. He was really affectionate and kept complimenting me. A few days later, it was going to be our second time. But before anything starts to happen, he once again asked me to go take a shower. I asked him if I smelled bad or something, and he said, no, I just think that you should take a shower. I decided to keep my cool and I went and took a shower. But the routine stuck. Every single time we were going to do anything, he would ask me to go take a shower. Now I wonder what you might be thinking. No, I do not smell bad. I usually take 2 showers a day anyway. One in the morning after working out, and then one at night before getting into bed. So I know I don't smell bad. But now it's a total inconvenience. Every time we want to do it, he asks me to go take a shower. Even if I'm dressed, even if I have makeup on. So I started avoiding it at all costs. Anytime he would ask me to do it, I would just say no. Because of this, we actually broke up for 2 months. When we got back together, it was the same exact thing. Once again, I was taking a shower every single time. Part 3 is up. Is it okay that my boyfriend insists on me washing myself before any sexy time? I actually even began associating sexy time with being dirty. Because he would insist so much, I would actually start to feel shame. I knew that I was clean and I washed myself multiple times a day, even when I knew I wasn't going to see him. I decided to reach out to an ex-girlfriend of his on Instagram, and I asked her if she had the same problem with him. And she proceeded to send me paragraphs and paragraphs of all the things that he made her do. Not only would he make her shower before sexy time, but he would make her brush her teeth before kissing, and fully removing her makeup too. I told her that my theory was that he must have had a bad experience with some other girl. Then she told me her theory, that he likes being in control, and that the only reason he asked us to do all these things was so that he could feel in control. By the way, her and I are now friends, so here's what I did. The next time I saw my boyfriend, I asked him to take a shower. And guess what? He got totally offended. I pulled him up on the fact that he makes me shower every single time, and he said that I should be happy to do whatever it takes to make him happy. Now I refuse to take a shower whenever he wants me to. And because of that, he's always in a bad mood. He even told my best friend that I wasn't a considerate girlfriend. How dare he complain to her? Now here's the thing. I'm very attracted to him and I feel like I'm falling in love with him, but this is the only thing that's holding me back. He even mentioned moving in together. What should I do? Is it okay that my boyfriend is trying to convince me to let him do the dirty with my cousin? My boyfriend used to be my sneaky link before we made it official. At the beginning, neither of us wanted a relationship, but the more we kept hooking up, the more we wanted to be with each other. So naturally, we hung out all the time and he asked me to be his girlfriend. And of course, I really wanted him to ask me, but I would never bring it up myself. So when he finally did, I said yes. But here's the thing. My boyfriend asked me if we could have an open relationship when we started. At first I said no, but then I thought about it some more. If he wants to see other girls and cheat on me, he will. And because of the way we started, I knew what he was like. So I thought to myself, it's probably better to just have an open relationship than to be wondering if he's cheating on me. So after a few weeks of me asking him, I said yes. But I laid down some rules. If he was gonna hook up with somebody else, he needed to tell me. He kept telling me that it was better to just not talk about it, but I told him I wanted to know the truth. A few months into the relationship, everything was fine. According to him, he was not hooking up with anybody. And I know that I wasn't either, even though the option was there if we both wanted to. This is around the time that my cousin came home to visit from college. Growing up, everyone thought that her and I were identical twins. We really do look so much alike. We both have the same exact body type, really similar features. We both have long black hair, and we even dress the same. So it's natural that people thought we were sisters. I told my cousin about my boyfriend and she wanted to meet him. So I had a dinner at my place. As soon as my boyfriend saw her, he basically started drooling. It made me so angry, but I had to keep my cool. Throughout the dinner, my boyfriend kept complimenting her. He talked about how much her and I looked alike, and how it would be any guy's fantasy to watch us do it. My cousin was super uncomfortable, so I asked him to stop doing that. Part 2 is is it okay that my boyfriend is trying to convince me to let him do the dirty with my cousin? Because we have an open relationship, he feels like he can do certain things in front of me. For example, like flirting with other women in front of me. While we were having dinner with my cousin who was visiting, he kept making comments about how hot she was and how her and I look exactly like twins. My cousin was clearly super uncomfortable, so I asked him to stop, which he did. That's when my boyfriend dragged me into our bedroom and asked me if he could do it with her. I said absolutely not. One of the rules in our open relationship is that we can't choose anybody we already know. He told me that he technically did not know my cousin. I told him family was off limits. He asked me to think about it. I drove my cousin home and that's when she told me that my boyfriend was really hot. And I was shocked. I thought she was uncomfortable at dinner. I pulled the car over and asked her if she was interested in him. That's when she said she overheard our conversation. Yep, she heard when my boyfriend was asking me if he could do it with her. She started to laugh and told me that it was okay, and that she wouldn't tell my parents. Then she told me that an open relationship is always a bad idea, and that nothing good will come of it. I asked her again if she was interested in him, and she said maybe. She says, you should just let us do it. Part 3 is up. Is it okay that my boyfriend is trying to convince me to let him hook up with my cousin? That's when my cousin tells me you should just let us do it. I looked over at her and I said, are you crazy? And she said, if you guys already have an open relationship, what's the difference? I told her I wasn't going to be comfortable with her and my boyfriend doing it, and that she needed to get that idea out of her head. And she started trying to do reverse psychology on me. She said if I didn't let them do it, that he was going to eventually resent me, and that he would see me as the bad guy, and that he'd probably start looking for other girls. I could not believe that my own cousin was trying to do that to me. I started to cry and I asked her if she loved me at all. She then hugged me and says, of course I love you. This is the best thing for your relationship. Part of me started to actually believe what she was saying. I thought maybe he will resent me if I don't let them do it. After that, I didn't talk to my cousin for a few days. During that time, all my boyfriend did was ask me if he could see her again. I made the mistake of telling him that my cousin was down, and then he started pushing even more. He promised me he would only do it with her once, and that nothing would change between him and I. Here's the other thing. There's a guy who's always asked me out on dates, but I always say no. He contacted me and told me that he was finally single and that he really wants to see me. I told my boyfriend that if he was going to do it with my cousin, then I could do it with this guy. That's when my boyfriend said no because I had feelings for this guy. He's arguing that he has no feelings for my cousin, and that if I do it with this other guy, it would be like cheating because I do have feelings for him, which is true. I don't know what to do, and I am so confused. I could just go behind my boyfriend's back, but part of me feels guilty. What should I do? Story time about how my boss confessed to me that he likes me and now he's pressuring me to go out with him. Disclaimers in all my story time, send me on Instagram. I've been working at my job for 6 months now. Ever since I started, my boss has been very, very nice to me. If he gets himself coffee, he usually brings me one, and he always offers to buy me my lunch. Of course, I usually say no because I always bring my lunch with me, and also, I just think it's weird that he's always offering. Several times I caught him staring at me, and he would offer to do random things, like walk me to my car. In other words, he was showing a lot of interest. At first, I just wanted to believe that he was just a really nice guy, but I noticed that he wasn't that way with anyone else except for me. So anytime that he would offer to do something for me, or if he would bring me coffee, I made sure to say thank you and seem grateful. I told my boyfriend about my boss, and my boyfriend was convinced that my boss liked me. He told me I shouldn't be as nice as I was, but I didn't want to seem ungrateful or rude. A few weeks ago, we had an office party. Of course, my boyfriend came along with me and everything was fine. Everyone brought their husbands and wives, including my boss. By the way, his wife is super beautiful and really nice. She even had the party catered by one of the best restaurants in town. As my boyfriend and I were heading home, he turns to me and tells me, your boss definitely likes you. I asked him why he thought that, and he said that my boss couldn't stop staring at me the whole night. That's when my boyfriend insisted that I should just quit. We got into a huge argument that night. Part 2 is up. Storytime about how my boss confessed to me that he likes me and now he's pressuring me to date him. Part 2. My boyfriend told me that my boss had been staring at me the whole night. Then he started insisting that I should just quit my job. We basically fought the entire night. I told him I would never quit my job and that my boss was harmless. But it turns out that my boyfriend was right. When I went back to work, my boss started asking me a lot of questions about my boyfriend. He asked me how long we'd been together, if the relationship was serious, if we lived together. He tried to make it seem casual. On the 5th question, I asked my boss if he was okay. And he laughs and says, I just want to make sure you got a good guy with you. But he sounded so jealous instead. A few days later, I caught my boss staring at me again. And this time I got really annoyed. I stared back at him and waved. That's when he waved back and smiled at me. At the end of the day, he offered to walk me to my car. And I said yes. As we were walking to my car, he starts telling me that he thought I looked really pretty at the party. And that he wanted to confess that he couldn't stop staring at me all night. That's when I turned to him and I said, yeah, my boyfriend noticed. He responds, well, your boyfriend's very lucky to be with you. And that I was clearly asking for attention with the dress that I wore. By the way, my dress was a long sleeve turtleneck that went below my knees. That's when he says, there's nothing wrong with a little flirtation. Part 3 is up.
Sometimes I like to think that my life is a joke, and here's one of the reasons as to why I think that. I love speaking in accents. My parents have one. I used to speak in one when I was a kid. Like, it's just who I am. And I have a very good ear for it. I went to Ireland for spring break in college, and I came back transformed. Mind you, I was an Irish dancer for 10 years, and my teacher was from Ireland. But at that moment, I decided to only speak with Irish accents whenever I'd go out places. And because I'm allergic to alcohol, whenever we go out to bars, I was always sober, and I was bored. I was very bored. And the only way I ever found any semblance of entertainment going out with my girlfriends was speaking in an accent. Do you see where this is going? As I'm ordering Jameson from the bartender to take a shot with, the man next to me just looks at me and goes, where in Ireland are you from? And I hear his accent, and I go, oh, I'm from Northern Dublin. To which he then responds, I am too. What part? And because I was good with maps, I just blurted out some bullshit. He ended up being from the same place. And for 20 minutes, I had to pretend I was from Ireland. What is the most regrettable thing I've ever done with my eyebrows as a child? I'm so glad you asked. I'd love to tell you. I am 100% Lebanese, which means that I have body hair for days. I was born and raised in the Valley of Southern California, aka the White Girl Oasis, which meant that all my classmates were blonde-haired, blue-eyed babies, and I was not. We did have a sprinkle of color in the school, but other than that, minority. To say that I was a little different looking is an understatement. I had a curly little fro, a unibrow, upper lip hair, and body hair that would make a grown man double his dose of testosterone. By the 2nd grade, I was allowed to shave my arms and my legs because kids were just so cruel, and I got to bleach my upper lip hair. Now, let me tell you, that does not look good, shining in the light. But the one thing she would not let me get rid of was the unibrow. Now, did I come home crying less often? Yes. But I wanted to come home crying not at all. And so by the 5th grade, I had had enough of the boys mocking me and my unibrow, so I just took a razor from my mom's shower and just got rid of it. Both my parents are from Lebanon, which means that their expressions and idioms are a wee bit different than the ones here in America. I, growing up in America, however, had to learn what the idioms were here. So we all know that expression, where is that, in Timbuktu? I at least think that's the expression. Well, my mom and her girlfriends had a similar expression, except it was Honolulu instead of Timbuktu. Yes, the island in Hawaii. Now, when my mother married my father, she had to move to America because that's where he had lived for the last 10 years. My mother, never having left the country of Lebanon, was like, I guess. And off they went. My father, however, loves traveling. For their honeymoon, he was like, I'm about to take you to the greatest spot known on planet Earth. You guessed it, Honolulu. My mother, who was just so mystified, was like, I have made the right choice. And she was in absolute pure heaven. Honeymoon was over, she moved to California with my father, and all her girlfriends called her. Angel, how's California? How's America? Where did you go for your honeymoon? And my mom was so giddy. She was like, you'll never believe what I went. Honolulu. And all her girlfriends like, La Angel, really? Where did you go for your honeymoon? And she's like, no, guys, I went to Honolulu. And because her and her friends had made fun of it, like being not a real place, they, La, it's okay, Matulina. And my mom just couldn't get it through to them. She's like, La, مش عم بمزح, رحنا Honolulu, كتير حلو. After my mom had told us that story, I was like, wait, you used the expression of Honolulu, so does that mean Timbuktu is a real place? And surely enough, I looked it up, and Timbuktu is in fact a real city. Y'all are so funny for these little snippets. Both my parents are from Lebanon, yes. That doesn't mean I'm supposed to know American idioms because they themselves don't know American idioms. I had to teach them what sarcasm was when I was 13. But the whole Honolulu thing happened when I was 12, and I had done the Googling back when I was 12, not at the age of 28 now. I know Timbuktu is real. I am not the average American. I know 6 languages, which, let's be real, is 5.5 more languages than any American has ever put effort into. I have a degree in international relations. I have minors in cultural anthropology and European history. I know the significance of Timbuktu from the ancient realm to the modern day world. I'm also well-traveled and have been to nearly 20 countries. Lived through a bombing. And I'm the eldest child to immigrant parents. I'm just telling y'all a 1-minute story, and it's so hard to be as detailed as I want to be. So don't come at me for my education, because I am educated. I'm very educated. Story time featuring my foreign mother. Both my parents are from Lebanon. It was very common for people to not have pets, and there were a lot of stray animals during the war. And when they moved to America, my mom was disgusted and flabbergasted that these people actually had animals as pets. Now I know what you're thinking. Laura, don't you have a little fluffy Pomeranian? Yes. Yes, I do. She took years of convincing. And much to my mother's horror, she birthed an animal-loving cretin. Whenever we would go to people's houses, I would literally find the animal and stay with it the entire time. And my mother would never come near me. People say that a mother's love is so deep that she would sacrifice herself for her child. So tell me why my mother abandoned ship. I was 3 years old and we had just come back from preschool, so we were inside my garage. She's unhooking me from my car seat when all of a sudden a dog has gotten loose from its owner and starts charging at her. My mother, with her strong maternal instincts, leaves me in the car seat and she runs into the house for safety. She starts yelling for the housekeeper, telling her that I'm being eaten alive in the garage by a monster. My housekeeper comes rushing into the garage trying to save me. And there I was, having the time of my life with this little golden retriever because it was licking my face. So after the garage incident with my mother, she would literally use me as a human shield whenever we'd go out in public and dogs would start approaching us. I can't wait to obtain the same maternal instincts that she has. A lot of my friends joke that I would be the first one to die in a horror film, and you know what? They're kind of not wrong about that. My sophomore year of college, I lived with 5 girls off campus in an apartment close to campus, which meant our house was open to friends. Because we were 5 girls living together, there was always someone at home, so having peace was kind of not really a thing. One day in October, for some odd reason, I had the house to myself. It was a glorious day indeed. I got to walk around my apartment partially naked. I showered and blasted the music. I then went back into my bedroom and had a dance party by myself. I then calmed down and did my Italian home. Every so often, however, I kept hearing some clanking and I kept hearing some things rustling around in the house. But, you know, the apartments are so old in San Francisco. It wasn't until 2 hours had gone by that I started smelling things, and I thought, this is ridiculous. The walls aren't that thin. No one was answering me, so it had to have been my imagination. Finally, I get out of my bedroom with a pen as my weapon of choice. As I turn the corner from my bedroom, I see him on the couch reading his book half naked. Is my best gay guy friend. He just looks at me and goes, I knew the waffles would lure you out of the room. Sir? My front door was unlocked, apparently. And he had been there the entire 2 hours, and I didn't even know. When I asked him why he didn't answer me when I called out if anyone was in, he thought I was memorizing lines for my theater class. So clearly, I would be the dumb girl that gets killed because she was too busy thinking about food. The waffles were delicious, though, so it would have been worth it. Adele seeing her teacher for the first time since she was 8 gave me all the feels, so I have a story time. I have always been an anxious child, and in high school I became an insomniac because of it. And there would be nights where I would just get like 1 or 2 hours of sleep, if that. And it's not like I was a bad student, I just didn't perform well under stress, which was all the time for me. Junior year, I was doing honors and some AP classes, and I had just had enough. And for anyone that knows me knows that I hate math, and I was taking pre-calc. This teacher was probably one of the nicest and most understanding teachers I've ever had. I had a very specific tweak when it came to how tests were laid out, so she made me my own tests. She even gave me extra time at lunch to continue taking the tests. One day during class, I decided in between periods I would just rest my eyes for all of 3 minutes while everyone was getting into class. I put my head on the desk and closed my eyes until I heard the bell ring. I heard the bell, and I instantly awoke. And as I'm looking around slightly disoriented, everyone is packing up. My teacher let me sleep the entire period and refused to let any of my classmates wake me up. I was absolutely mortified. I had never done that ever in my life. And she said, if you fell asleep that quickly, that meant your body really needed the rest. And I've never been more grateful for a teacher who actually took the time to understand me and my issues and try to work with me instead of against me. Because of her, I owe her so much. So thank you to all my teachers I've ever had. Story time. Both my parents are from Lebanon, the country. My dad came to America 10 years before he met my mom, so he knew English, and she didn't when she came. She fell pregnant with me.
Part 2 of how my half-sister tries to steal all of my boyfriends. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. After she stalked my boyfriend and started sending him messages, told him we needed to take a break because I saw the messages on his phone. And he didn't tell me. Instead of confronting her, I decided to call my dad and tell him what she was doing. That's when my dad told me that he was sick of us being children and that we both needed to mature. I mean, I wasn't the one stalking her boyfriend. Since that failed, I went straight to my half-sister. I told her she needed to leave me alone and to never speak to me again. That's when she literally denied everything that she had been doing. She told me that my boyfriend was making all that stuff up and that she would never do that. Of course, I didn't believe her. After a few weeks, I call my ex and tell him that I'm ready to talk again. That's when he told me that he actually started dating my half-sister. I couldn't believe it. Once again, I called my dad and told him what she was doing. And when he asked her about it, she denied having ever done that. She even told my dad that she wasn't dating him. So at this point, it was her word against mine. I decided to just move on with my life and I started dating new people. Once again, I meet a really good guy. I told him I wanted to take things slow and he said he understood. We were out to dinner one night and I decided to tag him in one of my stories. A few days later, he asks me if I have a half-sister and I said yes. That's when he sent me a screenshot of a conversation he had with her. And again, she was telling him that I was dating a bunch of other guys. She even asked him if they could meet up for coffee. I told him to block her and completely ignore her. A few days after that, my ex who left me for my half-sister calls me up and tells me that she broke up with him. He told me that I was right about her, that she was toxic and totally demented. He then begged me to give him another chance. Once again, I go to my dad and I show him all the screenshots of her messaging my boyfriends. Finally, my dad believed me. My dad and I both confronted her and she denied everything once again. But then, the new guy that I'm seeing sent me another screenshot. She apparently messaged him from another number and asked him out again. I don't know what to do at this point. She keeps denying having done anything. In fact, I'm almost scared of her. What should I do? Story time about how my parents tried to sell me to a man who wanted to marry me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. When I was born, my family had a lot of money, but my dad was into some sketchy business. When I turned 17, my parents basically lost all of their money. My dad was in debt and owed money to a lot of bad people. He owed one man $100,000. When I turned 16, I got my first boyfriend. He was really caring and our families were friends. My parents actually loved my boyfriend at the time. But when I turned 17, my parents asked me if I was okay with an arranged marriage. I told them absolutely not because I had every intention to marry my boyfriend. He and I had already agreed that we'd get married when we turned 18. Slowly, my dad started insisting that I needed to consider it. After I kept saying no, he finally decided to tell me the truth. He told me that we owed one guy $100,000 and the only way that he would let my dad off the hook was by marrying me. He even offered my parents money in exchange for my hand in marriage. I was terrified. Part 2 is part 2 of how my parents tried to sell me off to a strange man so that he could marry me. I found out about the truth that my dad owed $100,000. He basically told me that the only way we were going to save our family was if I married this man, and that he offered my dad money in exchange for me. I mean, I was actually scared for my life because this man was known to everybody for being dangerous. I couldn't believe my mom was going along with it, but she said it was the only way that we weren't going to get our house taken away. They basically told me not to worry because I could always get a divorce from him. But of course I didn't want to marry him at all. That very night I snuck out of my house and went to my boyfriend's house. I told him everything my parents said and he was shocked. After discussing it for a few hours, we actually decided to run away. I knew I had to go back to my house, but when I looked at my phone I had 10 missed calls from my parents. When I got home, they were waiting for me at the gate. And guess what? The strange man was there. My parents casually introduced me to this man. And when I looked at him, he was about 20 years older than me. He looked me up and down and handed my dad a check. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how my parents tried to sell me off to a strange man so that he could marry me. This is not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. The man looked me up and down and just stared at me. He handed my dad a check. That's when I yelled out that I was gonna go pack my stuff. Quickly packed a bag and escaped through my window. Luckily, my room was on the first floor. I ran for a few blocks where my boyfriend was in his car. Once I got in, we turned off our phones and drove an hour away. Then he told me he had a surprise for me. We got to this strange house and he told me to get out. When we went inside, there was a woman waiting for us. That's when he got down on one knee and gave me a ring. He told me that he would marry me in order to save my life. Everything happened so fast and we got married. When I turned on my phone, I had 100 missed calls from my parents. I told them what happened and they begged me to come back home. When we got there, the strange man was there waiting for me. My now husband and I tell him to leave me alone. Thankfully, he ended up leaving. A few months later, my parents were debt-free. My mom sold all her jewelry and my dad sold his cars and a few other things. They should have done that from the beginning instead of trying to sell me. It's been 2 years since all that happened and I'm still married. The strange man has tried to contact me through Instagram. He offered me money once again to marry him. I told my parents and they think we should get a restraining order. What do you guys think we should do?
Story time about how my husband left me for my sister and married her 4 days later. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I'm sending me on Instagram.
My husband and I have only been married for 2 years. 2 years ago, my sister and I went on vacation. A few days into our trip, we were at a bar and we met this group of guys. My husband was one of those guys. He basically flirted with us the whole time. And I could tell that he didn't know which one of us to choose. So I made it easy for him. I told him that I liked him and that I wanted him and I to go on a date. So that let my sister know that she had to back off. My sister actually ended up hooking up with one of his other friends that night. We all hung out together for the rest of the trip. I started falling in love with him really fast. When the vacation was over, my sister and I went back home. My future husband and I would basically talk on the phone every single day. A few weeks later, he even started talking about moving to my state. I really thought he was totally committing to me because he wanted to move closer to me. Fast forward a few months later, we moved in together. We got engaged and soon after we got married. My whole family was really happy for me and my sister was too. My sister ended up being my bridesmaid and everything was great. She and my fiance ended up spending a lot of time together. I mean, she was helping me plan the wedding and she was my bridesmaid, so I didn't think anything of it. Fast forward to a year later, I ended up landing a great job. This job had me traveling 2 times out of the week. My husband mostly worked from home. Because I'm such a good wife, I decided to ask my sister to go over to my house and cook for him once in a while. After a few weeks of working my new job, I decided to come home early and I didn't tell my husband. I found him with my sister in the jacuzzi. Part 2 is I walk into my husband and my sister sitting really close in the jacuzzi. Of course, they were both in their bathing suits. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. When they saw me, they basically jumped apart. I could tell they were startled. I stared at them without saying anything for a few seconds. I was angry. That's when my husband jumps out of the jacuzzi and comes to give me a big hug. Side note, he and I never used that jacuzzi. We basically never used it because he never wanted to clean it. And I had even told him that we should just sell it if that was the case. But of course, as soon as my sister comes over, he's willing to clean it so that they can use it together. My sister, of course, jumped out of the jacuzzi too, and she offered to serve me some dinner. And basically, I just told her she could leave. That's when she looked at me with her angry face, which I know very well, and she actually did leave. After that, I had a terrible, terrible feeling in my gut. I knew that something was up right away because they jumped apart really fast. They knew they got caught. Because I traveled so much, I knew that this was probably going to happen again. So I did the only logical thing. I bought a baby cam and synced it to my phone. It basically looked like a table decoration, but it recorded video and sound. I put it above the fireplace in our bedroom. And I also put one in the living room. Of course, my husband didn't notice one bit. What do you know? The same day I left on a trip, my sister shows up. The baby cam alerted me when there was movement in the house. Little did they know I was recording the whole thing. Video and sound. Approximately 2 minutes after she came into the house, they started to kiss. By the way, I was on a train watching this all go down. I wanted to faint. Their faces were basically stuck to each other for 5 minutes. Part 3 is up. I see my husband and my sister full-on kissing. It's as if their faces were stuck to each other for 5 minutes. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. They look so comfortable with each other, which led me to believe that this had started a long time ago. By the way, I'm watching all of this go down through my cell phone. I had installed a baby cam before I left on my next work trip. I recorded the entire thing. I knew they would both deny it unless I had physical proof. I was so enraged, I canceled my work trip. I got on a train back home. I was only 30 minutes away from my house. And yes, I was still watching them the whole time I was going home. I jumped into an Uber and had him drop me off a block away from my house. I didn't want them to know I was nearby. I opened the front door quietly and there they were on the couch, still stuck together. I grabbed my sister by the hair and pulled her over the couch. With the purse that was already in my hand, I started hitting my husband. He then pinned my arms down to my sides and told me to leave the house. You heard that right. He kicked me out. Went straight to my parents' house and showed them the video. Then my dad was so angry we actually ended up going back to my house. But of course my husband didn't let us in. Then he showed me the divorce papers. He told me if I didn't sign them that he would take all of my money because ultimately I did make more money than him. My sister was standing behind him the whole time. My dad and I left, and I don't even know how this happened, but 4 days later they were married. Sister came to my parents' house and told them the news. He fully expected them to be happy for her. He even moved into the house that I basically paid for. Still haven't been able to get all of my things out. Should I go over there and grab my things? Should I sue him? What do you guys think I should do? P.S. My sister's pregnant.
Story time about how my husband is bullying me into getting plastic surgery. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. My husband and I have been married for 2 years. I'm in my early 20s and we just had a baby. We're really well off, thankfully, and we have a wonderful life. All things considered, I do have a wonderful husband. He loves me, always wants to be with me, loves our daughter, and is a wonderful dad to her. He's super caring and loves my family as well. The only problem is that he's addicted to Instagram, and he follows a lot of girls that, look fake. One day he started showing me pictures of this one girl. I will not say who she is, but just know that she's a very big influencer who claims to be all natural and totally is not. He asked me if I wanted to get some work done after I had the baby. I told him no because that wasn't even a priority of mine. I was more worried about having our daughter and taking care of her when she was first born. That's when he suggested that I should do what Kylie Jenner did. Kylie Jenner supposedly had her baby and directly after she got her stuff done. I laughed off the idea and he said, "I'm serious." You see, I thought he was joking. I asked him why he wanted me to get that done. He confessed he was afraid that my body was going to look completely different than when we first met. I was shocked because, you're in love with me, not with my body. After I had the baby, he made an appointment with me at a plastic surgeon. Part 2 is without telling me my husband made an appointment at a plastic surgeon for me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I had told him so many times that I did not want work done on me. I told him I wouldn't go to the appointment. Then he told me that he wanted me to look like the girls on Instagram and that he needed my body to look like it did before the baby. I was shocked. My husband had never been like this before, but his addiction to Instagram was getting that bad. He pulled out his phone and started showing me pictures of girls on Instagram. I told him those were highly edited pictures and he said I don't care. He told me that he probably wouldn't be attracted to me anymore and that's why I needed to get all the work done on my body. I told him that I would never ask him to do anything surgical to his body for my benefit. And he told me that if I had asked him, he would do it in a heartbeat. Then he actually started showing me pictures of Kylie Jenner and Kim Kardashian. He told me that he knew who their doctor was and that I could go to that same doctor. I was more than shocked. I felt sick to my stomach. For those of you who may be wondering, my husband and his family own a very big company. He was born into money. For him, you can buy anything in the world. As the weeks passed by, he kept getting more irritated that I wouldn't say yes. One day he showed me a picture of me that he edited of me to look like Kim Kardashian. Part 3 is up. My husband insisted that I look like Kim Kardashian. I actually even went ahead and edited a picture of me in the shape of Kim Kardashian. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I started to cry instantly and I told him I did not want to get any surgery. He backed off because he knew he hurt my feelings, but just the following day he asked me again. At this point, I didn't know how else to say no. A few days later, we were having a peaceful lunch and suddenly out of nowhere, he asked me what I would do if he found someone that did look like Kim Kardashian. I told him that I would straight up divorce him and that he would never see our daughter again. That's when he got up from the table and left. He basically gave me the silent treatment for 2 days. Finally, I told him that I would not get surgery, but that he could get me a personal trainer to work out. He said that that wasn't enough. Once again, he asked for me to consider it. 2 days ago when I got home, he ordered me a bunch of clothes from Skims. He asked me to try it on, and when I did, he said that I didn't look that bad, but that he still thought I should get some work done. He also told me I should get a tan. At this point, I just don't know what to do. I started a new diet in efforts to lose weight, and I'm working out my butt like crazy. I will never look like Kim Kardashian or Kylie Jenner though. Should I just cave in and get the work done? Or should I just tell my husband no and suffer the consequences? I feel absolutely hopeless.
Storytime de cómo mi esposo quiere obligarme que me haga cirugía plástica. Esta historia me la mandaron por Instagram, no es mía. Mi esposo y yo nos casamos hace 2 años. Hace unos meses tuvimos un bebé. Mi esposo y yo tenemos una relación muy bonita. Él siempre quiere estar conmigo, me quiere mucho. Es un padre muy bueno con nuestra hija. Se lleva muy bien con mi familia. El único problema con mi esposo es que está adicto al Instagram. Sigue a un montón de influencers y modelos que se han hecho un montón de cirugía plástica. Unas semanas antes de tener a nuestra bebé, él me enseñó unas fotos de Kylie Jenner. Y me dijo que Kylie Jenner, después de que tuviera su bebé, se hizo un montón de cirugías para quedar como nueva. Y me preguntó que si yo me quería hacer alguna cirugía. De inmediato le dije que no, obviamente. Mi única prioridad era tener a nuestra hija y que estuviera saludable. Después de eso me empezó a enseñar otras fotos de otras modelos. Y lo peor de todo es que me confesó que tal vez él ya no iba a estar atraído a mí porque no tenía el mismo cuerpo que antes. Obviamente esto me molestó mucho porque él debería de estar enamorado de mí y no de mi cuerpo. Durante las próximas semanas me seguía insistiendo y yo le seguía diciendo que no. Estaba obsesionado con una influencer en particular que se ha hecho bastante cirugía pero que dice que es muy natural. Él quiere que yo me vea como ella. Adivinen quién es. Me dijo que me quería llevar a un cirujano plástico. Ya pueden ver parte 2. Storytime about how I found my mother's stalker living underneath her bed.
My mother and father divorced shortly after I was born. My mom has raised me all on her own, so her and I are extremely close. I would do anything for my mother. Back in the 90s, my mom became a somewhat successful model. She did runway shows and campaign ads. She began dating a photographer when I was about 8 years old. But something about him just rubbed me the wrong way. He was very controlling of my mother and always wanted to know where she was. This was a time before cell phones, and everywhere she would go, he would always end up being there. A few months into the relationship, my mother decided to break up with him. He threatened her and told her that he would make her regret it. He began calling our house at midnight, throwing rocks at my mom's window. One morning, my mom woke up to a knife in her tire. He really was trying to make her regret it. This is when my mom realized that we needed to move away and get away from him. We moved to Atlanta and my mom began getting more modeling work. She started earning more and we moved into a big, beautiful house. It had 2 floors, a basement, and a huge garden. We loved the house. Soon after we moved in, I started noticing some weird things. Sometimes windows would be wide open when I got home from school, as well as random items in the garden. I came home from school one day and went to my mom's room. That's when I found a man's boot underneath her bed and her window wide open. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I found my mother's stalker living underneath her bed. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it was sent to me on Instagram. After I found the boot under my mom's bed and her window wide open, I told her. My mom began to cry and was really scared. By the way, I was 12 at this time. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. My mom went around the house locking all the windows and doors. She told me if I ever saw anything like that again to call the cops. I could tell she was really scared and this terrified me. Every day after school, I would go straight to my mom's room and check underneath her bed. And weirdly enough, I started finding random items. One day, I found a pocket watch. A few days later, I found a handkerchief. And that continued for about a month. Mom and I decided to call the cops and give them all the items that we'd found. The cops told my mom there was nothing they could do because there was no physical harm done to her or me. Later that night, I wake up to my mom screaming. The house was dark and I ran down the hallway. Suddenly, a dark figure walks out of my mom's room. The black figure looked at me and walked away. I was frozen and couldn't move. The cops asked my mom what the man did. She said that when she woke up, she saw him standing in the corner of the room dressed in black with a black mask, and that all he did was stare at her. When she asked him what he wanted, he told her, "You." The cops tried to convince my mom that it was probably a robbery. She told them about her ex and they said it was probably nothing and to just forget about it. A few days later, I come home from school and check underneath my mom's bed. There I found a handwritten note. You'll never guess what it said. It was terrifying. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how I found my mother's stalker living underneath her bed. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Under my mom's bed, I found a handwritten note from her stalker. I couldn't bring myself to read it. I gave it to my mom and she read it. She cried and told me to pack a bag. That night, we went to sleep at a hotel and the cops came to check our house. The cops said they found nothing in the house and it was safe for us to come back. 2 days later, I decided to come home from school early. But I knew that my mom wouldn't be home and I would be all alone. When I walked up to the house, I noticed my mom's bedroom window was open. I walked slowly up the stairs and swung the door open. And that's when I saw a man's foot sticking out from underneath my mom's bed. When he heard me open the door, he pulled his foot in. I screamed so loud and closed the door behind me and started running down the stairs. That's when I heard him open the door. I could hear his footsteps behind me as I ran down the stairs. As he ran down the stairs, he tripped and fell. I could hear him yelling in pain. I ran straight to the neighbor's house. She already knew about the break-in and believed me right away. She called the cops and my mother. Her husband decided to go check the house, but when he came back, he said there was nothing there. When I told him that he fell down the stairs, the cops thought he might be in the hospital if he injured himself. And there they found a man dressed in black. That's when the man told the cops that he was my mother's boyfriend and that he came to visit us. They thankfully arrested him. When they showed my mom the man's mugshot, she recognized him right away as her ex. Turns out he had been breaking into our house for over a month, and he would sleep there every night underneath my mom. He was in prison for 10 years but got out last year. My mother and I live in fear. Storytime about how my blind date robbed my apartment. Disclaimer, this is not my storytime. It was sent to me on Instagram. Recently broke up with my ex who was really abusive. I was so depressed after the breakup. Even worse, my ex got back with his ex-girlfriend right after we broke up. And to top it all off, he started posting her right away and announced their engagement. I decided I wouldn't let the depression get to me. Signed up to some dating apps and started going on dates. My first date was okay. The guy was pretty shy and quiet, but he was trying to rush things, if you know what I mean, and I was not having that. My second date was okay. The only problem was that his breath
smelled really bad and I just couldn't get past that. Then I went on to the third date. This one was different though. One of my coworkers mentioned a guy that she knew who was single. She showed him my Instagram and he fell in love, according to my coworker. The only problem was he didn't have any pictures on his Instagram, so I couldn't tell what he looked like. My friend described him though, and she made him sound really attractive. We meet up for a dinner date at a really nice restaurant, and yep, he was super attractive. He literally looked like a male model. I felt totally out of my league, but I thought, whatever, just go for it. We talked for 2 hours and had a great time. At the end of the date, he offered to drop me off back at my place so that I wouldn't have to take an Uber. I agreed, and when we got to my place, I invited him in. Biggest mistake of my life. Oh, I forgot to mention, I earn a pretty good living, so I have a nice apartment and nice things. When he came into my apartment, he kept talking about how pretty everything was. He kept saying things like, wow, that must have been really expensive. He even asked me how much I paid for my rug. Went to the bathroom and left him alone. When I came out, he said he had to leave. Basically ran away. Part 2 is up.